Boy. I need some positive news around here. What are we doing today? We are, well, I think we've waited long enough, probably. Should probably just get in game. And we'll do that. All right, so we are picking up the fortress that we started last week. Last week we started a brand new fortress. This fortress is, well, I've got all the alerts turned off. And I need to make sure that they're still off because the settings did change. But because the game did update, so the settings may have changed. Sometimes that happens. But the fortress that we are playing today is one that we started last week. Now, it's in the mythical realms, and as you can see, it's in the year 1051. It's a pretty old world. The faction that we settled with, we decided to settle with them because of something kind of interesting. And the something kind of interesting is that they had a queen that was an elf who had, like, weaseled her way into power. And I was like, ooh, that's neat. So made a fort, started it up, and immediately her fortress got invaded, and now there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of goblins there, and she's dead. So anyway, now we're just kind of a dead faction. There's very few locations that our fort has. It's like one fortress and one helix and like a fort. There's very, very little in the way of, you know, dwarven power in this world that we are playing in. I'm just quickly booting up Legends Viewer in the background because I should probably just get used to having that running. Which is... should be this one. Started a current world in a dead faction with 13 dwarves and 0 sites. They're probably all prisoners somewhere. Yeah, essentially we started this fortress up last week, and the idea here is just... I'm completely unaware, in theory, of what is happening in the rest of the map that I can't see. And the music is kind of a trigger in some ways, like certain music will start to play if bad things happen. So it's not entirely... like, I'm not entirely unaware of what's happening, but the idea is that I'm not going to be 100% aware at all times, I guess, is the way to put it. Uh-oh, I gotta go grab another I gotta go reopen the Legends file because it's not finding it. The other thing that we've changed is how dwarves are named. I don't think it's active right now. Elfie could probably enable it. I should go enable it if it's not. But the other thing that we have is we have this... how do I put this? We have this... I've changed how we name dwarves. So now on Twitch here, it just says name something. You can redeem it as many times as you want. When the points are up, it's way cheaper now, and it's got a shorter cooldown. But if you already have a dwarf, you're just gonna get something random. And also you can name anything now because it's cheaper. So if you want to name a chair or a drawbridge, go nuts, basically. As long as it's something I can feasibly put a name on that isn't like story critical, you might get a chair named after you. Or a temple, or a lever. Because you keep pulling my shoestrings or something. Where the heck? It's region 38. Just trying to get Legends Viewer loaded in the background here. Oh, did you get sniped by Darius, Chiefin? I missed that in the 5-pack earlier. But welcome back, dude. I didn't guess because you said it before I had time to guess, Salvi. But chat, how's everybody been this week? While I wait for Legends Viewer to load, I'll also go turn on the Dwarf Redemptions in the background. I may also bring back the name a dwarf in specific command if like people catch on to this. And also for clarity here, I don't really have plans to stream Oblivion. Even though I don't know, I kind of wrote down my going live stream sort of like I was going to do that today, but that's not the plan. I am interested in Escape the Mad Empire, though. That thing looks cool, but I have this odd feeling that... Oopsies. I need to move you to a different menu. I have this odd feeling that it's going to be kind of a quiet release, to be honest. There we go. Explore! You need a dwarf named Oblivion. How about Oblivious? But yeah, now we've got Legends Viewer in the background, so if I need to look something up, I can. 'Cause I'm trying to familiarize myself with Legends Viewer again. And it's time to return to the aptly named Surprisetown. So am I randomly naming what? I don't think you have a dwarf. Zalvi, do you want a dwarf, or do you... Okay, suited. So I mean, I could name one Stop Right There and a cat named Criminal Scum. Do I have a cat? Crap, I don't think I have a cat. Do I have a cat? Oh. There might be a cat in the fort. Why is this search not working? Excuse me? Well, I have a goose. Could name the goose Criminal Scum. Be the sheriff? I don't want a sheriff. Okay, so I'm sure everybody in chat will figure this out pretty quickly. I cannot name a mug. So unconstructed inanimate objects can't be named. Placed furniture can be named. So it has to be a built thing. So like a statue or a trade depot, but it might get deleted, or a workshop or a chair that's been constructed. I can't name a mug something. No, because I'm not going to put a mug on a pedestal. And also, technically, that would be naming the pedestal. I realize I'm well actuallying you. But anyway, does either of you want a dwarf? Suited wants a dwarf named Oblivion. Which one? Suited. Pick one. You mean somebody who just gets into arguments with everything? That would just be normal gamer, wouldn't it? Gets into arguments with everything, keeps screaming. No. I'm all of the rules is going out the window, suited. So like, what do you want? What do you want? Gotta be fair. There's nothing fair in a. There's no democracy left. No, it's just it's easier for me to just be like, yeah, okay, what do you want, than asking chat to vote on it every time, because most of chat doesn't know what I'm talking about half the time. Oh yeah, also we have a snake man. We caught him in a cage and felt bad for him, so I used DF hack to make him join the fort. And also, don't mind the mud everywhere. I didn't flood the fortress intentionally. Okay? Nobody's perfect. I'm still waiting on you. Suited. You are holding up this entire stream, certainly, right now. You need to select a dwarf. Suited is don't complain at me, chats, for taking forever to get started. Just blame the suited giraffe for refusing to state what dwarf he want. That's 2 names, man. Droven cog is not a word. You mean Doran cog? This guy? Am I naming him Oblivion or Oblivious? No, that's what the mayor would be named. Yours von rigged election McDorf. You can't read? It's fine. You could have just said something random. Oblivion? Okay. Oblivion, Diamond Boot, is never becomes angry, is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Also, Zalvi, what do you want? Do you want a dwarf or do you want an inanimate object? And I'll figure something out if it's furniture, and if you want an animal, just say so. Although it has to be something I have, so. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and isn't particularly ambitious, and tends to be swayed by emotions of others, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is grateful when others help her out, and tries to return favors. Has a calm demeanor, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and isn't particularly curious about the world, is assertive, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Values tradition, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Likes cobalt titan iron and green zircon, as well as green glass and voracious cave crawler tooth, gigantic tortoise shell, and phantom spider silk. The color cream, high boots, and ballista arrows, and the words of the lutes of pantomiming. The sight of the amethyst of glimmer, and when possible, prefers to consume adder and rambutan wine and longland grass seeds, and hates rats. Mom and Dad are in the fort. Dad is dead. Definitely didn't die in the flood that I didn't do intentionally. He did. Two dwarves did. So rest in peace to your dad. And you have a younger sister, and you worship a god of something, and you're friends with eggs. The goat statue, it can be named. What am I naming the goat statue? Well, I have a horse statue. I have a limestone statue. I have many honey badger statues. Do you want a honey badger statue, or do I have to make a goat statue? Task received. Korean food, yum. Sup, nerds, Lucas? Thought you saw one in the bedroom? No, there's a goose. But, there is a this, and a this, and a this, and a this. I mean, I could just make you a goat statue. It would just take me a sec. So let's just do a real quick tour of the fort. Badger? Okay, I'll give you one of the badger statues. To give you an idea, we've got Mr. Peekaboo, which is the name of this here bridge. Because person in chat wants me to unironically say I need to close Mr. Peekaboo right now. So, you know... And then, like, this could be named something in relation to that lever. So, you know, that's the kind of things that are happening. This is the front door with some cages in it. This up here is the surface. This is the map. It is an untamed wilds desert, which does have some trees on it. And then over here is a joyous wilds ocean, which is occasionally, not currently, producing giant aquatic creatures. We had some giant crabs move over the map. We've also had many birds, but we also had a gigantic squid, which is something I have never actually seen in this version. There's a giant mantis on the surface, which is terrifying. These things are horrific, by the way, because they literally have like 4 swords. That's how they did pinchers. They're just 4 swords. So they have like the ability to like multi-impale you and drag you. They are like fucky. I hate them. These things are mean, but you know. Can we gander at the goose? I mean, you could name the goose if that's what you're asking. It is somebody's pet, though. It is Ozanthium's pet. That's the goose. Well, actually, hold on. No, we do have a goat. So, I'm sorry. I was completely mistaken. Zalvi, what am I naming the goat statue? Or am I just naming it Zalvi the goat statue? It's also made of lead, so it's toxic. Just like real life. They just salt hoppers for real? I mean, sure. I always thought of salt hoppers as grasshoppers, but yeah, I guess so. I always thought of them more as like crickets with knives, but I guess, yeah, that is kind of just a praying mantis, isn't it? Are there bunny statues? Not that I'm aware of. I could make a bunny statue. But name it goat. Just so I can blame you in the future for this. Goat by Zalvi. It's like cookies by George. So there's your statue, Zalvi. Was that worth the 500 channel points? The idea is like channel points are worthless enough that it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so this is kind of the design of the fort. I'm working getting stuff out of here, this really long walkway, so that I can just populate this area over here with the hope and end goal of just like having a fortress down here that I can just do everything in and then be able to look up here and see if anything's coming. Because, well, this fort's going to give me trust issues. So yeah, that's the fort. So far, the named dwarves in the fort are very fewsomes. We have Zashinoza, we've got Wolfist Wolf, we've got Tropic Communist, we've got Snail, we've got Eggs, Haggard, as well as Ozanthium, and Oblivion, and that's everybody. And normal rules still apply to like naming. If you want to name a dwarf after yourself, you can. If you want to name a dwarf after somebody else, you can. If you want to give a dwarf to somebody, you can. And if you want to name a chair, you can. And if you redeem it and you already have a dwarf, well, you might just get a chair. Or something else, something unrelated. You won't get two dwarves on the thing at the same time to try and sort out the problems of people just redeeming dwarves when they already had one. As for this fort, like I said, my goal kind of is to just maybe become capital with no alerts, and then we'll see what we can do from there. You're probably taller, Tropic. And yeah, that's it. So. Let's go. Are you gonna like start a bit now, Zalvi, where you just always name a statue the goat? Or Goats by Zalvi is just all of the statues in every fort, and it's just half of them aren't even goats. And also, if you're wondering why I'm making this kind of central walkway to 2Z levels high, well, that is because then I can see it from the layer above. Not clever anymore. Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully you get your cleverness back. Thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Just as a reminder to everybody, this channel is crowdfunded, so if you like the work that I do here, it's entirely enabled by people watching the channel. So first off, thank you very much for watching the channel. Thank you very much for tuning in today. And thank you to everybody who has a hat next to your name, subscribing on Twitch, or for becoming a YouTube member, because you are the reason I get to do this job, so thank you. We did have 2 deaths in the fort, as I mentioned earlier, because I flooded half the fort. One is over here, Zon, and then the other one is over here, Zuglar, which is very sad, and I cry every time. The reason it happened was because I pumped some water through here, and kind of like spaced out on the fact that I was 1 layer further down than I thought I was, meaning it drained all of the water from down here and the entirety of this layer all into my fortress like instantaneously. I have since fixed it now so that if I do it again, it'll hit this and then lose all pressure and then not do that. But like, you know, hopefully it doesn't do that again. I'll put it that way. I crowdfunded this streamer. Yeah, I did tell you that. And the Prime subs, the bits, and the gifts are what keep this channel sponsorship free and more tolerable, I presume. This is our tiny little tavern, and then this is our dining hall, which is also our only social zone. And it's an engraver guild hall. Something I should note as well is I don't have a tavern in this fort yet, and we're 1 year in. I'm not going to build a tavern for a little bit because I want the dwarves to all become engravers. And the reason I want that is so that I have better predictability of what artifacts are going to be, because my only indicator of an artifact is somebody hanging out in here. So I want less social zones so that they go specifically to somewhere where I can see them if they trigger to make an artifact, because there are no notifications. Is there a main stockpile yet? Temporary. Not really, no. I do need a stockpile, but in fact, actually, I should probably make this into, like, kitchen down here. Was kind of the plan. I hardly know her. Oof. That and like around here or like back here maybe. I'm also kind of trying to dedicate a little bit to the aesthetic of like just channeling stuff out and then making do. Up here is becoming my ore stockpile. Actually, I should also add in coal to this. And also, I should go into bars. Lignite. And then grab coke and put that into here too. Or just coal, I guess it's listed as. Same with this side. And then go into here. And add those. Done. So that we can get the coal up there too. Nah, you're welcome to stay. We'll give you a singular second chance, friend. I will say I think you've earned that. So yeah, there was a very brief moment in this fortress where I had a moment of fear because both of my pickaxes were underwater, but it's fine. I should have enough pickaxes. We'll see. So chat, what are you guys up to today? I'm just kind of presuming that everybody's playing Oblivion. I also need to stare very closely at the populations so that I know it was real. What, Oblivion? Not clever anymore? I mean, it released 2 hours ago. 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. I have a question. Did you watch all 30 minutes of it? Oh, also, while I was over at my parents' house, I wanted to show them some Josh Johnson sets because I've been watching way too much Josh Johnson and I find him funny. And I thought my parents would enjoy him as well. And they did, in fact, like the sets that I showed them. But while I was showing it to them, I realized that they don't pay for YouTube Premium, which probably wise, and also have no form of ad block. And it took all of 15 minutes for me to go install ad block on their computer. Yeah. He's awesome. He is. He's a very, very, very funny man. Very funny man. And it's interesting to me because I don't normally find comedians funny. It's very rare that they work for me, but he does. So I consider that to be kind of a pretty big success on his part. I'm thinking maybe stockpile up here, and then I could have like a little bridge going over top of this, over to this side for trading. He doesn't work for me. His humor works for me. It's a figure of speech. His humor works for me. It's very rare that their humors work for me. And you never wanted to take the effort to emulate it? I mean, the older versions still run. It's not something that you really need to emulate. But I am curious how much they've changed with the leveling system, because that game always had a weird leveling system. It was very, very basic. It was the game of the more you jump, the better you get at jumping. So, like, my only memory, really, of playing that game was walking across an empty wasteland, holding down the jump button or tapping the jump button and firing spells randomly into the sky every single time the mana recharged, because that was how you got better at shit. So if it's still just the exact same game under the hood, like, that game's gonna be dated in some really odd way. Like, it is maybe the most video gamey shit you'll ever see. Which, like, you know, doesn't make it bad. It just means it's very, very video gamey. Like, even compared to, like, just Bethesda and other stuff. It's called practice. Sure. But I don't know how to say this. It's a bad gameplay mechanic. That's all I got, man. Also, chat, I have a question. This or Sorry, I realize it's taking me way too long. That. Or this. I think the full screen of the game in the background better. You did hear about Skyblivion? Yeah, no, so okay, so the reason I'm talking about this, like everybody knows that they remastered Oblivion this morning, is because this has been the video game industry's worst kept secret for the past like 6 months. Like, if you follow any video game media, it is impossible to have missed this. If you don't, then you're a normal person, and I wish that I had a more well-balanced life like you do. But if you are a sick individual like myself who can't stop staring at the train wreck that is the video games industry on most weeks, then it's been unavoidable. It has been completely unavoidable. It's just been everywhere. Like, Microsoft's internal studios have been like the equivalent of a fucking faucet when it comes to this. Even Microsoft Support AI leaked it? What? Hold up. What? So that came from YouTube chat. Slim Pie says that even Microsoft Support AI. Copilot was talking about it? Really? That's very funny if that's true. What's up, Greg? And then some. What notification? I don't know what notification I'm thinking. Well, I mean, it just pulls from us on the internet, so like...
Oops, this one.
Oh, that one? Yeah, no, I did in fact get that notification. Thanks for the Prime for 6 months. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you. Too early to the computer for you? Ah, no, I know the feeling. That was me yesterday morning while voting. Like, I was trying, like, I woke up, didn't take my pills, didn't take my coffee, and just went and voted yesterday. And I had to register to vote because I've moved so recently, so I had to bring like proof of address and everything. And the lady asked me to confirm my address verbally, and I almost couldn't do it. I was like, hold on, I need a minute, it's too early. She's like, well, yeah, it is 9 a.m. She's like, when do you normally get up? I'm like, now, I guess. I just haven't had my coffee. And she was like, okay, no, I got you. But yeah, do I what? Okay. I think storage is gonna go over here. People confirm their names a lot, and it's, often people need to think to their answer. You know, okay, so at risk of sounding like an old man who's out of touch, does anybody, like, wonder about people who have AirPods in all the time? And the reason I say this is because I was somebody for a very, very, very long time who would walk around with headphones on, always listening to something else. I've made a concerted effort over the past few months now to not bring headphones with me when I go out. Just to be in my own thoughts a little more. And I find that my memory is getting better. I know this is like a I'm starting to think I'm going crazy. Because like I feel like I was that person for a really long time where it's like I kind of couldn't speak that coherently about me or myself or anything that I'd done recently, but like not wearing headphones as much feels like I've reclaimed a bunch of that all of a sudden, and it's freaking me out a little bit. No, I know a lot of people use them for noise cancellation, but like, I mean, I'll be honest, like that's one of the reasons why I wore my headphones so much where I used to live specifically. And someone in YouTube chat said a lot of people use them for noise cancellation. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not discounting that. Because that's part of the reason I used to wear my headphones is like, where I lived before I moved out here was a lot louder. Like there was a lot more cars, there was a lot more horns honking. There's just a lot more people. Things were way busier. So like just general anxieties of being alive there was more stressful. So I would wear headphones to kind of block it out a little bit, but I would always have something playing even quietly, right? And outside of like sitting on a bus now, I basically don't do that. Clockwork, it's good to see you. Morning. No, totally. But like, I wonder what that's doing to our psyche. But it also depends on like how much we're listening to it, right? Like, and how much we're paying. Like, I don't know. I'm starting to think that like constantly having things playing in your head might not be the healthiest thing. Or at the very least, if you don't have any time of quiet. Like, this is some hippy dippy nonsense, but I was reading this thing about meditation recently where like the actual benefits of meditation is just being able to be bored. Like the thing that we're lacking right now in society and just like minute to minute life is being bored. I listen to podcasts a lot too, but for me, podcasts have become something that I have a little Bluetooth thing linked up to my hi-fi system, and podcasts now are like exclusively on that system. So like when I'm at home doing chores or other things around the house, but I try to listen to podcasts a lot less when I'm out, especially in public. Like if I'm in a restaurant, I don't have my headphones in anymore. I listen to people talking around me and stuff. But I feel like I'm probably in the minority, right? Where most people, I think, have prescribed quiet time in some way, either like at school or at a job where you're not allowed to do that. Maybe I'm giving people too much credit, but I feel like I'm kind of in that weird bubble of people that on paper kind of never needs to have quiet time. So I kind of have to force it into my activities, I guess. Oh, that's good to hear, Tropic. And pays better attention to the world around her, basically. That's interesting. I don't know. It's something I would love to read some studies on. I mean, it's just something that I've been thinking about recently because I've been noticing it in my day-to-day. And it's the sort of thing that I'm sure there have been studies done on like distraction and stuff, but it's kind of, I don't know. It's weird. Although I've been that weird guy for a while now who just like judges people. Like I was walking to the grocery store yesterday and I saw this couple walking towards me holding hands, both on their own phones, both with headphones in. I'm just like, what are we becoming? Oh yeah, chat. I need to tell you about my hero. You guys want to hear about my hero? I found a superhero. I do warn you this is going to involve some semblance of current day politics. Okay? So to those of you who are allergic to that, I get it. Plug your ears. But I saw a superhero the other day. Before I voted, I went to a diner that I like and got me 2 breakfast sandwiches, and they were delicious. While I was munching on my breakfast sandwiches, this older gentleman came in and sat down, and the lady working at the, says the guy with communist in his name, Tropicami, the lady working knew his name and said hi to him. I won't out his name. Dude was maybe in his 60s, like older gentleman, right? And he places his order, his coffee shows up, and then he opens up his laptop and connects to the local Wi-Fi and opens up YouTube. Now, he must be hard of hearing because I have everything zoomed in 200%. He must be hard of hearing and not see very well because I have everything zoomed in 200% on my computer, and his text was about 3 times the size of mine. So he had text like yay big on his screen, right? Just small little ThinkPad laptop. And he went to a recent Trump speech, okay? So Trump's on his monitor talking. And guy sits there watching for a little bit, just kind of shaking his head. And for reference, he's dressed in like full hippie gear. Like if this guy fell out of the 70s, he would fit. Like he kind of had bell-bottom jeans and like a very baggy shirt and like a do-rag tied around his thing and a vest that looked like somebody made at home. He's just sitting there and he's just shaking his head. This goes on for a couple of minutes. And then he scrolls down to the comments section and goes to almost every comment that because I could read the comments. I couldn't hear what he was listening to, but I could read the comments because they were just giant bold text. And he's like one table in front of me and like one to the side. So it's like perfect view right there. And he goes to every single comment that's agreeing with whatever the speech was about and saying that these are good things and reported them for harmful content. Guy wasn't even signed into a YouTube account from what I could tell. But you can still report comments. So he's just scrolling down, reporting every single comment. That can't be healthy. I hope he's okay. But my God, he was still there when I left, just like scrolling down, would look, shake his head, report for harmful misinformation. Scroll down, report. Scroll down, report. And this was like on a normal news network's channel. But it's a full-time job right there. It's gonna have no effect, but man, I hope he gets something positive out of that. Because I couldn't do that, dude. Yeah, absolutely. Full-time hater. Initially, I was worried he was just gonna start flaming people. I was like, am I gonna see somebody just like start flaming people in front of me? Like, am I about to witness like a real-life troll grandpa? But no, he just started reporting comments. And I am amazed. He still actually, you know, he has enough naivety to believe that these systems still work. Which I kind of envy, actually. Then you log in and start reporting his comments. Oh, jeez. But yeah, that's the superhero I ran into recently. So notifications we do get, it says autumn has arrived. This is telling me that dwarves are changing tasks. The only real indicator I have of dwarves dying is combat sounds and this. What do we have on the map right now? Albatross, people, and an osprey. There's nothing in cages. Everybody seems to be okay currently, which is good. I need to move this stockpile pretty soon. I also need to move the wood and the food. Food is highest priority, I think. Do you need a beer and a pat on the back? Is that what you need? I feel like that's what that guy needs. Oh, I see. You resubscribed. Clockwork, welcome back. It's good to have you. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded. One subscription at a time. Last week was a little nuts, so I'm not going to worry too much about the daily minimums this month. Let's go back to making rock blocks. Although it's autumn, which means it is trading season, and I don't think I'm going to get a notification about trading. So we have to just kind of keep an eye out for them. Any free dwarf? What dwarf? Actually, hold on. I do have a Domas who has a beard who is in the military. Who's a proficient axe dwarf. Does that work for you? Emperor Iron, bolt matched, is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He often feels envious of others and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and has little interest in joking around. He tends to be passive in discussions and is often nervous. He thinks is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and is brave in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't handle stress well and he is stubborn. He is bored. When he's bored, he often scratches his nose. He whispers when he's nervous, and when he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. A narcissistic miner. A little bit. Well, narcissistic ex-dwarf and part-time miner. Personally, he values nature and values peace over war and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes mica, lead, and plumagate, as well as hiccups, as well as indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume wine and absolutely hates snails. He personally values nature and values peace over war. He has no family in the fortress and worships Inaris, Tokmek, and you're a member of the Salty Shock, which is my fortress, and the Hammers of Dance, which is my faction. Welcome to the fort. Chat, can I get a round of beers for a Clockwork Dragon, keeping that subscription alive for a 5th month? The full proper subscription. And as a reminder to everybody, it only costs you 1 bit to get number 1 on the bits leaderboard. Big Mighty, what's up? Weird question. I bet that you know why. Does the game translate last names into English but not first names? Good question. I don't know why. The game just does that. Do you think that you'll get another snake person? I don't know. If another one shows up and we can't... Like, the rule I'm kind of working with the animal people is if they get stuck in a cage and chat wants me to, I will let them join the fort. Because that's just kind of fun. It's just a bit of fun. Because it's no alerts in the game, notifications are not alerts. Twitch notifications are not alerts, my dude. Although, I guess if you did get, like, a Twitch live stream went live notification that says no alerts would be kind of ironic. Now that I think about it. Kind of ironic, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing with birds. They're still effective, though. It just means that it's less bad if they get their wings chopped off. It was really funny. Well, I mean... Apologies, I guess. Let's just make more rock blocks and more rock blocks. No merchants are trading right now. We may also, like, miss trading this year entirely because we didn't start on the first month, so we're probably going to miss a year. What does multi-threading do to the game? It multi-threads line of sight code, which on higher-end PCs will save you 3 or 4 frames. On lower-end PCs will save you more. The reason it's listed as experimental is because it's not fully tested and probably won't be for a very long time because occasionally it can cause crashes. And by occasionally, I mean I have one proven crash that was caused by it in the time it's been out, and it's been out for about like 2 years now. It feels like 2 years, like a year and a half.
X100.
Thank you, Orc with Bow, for the $1. Fun fact, Lupex Trooper. If you catch some in a cage but leave them untamed and agitated, it will likely stop the others from repopulating the map. Because you'll hit the population cap for that type of bird. So if you have like 8 birds in a cage... Oh shit, the merchants are here. That's what I mean by I just have to keep checking. Also, an ad is going to pop up in a second here. We're on the ocean, and the ocean is Joyous Wilds, and we are also on Untamed Wilds. So it's the ocean portion is Joyous Wilds, and the land portion is Untamed Wilds. I will not ask why. I will just simply say thank you, DSEC. Thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the bits and the sub? Appreciate you. Dwarfs indeed, Friday Hawks. Also, YouTube folks, do not, under any circumstances, forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 92 of you watching, which I'm very grateful for. Thanks to the 92 of you that have tuned into the YouTube stream, but there's 40 likes, so please help those likes go up. I would greatly appreciate that if you did that for me. And thank you to the 190 of you here on Twitch. Wolfist Wolf meets with the Outpost Liaison, and I'm actually just going to tell him to bring items because that's less interesting, and we can do that during the ad break that I'm currently in. It's a very fancy silver chest, jeez. Bring these cut limestones. I'm just going to keep all the shoes right now. Go keep those gems too. I will, however, sell the totems. And I'll also sell the copper battle axe because I don't really want them using it. Yeah, I think that's it. Are you asking, like, have I ever considered replicating things? I don't find replicating things to be fun, Desec, because then that all that replicating things in Fortress mode does for me is it makes me feel like I'm just spending a shit ton of time fiddling as to whether or not something should be 2 tiles apart or 3 tiles apart, and I don't find that to be particularly creatively rewarding. I find that to be more like a test of my patience and frustrating than actually fun to do. I know that some people enjoy that. No, I'm good. I'm good. Your fort saved crashed while you were streaming, and then, but it got fixed by the DF team. Oh, that's good. Who'd you reach out to, Looper? I mean, like, when I had that hard lock issue in Head Punch, which I still kind of want to make a video out of, Putnam fixed it the next day. So yeah, no, they're very fast if you can be clear and have a repeating problem. Do you know what the cause was? Orange, thank you very much for the 50 months. That's also almost a hype train. It needs one more subscription, a Prime sub, or a $100 or a $1 in bits. Anything cool happen in what? The world, the video game, the Deadly Jive. It's good to see you, by the way. Nothing cool happens in the world. Only grim, dark things happen in the world. Also, I wanna show off a thingy. Navy, thanks for the $2.50. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you for carrying the stream. I want to show you guys a comment that I saw this morning that I think is really funny. This was up on my DF News video that I put up this the other day. YouTube comment filtering is terrible. Sort by taunt comments because I think it's at the bottom. Here. Okay, so this is this. DF news is always better than the real news, and I'm like, that's a fact unless DF is real news, but just not in real life news. Anyway, and then someone else responds with, actually, the world sitting being a 20-year-old simulation maintained by a very small team would explain a lot of current events. And that's like very, very true. Followed by someone saying, something just clicked with me. What if real life is going to absolute poop is actually the main cause for the whole interest in Dwarf Fortress? Like, if you understand Dwarf Fortress, it makes the thought of your country undergoing fun less paralyzing. Banal, even. Nothing ever happens both in the fortress and the world. This is the real... Anyway. That very much amused me this morning. Thank you very much for the hype train chat. You have no idea how many you have. Well, thanks for the $1 in bits. Appreciate you. Also, I need to see how many players Oblivion has. Oblivion is up to 100,000 players already. It only needs to multiply by 3 to surpass Starfield's all-time player count. You beg to differ, you got an Oblivion remake today? Cheese for everyone! And it doesn't seem to be reviewing badly yet. So that's good. I mean, what are the reviews at now? Yeah, very positive. 86% positive. That's pretty good for Steam.
A clockwork dragon cheered. X500. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Sun Tzu.
I wouldn't have been able to pin that quote. Clockwork, thank you very much for the $5. Appreciate you guys. There's much share. Information has been added to your civilization and world info. I think I'm just going to keep asking for specific metals. I mean, it's technically not... Well, I guess it is a Bethesda Game Studio game, but... Ironically, I find this very funny that you guys are... Actually, you know what? I should import wood. That's what I should import. Wolfist Wolf, thank you very much for continuing your subscription from a Prime into a Tier 1. Thank you much. Buy llamas? I don't need llamas. I also don't really have anywhere for them to graze. Sheet and blocks. Besides, the other fort has llamas. You'll see llamas on Friday. Tune in Friday for llamas. The other fort has plenty of llamas. Also, we're not buying them. We're ordering them for next year. Not quite the same thing, but... It is you, the Wolfist of Wolfist Wolves. Your dwarf's still alive. I'll buy the one bismuth. They brought a bunch of cats. I'm kind of tempted to buy both the cats and then just immediately geld them. I think I'm going to do that. I'm also going to buy the barrels, unless there's any unusable material stuff in them. Nope, it's just milk and wine. I'm also going to buy a couple of these. Let's buy those. And some of these. And let's just try the trade. There we go. They say, oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. And I'm going to go here. For some reason, searching for cats still doesn't work. It's odd. Like, you can search for anything else, but sometimes searching for cats fails. Do I use Auto Butcher? I don't use Auto anything. I play the entire game manually. I have DF Hack running, but every single one of its scripts are disabled. I don't like them. Not my thing. Do I already have a farmer's workshop? I don't think so, actually. Like, I made one and then immediately deleted it. There's 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the hype train. In order for it to level up, it needs 6 subscriptions or $27 in bits. But I do have to say a big thank you for the hype train, because it means a lot. It's lovely to see those leaderboards fill up. Let's go there. Real Gamer, thank you very much for the 15th month. Of course, subscriptions work towards that, so now I guess it would only need 5 to level up. You love the multi-story rooms. The reason I'm making them is so that I can see things happening, not necessarily where my camera is pointed. So it's literally like a emergency work thing. I need to be able to see everything, or as many things as possible. Let's just go here and make cheese, as well as the processing of plants. Okay, I do have one up here. That's fine. I can get rid of this then. We'll just help make cheese and then get rid of it. Fortress with extra headroom? Yeah, unfortunately dwarves can't look up, so they don't actually get any added value out of it. Something else that we're doing with this fort is I have the economy set to hard. Now's the time to check if you have any Prime subscriptions, because this hype train requires another 5 subscriptions to level up in the next 30 seconds if we want to complete level 3. But regardless, thank you very much for the hype train. Poetril, thank you very much for the Prime. That's 4 needed. It's almost there. Maybe it'll get there, maybe it won't. Your local Thai whoops. Tried to pause the game, but I was still tabbed out. Your local Thai restaurant just called you because you haven't ordered in a while? It's an odd way to do business. I can't say I've ever had a restaurant call me because, baby, where's your money? Like, ever felt extorted by the local pizza place? I have a surprise magical girl emote now. I don't know what to do with this. Well, okay. Appreciate you. I mean, so YouTube chat says, you think they would go insane scanning the fort? This is going to force me to do a lot of things that I wouldn't normally do in ways that I don't normally do them. Like, this fortress is going to force me to, like, if I dig down to the caverns, to not do it within my fortress. Like, I'm going to dig down to the caverns, but I'm going to do it from somewhere on the surface, right? So that if things come out of the caves, I won't see I won't have to deal with them until they make it to the surface and then to my fortress. Stuff like that. This is going to make me do a lot of things very differently than I normally would, which I think is going to lead to some interesting circumstances, but it is also going to take a little bit to kind of get to that point. This right here is going to be a food stockpile sans seeds, or at the very least, no plump helmet seeds, no wheat, cave wheat, no pigtails, and no actual pigtail plants. And what's the other one? Sweet pods. And then plants, no pigtails, because they have their own stockpile. And then over here, I can just get rid of this stockpile, and we're slowly moving away, which means dwarves should come up here and collect all this. There should be a bunch of hauling jobs all at once. If it's open on the surface and there's not much defending it, then you'll notice the problem that a friend of mine had when he tried that Deadly Jive, which is that goblins can climb on smoothed walls. And if you have an overhang, then they'll just eventually get up on top of the overhang and just use it as a firing squad. Like, literally, like, his fortress ended because, like, at the top of the pit, the goblins climbed his 3-layer high wall and then, like, walked into the middle and just started shooting straight down and just, like, started picking his dwarves off. It was kind of grim, actually. I'm playing myself, yes. This is where I need to make a 3D VTuber avatar of myself and then be myself as myself. No wonder Eggs is having such a hard time carrying this barrel. It's a fat barrel. Is that a in poor taste joke? Weak and small. Oh, you poor dwarf. It's carrying a barrel full of animal fat and it's just like, dwarf is weak and small. The other thing I would like to do is I would like to get this stockpile fuller. So I'm going to expand the size of this. You should have 0 bins, actually. Same with you. But you should have 0 wheelbarrows on this one. Same with you. So I just want them to haul stuff. I'm not sure how to do it in the current version, but there used to be a plugin where you could generate world maps based on images, Elmiran, and somebody made a world map that looked like my skeleton mascot a while ago. Which was both kind of terrifying, but also kind of endearing in a way. It's amazing. Yeah. I mean, it was interesting. Or just like, huh, why'd you put the time into making that? Not much in the way of conglomerate up here currently, but I'll expand it as it goes. And stuff's getting brought over pretty quickly. And Googs, thanks for converting that tier 1 to a, or for that thanks for converting that prime to a tier 1. Appreciate you, mate. I get paid better with the paid tier 1s, so. Collect all the birds and make big omelets. I think what you mean is roasts, my friend. All of the birds? It'll take a while. I'm very, like, apprehensive to the concept of, like, collect all animals of a certain species forts, because that basically requires them all to be tamed, and I've never... Like, you would need a really big world with a lot of elves that you could trade with, and humans that you can trade with. But that's something that I've always been a bit apprehensive to do, because just of the way animal spawns work, I think, like, the only way to actually do it would probably be using outsiders in adventure mode. Because you'd have to, like, have tamed breeding pairs of things. Start up with an outsider with like 1,000,000 points and then just start running adventurers with different animals would be the way, or the only way that I would know how to do that anyway. Let's polish limestone and then encrust furniture with polished stones. Like in school? Oh, in Dia. Okay, hold on a second. What do you mean by pig genetics in Dwarf Fortress? Please elaborate. I require some elaboration on this. I need to know what in the heck you're talking about. Let's just not put that there right now. Looks like they're still here to trade, but not something I'm really interested in doing at the moment. I'd be really curious to know how effective that actually is, because as far as I know, the only thing that's pushed genetically in Dwarf Fortress is families. As in, like, personalities within families. So I do actually wonder how effective that would be, but I'm curious, so do report. Yeah, what do you think about the grazer text? Animal requires pasture. I think it's one of those things where it seems like a simple little fix that's probably good for new people, but I would like to see them make it a bit more clear. Like, once it's at, like, it should change to is in pasture when you rename it or something. It is not paused ATM. It is just simply on cooldown at this moment. Naming dwarves has a 30-minute cooldown, which means it'll be up in 4 minutes. Or rather, naming something has a 30-minute cooldown. But no, it is not paused. It's on cooldown. Just because it's not there currently doesn't mean it's paused. That's the TLDR, really. Let's see about this side. Okay, so that should be fine. Just can't go any higher than this. Just can't go any higher than this. This fort is going to be wide. Yeah, it's going to have to be. I mean, bedrooms are going to go along the back here. Currently, everybody has a bedroom, which means I should probably make more bedrooms. Also, I should probably make other types of housing, but, you know, one thing at a time. Yeah, we made some changes to it literally last stream. I've been real frustrated and not satisfied with the way it's worked for a while. It just feels too expensive or too hard to get. And also people misunderstand the rules because they're kind of expensive way too much. And so I decided to just say, fuck it, anarchy, and make it cheaper and remove the rules. But honestly, the main impetus for me changing this is I'm just fucking tired of people being like, it's broken for me. Well, I don't care, is the reality. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. And it sucks. Do you have any guilds yet? I've intentionally made a guild, which is this one, and I'm cranking up the value of it slowly. So technically, yes. What's the goal of this fort? Exclamation point goal.
Crypt beer.
Q and Green Tea, thanks for the 27th month. Areno, appreciate you greatly. How's the fort? Terrible. Awful. Nothing has happened in the last 20 minutes. I don't know. Still getting started. Nothing. We've traded. Nothing particularly noteworthy has happened outside of that. Very quiet. Oddly tranquil. How's things, Lanix? I mean, this fort doesn't even have a tavern. This fort has a temple and a guild. That's it. So nothing has happened that I'm aware of. Correct. But nothing would imply that anything particularly negative has happened. So there's that. Each have their own office, dining hall, and tomb. Completely unnecessary, but amusing. Are they all connected to the same rooms? Because to me, like, I've found that to be pretty fun when I've done that in the past. Until I kind of hit this critical point of, oh shit, half the fort just died and now I need to reassign all of this. And then I kind of stopped doing it. Is usually how it goes. So like, I'll feel the need of be like, yeah, this will be really cool. I'll name all, or I'll make sure that everybody has all of these things assigned to them, and it'll be a really cool, like, longer term, like, project that I'm gonna work on. And then I go, oh, I don't want to do that. Neezer, what are we naming? Shogun for bookkeeper. That's Tropic Communist, unfortunately. If not available, then any free dwarf. Any requests? Also, do you want the free dwarf named Neezer? Neezer? Or do you want it named Shogun? Stop them! Stop there, you criminals! No, stop right there, you criminal scum. Yes. Short me. Okay, but what dwarf? Or is it just a dealer's choice? Nil? Okay. Nil is snail. I can't give you nil, unfortunately. Nil's already named. So if for happy, there's Tholtig. Tholtig pretty happy. Slycut pretty happy. I mean, it's the same task as nil. Tholtig, okay. Neezer, the Misty Letter, never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and has no ambition whatsoever. It very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, has a calm demeanor, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. The traders appear to be leaving. It almost looked like they attacked something, so I was like, what's going on? She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she often acts with compassion. She has a greedy streak, and she lives a fast-paced life. When she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and sees those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and sees merrymaking as a waste. You walked into a massive email chain. Don't you love it when there's just like a 15 reply alls? She likes pitch blend and brown zircon, as well as giant saltwater crocodile bone, armadillo shell, and the color cream. Gems, maces, and armor stands, and bracelets and coins, and geese for their formation flying, badger men for their underground communities, and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven beer, milk, and hard wheat flour, and absolutely hates rats. Small Bean Lad, thanks for the 50 stream streak. Damn. I don't know how to feel about those streaks, because, damn, that's a lot of time, dude. What's the no alerts challenge? Up here, there's normally notifications of what's happening in your fort. They're all turned off. So I have no location-based indicators on what's going on in the fort. The only power that I have is seeing things and hearing audio cues. Tropic Communist is your lover, by the way. So you're in love with a Tropic Commie. You're also a member of the original Starting Seven, so you have a bunch of kindred spirits in the fort. So welcome to the fort. Also, shoutouts to all the people who've been making Losing My Religion references, the REM song, after the most recent patch. That's all I gotta say. So that's a good song. That's all I got. A dwarf in the corner. Yes, that is a lyric from that song, correct, Hard Mistletoe. How was my weekend? Fun and lovely, but also at the same time weirdly grim. I went on a lovely hike with my dad and then started seeing a lot of search and rescue and heard a search and rescue helicopter, and the visibility was terrible. And then after the hike, we learned that somebody died up there, falling off of a cliff not far from where we ate lunch. So there was potentially a dead body like a couple 100 meters behind us, and visibility was terrible, so we never would have seen it. But it's also very likely that she fell right where I've camped before. So kind of mixed. I mean, we had a great time. It's just grim. Like if you go look up Mount Seymour, Vancouver search and rescue, you can read this story, but it ended up on the news the next day. So I had a weird weekend, but good. I mean, not that productive work-wise because I got back Sunday afternoon late enough in the day that I didn't want to do any work. And then I just kind of dozed that evening. And then Monday I voted and then got back and realized that I needed to make a Dwarf Fortress news video. So I immediately did that, got that uploaded, and then wrote a blog post, and then I had to go get groceries and stuff. So I didn't get anything else done yesterday. So not the most productive work weekend for me because most of it was spent back where I used to live because it's my dad's birthday on the 20th, and it's Easter. And my family celebrates Easter every year. We do an Easter dinner, so we did an Easter dinner, and that was lovely. So no complaints, but... How so? I thought it was kind of low effort and quick, but if you thought it was so good, then yay. Laya, it's good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope you've been well. Also, Laya, I'll have you know that I've picked up pencil sketching since we last spoke. So I've been drawing weird spaceships and things. Planets. And stuff. Since you're a fellow penciler. So yeah, that's how my weekend was. It was a good weekend. It was more of a weekend than my weekends generally are. Like I took more time to myself than I do normally. Because it was just me hanging out with my dad mostly. But uh-oh. Oh, I see. That should be yeah, no. Yeah, okay. No, we're good. It's just making me nervous. This is one of those forts where I could very easily scuttle the whole fort by mistake by pumping and tapping into the wrong thing. Or are you saying it was a good update because you would have missed it otherwise? Should probably block this off. Maybe like over here? Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just do that. It'll take a little while to dig it out, but... But also because finally caps have distinctions would fuck me. It was so hard to tell your normies from military dwarves? What do you mean? Do you use metal caps? Because if so, I don't think I've ever used those. So that's a visual issue I would never run into. That's interesting. You'd make a system where if the fort was being taken over, you could flood it and then no one can have it. Oh, I've definitely done that before. I flooded hell with an ocean once. Because, like, I was digging too deeply and greedily and they were obviously going to win and I had, like, 3 dwarves left. So I told one of them to just go, like, chip a hole through the wall and he did. And then, like, the whole wall exploded and the hell was, like, momentarily full of water and then it all drained out the sides. Like, doesn't have any practical effects, but it was satisfying to do it. Let's go statue. I kind of want these conglomerate statues to have engraving or like gems or rocks encrusted in them, but whatever. Okay, this I'm just going to actually get rid of right now. If the fort is going down, it's going down in style. It's definitely rules to live by, I would say. Although, don't go down in too much style, because I once, I had a fort, I can't remember the name of it, and I wanted to just kind of, like you said, go down in style, right? And it was next to a volcano, and some intelligent undead got into the fort, and I had no military. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna take this one and chisel through the side of the volcano and let the lava fill it up. And so that started happening, and it burned most of the fort, got into my stockpiles, it was very dramatic, and then the last of the dwarves died, and then the fort fell. And I was like, man, I really want to get some of my artifacts back, and I was playing in the same world as a different faction, and I sent some dwarves to go get those artifacts because they were still listed as being there. Little did I know that the game wouldn't reset the temperature upon them arriving back on the map, and caused all of the dwarves bringing artifacts back from that mission to spontaneously combust upon re-entering the map and cause the entire map to burn down. Wasn't that Baldur's Gate? No, this was before Premium came out. This was like 2020, early, maybe 2019. So, yeah. And then, I mean, a similar thing happened in Gortusk, where I had soldiers that were randomly catching fire, and I'm pretty sure that was because they were pulling stitches out of dwarves that burned to death and then putting them into dwarves that didn't. And I think that the stitches temperature wasn't resetting. So I'm pretty sure they were catching fire with that. Am I supposed to know who that is? No more brain cells for you? The ocean fort that Krug Smash did, where he toppled the whole thing into the ocean. I've done that too, with a volcano though, not with an ocean. Are cleverly eliminated like that? Well, I mean, this isn't Tome, right? Tome has that. Tome has that global chat where you can laugh at random people who die to the first enemy in the game. Oh, BioShock, right? Yep, nope. That is the guy from that. Yep, that's the voice in BioShock. Nope, you are correct. I'm just sitting there going like, am I supposed to know who Andrew Ryan is? I'm not great with remembering the names of characters for franchises I haven't thought about in a very long time. But yeah, that is a fun thing to imagine. Maybe. Everybody here has seen that, wait, what? You lost your last one to an opossum devil? Aw, must have been adorable. Actually, no, an opossum devil would be kind of scary. That's just a normal opossum now that I'm thinking about it. Because opossums are just giant, scary, mutated rats, right? So, like, an opossum devil would just be a bigger, scary, mutated rat. But, like, in reality, opossums are kind of adorable, so. I kind of can't hate on an opossum. Very fancy silver chest is going in here. And also down here, I'm just going to, whoopsies, not that. I don't want to put my steel bar down there. My individual steel bar, the one steel bar I have. Man, 160 for this. Okay, fine. An entire civilization is elves. Just make sure that in your next fort, you build a fortress and you side with the elves and then destroy the dwarves who destroyed the civilization of elves so that the elves can return to their former power so you can destroy them again. Gotta take all sides in the fight. Also, I love the fact that you are flagged for ban evading in my chat, Farts Dwarf. Which is why nobody else can see you. Your mayor never gets to the parlay before she has to eat a sandwich. I mean, you gotta eat lunch before you go out. Yeah, Twitch chat, if you think I'm talking to somebody who doesn't exist, it's because none of you can see them because they're flagged as a suspicious user. You got a new phone number? No. So have I banned you before? Or you can see him and smell him? Ah. Don't sit downwind. They'll smell you. You think they can smell us? I can smell them. Commando's a good movie. You should watch Commando. Yeah, I mean, right before you're about to go to the most dangerous mission of your lives, I mean, I'd want a last meal. Like, if I was gonna have to, like, I don't know, go have discussions with goblins in front of my home, who want to kill us all, I would want to eat lunch first. Don't want to go to your potential death on an empty stomach. Also, several swigs of brandy. Sausage, exactly, tripping. Yeah, we did have to make the Snake Man clothing, though. I want to know what Snake Man trousers are like, though. Like, do you think he's got them on his arms? He's just got like one's just like tied around his waist like a welt, like a one goes down the leg and then the other one is tied around his waist. You just made the Twitch account and installed Twitch on this phone. Have you had another Twitch account in the past? Sussy McSuss? Like, have you watched this stream on another account in the past? Yeah, one. What was the name of it? Gonna look it up and see if I banned it. Because that would be why you're flagged now. You don't think you've watched this stream, though? Okay, well, what was the username? I realize this is oddly pointed, but unfortunately, I kind of have to do this. You don't remember? That's why you made a new account. Still sus. Because you have to have watched this account before, or this stream before, in order to be flagged as a suspicious user. That's how that flag works. The stolen why? The stolen why? Accurate, Q and green tea. For reference, Farts Dwarf, on my screen you have giant bold letters, suspicious user, next to your name. So I'm calling you sus because that's what I see. Right. Oh, yeah, okay. No, I remember. Analysis lover that looked like anal cis lover. Oy vey. Is this... I'm expecting somebody to make a dwarfs don't fart joke. That's what I'm waiting for. It hasn't happened yet, and I'm kind of disappointed in you. Second dwarf fortress crash? No. Are all rooms double layered? Because I have no notifications. So I want to be able to have an idea of what's going on in a room when I'm not in that room. Also, I do this a lot because it looks cool. Dwarfs do, goblins don't. True, goblins don't eat, so how would they fart? But yeah, that's why everything's double layered. One feature we would really love in Dwarf Fortress is copy paste things like bedrooms and furniture. I don't think I would ever use it, but it would be neat if they could implement something like that. I do wonder how capable the engine is of doing that. I know DF Hack has tools like that. They don't maybe operate exactly the way you'd imagine they would, but there are hacky workarounds if you really want a feature like that. It's not really my thing, but lots of people do use that stuff. This can go away because I got this one down here. No. Curious Lemony. I use DF Hack as a bug checking tool. It's something that I will occasionally pop up to check something or to try and fix something if it's breaking the game for whatever reason. Like if I have a sudden slowdown that I could diagnose without DF Hack, I will often just use DF Hack to speed it up. Occasionally, I will use DF Hack to make things join the fort, like that Snake Man, because that's just fun. But no, I don't use any automation. I don't find it to be particularly useful. A lot of the stuff that I see people talking about using a lot and liking, to me, removes elements of the gameplay that I enjoy. So stuff like remembering to go in and butcher livestock. To me, that's part of the game. For some people, that's an annoyance. And if you find that to be an annoyance, then more power to you. I find that to be a part of the game that I enjoy. The having to remember, oh, I should go manage this thing. So no, I don't use any of that because I don't consider it to be quality of life. I consider it to be unnecessary workarounds. And a lot of that stuff, like if I turn on... a lot of this stuff I consider to be too much information. Like, I don't want this. I would rather use the game's provided systems to be able to manage things. Another thing that I don't like is I don't want this. That's too much information. I don't need to know that information. I don't like minimizing the terms over here down to just a level. I think that sucks. It removes a lot of the ambiguousness of Dwarf Fortress is what makes it convincing to me. And if you have too much of that, it's not convincing anymore. It just becomes... It loses the charm of what makes Dwarf Fortress special to me. But if you find that stuff useful, then use it. And what enemy said. Mathlick. Guess that goes away. What was I just doing, Laya? Also, Laya, thank you very much for the 21st month. But what was I just doing? Building with the material.
Paw on alert.
Selecting the material. And then use last material. Welcome back. That's a vanilla feature now. You do have to reselect the material if you run out. But that's just in the game now. So. So I'll take your soul now. Thanks. For the low price of $5 a month, you're on to it. Or however much a sub costs. Transplanter Sage, thank you very much for the 14th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. For 6 months in advance. Holy shit. That is, in fact, an alert. Yes. In before Laya mails me a shoe sole. Like, just the bottom of a shoe with the shoe cut off. There's my soul. Or if it, sure, yeah, soul fillet. I actually have some soul in my fridge right now. It's delicious. Also, I bought some soul and some cod for this week. The soul's in the freezer, though. I sort of withheld that information, I suppose. Slowly moving stuff. Slowly moving stuff. Because right now there is a lot of jobs that Dwarf is doing. A physical copy of Dark Souls? I don't know what I would do with that, but... Leitibe, thank you very much for tuning in today. How was your day, my friend? You just noticed your new hat? It's more of a crown. Speaking of hats and people who wear fancy hats. Man who wear a fancy hat recently passed away. The Pope died. And the guy who's currently in charge until a new Pope gets elected is named Kevin. And he's from Dublin. Can we all just, like, be immature and cackle about how funny that is? His name is Kevin. So Rip Francis, who by all accounts seemed like a okay individual. Yeah, Kevin. All hail Pope Kevin. He's just a stand-in. He's temporary Pope. It would have been funnier if his name was Steve, but like I just man. I turned the radio on yesterday and heard that the Pope had died and that the guy in charge was named Kevin. And after I finished laughing, I went to look that up to make sure that was real and not the CBC getting something wrong. What's wrong with Kevin? It's a very normal name. That's all. It's very, very normal. There's nothing wrong with Kevin as a name. It's just a very normal name. And the Pope having a very normal person name is just really funny. Because I am a child who's kind of immature. And to me, I find that very funny. Like, Pope, like the Pope from my entire life has always been somebody with kind of a very like European sounding name, or like a name that you don't hear all the time. They're like Formula One drivers. They have weird names, but like now it's just Kevin. You know, it'd be like Pope Bob. You know, like it's not. Or like something a bit more biblical sounding. Okay, Pope Mark might be maybe funnier. No, I did not, Zoe Beetroot. Whatin? Was it? Paul also wouldn't make me blink. So, Farts Dwarf. You don't have any connection to the, person I banned for, like, pretending to not be who they were originally, are you? Because you type very similarly to that person. The person who was swapping accounts to get around a ban that I threw at them for being obnoxious. It's not you, is it? I realize you can just say, no, it's not me. But, like... I'm thinking. Okay, Pope Mario would make me die. I would laugh so hard if they had a Mario. The Flick plottens, this is true. It always plottens. Luigi would also be really funny. Any Mario character, for that matter, would be really funny. Pope Bowser would also be pretty good, though. Considering there's a Doug Bowser who runs Nintendo right now, that's almost, like, hard to believe. It's so funny. You know, of all the things that are not on my bingo card, Nintendo suing the Pope is not one of them. You really don't know you're sorry. Okay. I mean, you do have a giant suspicious next to your name, so I'm being inherently suspicious. Because you don't just get ban evasion. Normally you just pop up as a new user. So it's the fact that you have watched this stream before and likely had an account banned from this stream before. That makes me sense. Yes, you are not wrong. That would in fact be great. But I don't think that would happen. I don't think Nintendo owns the rights to the word Mario. As much as I think they did. They don't own that name. They own it in the context of being a plumber in a video game, but... You know, I am slightly surprised that that emote is allowed to exist on Twitch. I'm happy that it does, Bonesaw, but... I genuinely am kind of impressed every time I see it that, wow, that still exists. The Holy Plum. Gonna plumb the world's problems. Oy vey. Oh, I'm not saying Radu isn't a genius for having said emote. It's a good emote. I will say I'm a wee bit concerned when you use it in combination with the pointing the gun at people in my chat. Makes me kind of reconsider that emote again and maybe swap it out for a squirt gun. I've thought about that before, but... Like, make it look cartoonishly unreal. The Patriarch of Jerusalem is called Pier Battista Pizzaballa. Now, I have a question. Is that how the name is spelled, or is that how it's pronounced? Because if it's pronounced very differently than that, that would be the most actually series of events. That's... You just Google it, it's spelled that way? Is it said that way, though? Yeah, there's been Pope Peters in the past. You know, Pope Daniel would be pretty good, because then it could just be Damn Daniel. We could bring back Damn Daniel. Because that wasn't a joke that ran its course at any point. Ooh, lead bars. Let's do that. It's just Pizzaballa? Huh. That would be like somebody here being named Sourdough. There's so many brand opportunities for this, you know? The Vatican could make so much money selling pizza balls. Spitalier, thank you very much for spreading the love of pizza balls with the subscription of 64 months in my chat. The Nintendo number. All 64 of them. The 64th Nintendo console. Naturally. Appreciate you, mate. It's actually pronounced pizza balla. Okay. The Pope takes a new name when he's elected to the position? I didn't actually know that. Why did Kevin get to take a new name? Wait, can it be anything they want? Or are they given a name? So I was raised very Lutheran. So as a result, I'm actually exceptionally ignorant of, like, how Catholicism works. Because, like, I never cared, really, to look into it. And when you spend a lot of time around the Lutheran church, you kind of look at Catholicism and just be like, bunch of fucking cultists, then go on with your day. So there's a lot of things I'm completely unaware of in Catholicism. So, no, I didn't know that. Learn something every day, I suppose. No, he's just momentarily in charge. He's the temporary chair sitter, is what Kevin is. Why are you sleeping out here? You have a bedroom. Right there, even. The heck? He's a temporary secretary. Is that a snakeman? That is, in fact, a snakeman. A snakeman. So we didn't get a migrant wave this year, which leads me to believe that because of when this fort started, which was 2 weeks into spring, I don't think we're going to get any migrant waves this year, at least until next fall. So it's going to be kind of a slow start to this one. Also, name something is up if somebody wants to name something. Anyone with a beard if possible. Whomst do you wanteth with beard? I'm looking for dwarves with beards that aren't named. Actually, I think they may all be named. I think every single bearded dwarf is named. The snake is a boy and the snake isn't named. Do you want to be the snakeman? Maybe we should name you Nom Nom Bunny instead of Enter Bunny. Does that work? Man, we should make this king snake into a king snake. Perfect. Okay, there you go. Enter Bunny is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Okay, sorry. I'm going to do this. Please don't hate me. He is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything, desires little for himself in the way of possessions, and tends to be a little wasteful when working. I'm going to stop doing this. This is annoying. Wasteful when working on projects and doesn't mind a little discord in day-to-day living. And he tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He can handle stress, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and is somewhat quarrelsome. He has an active imagination and rarely feels discouraged. Could be considered rude. Snakish. Snope is what I'm going to say to that. So if this is true from YouTube chat, apparently Pope Francis's real middle name was Mario, which is even funnier. Anyway. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally holds his craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks, treasures leisure time, and thinks that it is very important. You know, that's the most snake-like thing about this whole thing. Like, likes lying around in the sun. Finds blind honesty foolish and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is a member of the Salty Shack and is a passing acquaintance with Snail. Dun, 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 dun. Wants to take it easy. Welcome to the fort. He fell down the wrong pipe, that's for sure. They want their boat back. Correct, Tropic, yeah. I think that in the current year, it is not in poor taste to make fun of the Pope. I'm just going to say that. Like, I get it. It's unfortunate that he died, but my heart goes out to anybody who cares. But I just think it's kind of funny. I guess that just means I'm a bad person. I mean, I only just learned this, and I do find it weird. So wait, does that mean Nicolas Cage is as weird as the Pope, then? Because that's not his real name. Yeah, I mean, he had a long life and was kind of important and got to do a lot of cool things in the last couple of years. You know, being a Pope and all. So I think that there's like a point with seniors where, or maybe not seniors, but like elder individuals where you just kind of have to look at what they got to do with their life. And for me, at the very least, it's hard to look at what the Pope did with his life and not be like, jealous is the wrong word. Like, I'm not jealous of being the Pope. I have no aspirations or interest or desire in being the Pope. But like, you kind of just have to look what they were able to do with their life and just envy them in a way. That's how I see it. He'd probably find it funny too. What, that Kevin's taking over? I don't think he would admit that it's funny. But true, he was the woke Pope, yeah. Kind of reminds, like, the way he talked actually about people very much reminded me of my old pastor, the one that I liked. I had one that I liked. His name was Bob. Bob was great. Apparently Bob lives pretty close to me now, actually. My older sister was his pharmacist for a while. Or rather, worked at his pharmacy. Over here on the island. Oh, someone has to have made that mod, right? Well, I mean, stage names are kind of like... How the fuck did you get in here? Chat, am I going crazy or did that thrips just appear in front of the... Oh, that's probably the problem. Well. You enjoy the storytelling, the storytelling that I achieve, the storytelling that I achieve. Good to know. Well, cheers. I've got another one that I'm working on. It'll be out at some point next month. Did a flyby before. Yeah, I didn't see it before though. We're just gonna block this off, and then that should stop being a problem. Like, I know how it got in. Oh, hey, look, a normal king snake. Oh, man, I kind of wish you would get stuck in one of my cage traps. Oh, I think it found my dogs. Because there's now a dead thrips there. And, did any of you get it?
Bring out your dead!
Well, something got it. Something got it. I kind of Well, it'll honestly be kind of hard to figure out what got it, but I was kind of hoping a cat got it. That would have been really funny. Goose certainly didn't get it. Nothing's got a combat log, but there's a dead thrips there. Ah! Okay, you attacked a camel. I don't know. Something killed it. Pig feels love after gaining a sibling. Regardless, it's dead from what I can tell, so. But it looks like somebody's butchering an animal. I don't know what it is. What are we butchering? Are we butchering the giant thrips? Oh, hell yeah! Self-delivering foodstuffs. You love to see it. Combat logs are there if I can find it. I opened the one combat log I saw, but it was just it fighting with a camel, so... if I were able to find whatever killed it, it would have a combat log, but I'm not going to go through every single entity in the fortress to find it. Because there is no combat or sparring logs. It's Untamed Wilds Desert and Joyous Wilds Ocean. That's disturbing. Why did I make that lead? Oh well, whatever. It's lead now. Currently, a lot of this stuff is just coming from over here. We're just moving stuff back and forth and getting stuff put away. Need to make another one for bars, too. It won't lead the fort now. Yeah. Well, it'll lead them away from my side entrance. That's for sure. It'll lead them away from my side entrance. But how have you been, Laya? I think the last time you watched, I hadn't moved yet. Like, I don't think I had a green screen last time I saw you around. But, hope you've been doing well. Giant blue lizard. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Hi, new here. Lareiko. How are you, Lareiko, in YouTube chat? Also, Hilmar, hello. And Quentin as well. Hello. Appreciate you. Bit busy? Yeah. I moved. Okay, so my mom is giving me a lemon tree. It's my birthday gift from my parents. They're giving me a lemon tree, a Meyer lemon tree, which is going to be named Michael Myers, obviously. And it's going to be delivered by my little sister and her future husband this Friday because they are coming to visit for a night. Because they're doing something in town here and then leaving. And I need somewhere to put a lemon tree. That's the first problem. But apparently it's already got lemons on it. And I eat lemons. Like, I'm the kind of person who will buy lemons because I use it when I cook. Like, if I'm making pasta or any kind of fish, I'm probably going to cut a lemon up for it. But looking at how big it already is and how many lemons it already has on it, I'm going to have too many goddamn lemons. So if anybody lives locally in town, do you want free lemons? Like, send me a DM. I might be able to hook you up with some lemons. Because I'm already, like, a little bit worried about how many lemons this thing has on it. Make lemonade? I wonder what Meyer lemonade would be like. Yeah, buy a juicer, I guess. Just like a little manual one with a press. I read that as color them orange. But, I mean, I do eat lemons, but there's only so many lemons a person can go through, you know? You can ferment them? Uh-oh, don't give me ideas. I know that you can use them in pickling. You switched to Twitch? Well, welcome to the Twitch side of things. You do get faster responses here on Twitch. I do read the YouTube chat. I just don't read the YouTube chat as quickly because it's usually quieter and it's harder to tell who's watching live and who's in the replay somewhere from some point in history hours ago. Although, folks on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like on the stream, yeah? It does help things out over here. Also, speaking of things, I need to see how many people are playing Oblivion. 130,000 people are playing Oblivion right now. 131,000 people are playing Oblivion. As a reminder, the all-time peak player count of Starfield was 330,000. I'm kind of I think this might pass it. It might take a moment because people who aren't psychopaths somehow were lucky enough to miss it get leaked a trillion times, but yes. They remade Oblivion. They remade Oblivion. That's what's up with Oblivion. And it was the industry's worst kept secret for the last, year. Because Virtuous kept leaking it accidentally. But apparently it's not terrible. I mean, it's actually got... Why does it... Because you have a shitty computer, probably. Why does game run like shit? Of course. I do actually wonder about a lot of these people who have, game runs like ass on their computer. It's like, okay, so when did you update your drivers last? Do you actually have a good modern computer, or did you have a good modern computer 5 years ago and now you're in denial? Maybe I'm too judgmental. I don't know. Because it does have pretty hefty minimum requirements and probably wouldn't run that well at minimum requirements. You loved Oblivion? You might actually pick it up. Supposedly it's just Oblivion running under the hood. It has the same bugs. There's also that. You can still play the original, yeah. Are all your combat logs still kept in the alt tab in the top left? I'll be honest, I don't think so. Yeah, okay, so they are still up here, but I don't get any, full screen alerts for them. No, okay, so these are only, reported ones. The combat ones are here when they're not up here, but they won't pop up here. And then a lot of these would normally be happening or not. Yeah, it's not giving me the training military notifications either. Although nobody's currently training, so maybe they do when they're actually training. $120 gigabytes. I'll say the thing that I said earlier today. That ship sailed years ago. You guys are, maybe not you specifically, but people keep buying 4K monitors and you can blame all of them. Literally, it's 4K assets. And go to your phone camera and export the 4K image of a photo that you took and then look at the size of that and then realize how video games are made. The install for Rainbow Six Siege is ginormous, huge, and something like 90% of it is gun skins. Streamer is, in fact, in Canadian, yes. Dollars. Wrong side of the continent, farts. I don't remember a single game that ever did that. I remember people talking about 4K assets being a separate download and maybe one or two things doing that. Didn't Call of Duty do that one year? But no, not really, because that never really was like a thing that everybody was doing. At least not that I remember. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but... Remember when EA Games would sell you an online pass? SSD required under system requirements? Genuine question, actually. Is anybody here not using an SSD for their OS? Or an NVMe? All right, sus user finally gave me a reason. Yeah, I mean, I have 2 NVMe drives, but I mean, I have a stupid number of hard drives in my computer. For game, yes. Really? No, I like my OS turning on quickly. Yeah, when I built this computer, I was like, everything is going to be installed on M.2 drives, and then I have 2 SSDs, and then just a bunch of hard disks. You know, it's funny. Okay, so I pay for electricity here, right? And electricity is pretty cheap here. I can see my power usage by the hour on the BC Hydro website. And I'm going to tell you this. If I leave my computer on 24/7, which I have in the past, it uses more power and costs me about $15 a month more than if I turn it off at night. So I turn it off at night. Also because I have an OS that doesn't break my audio whenever I, turn it off and on. Look at you, Windows. So, yeah, I turn my computer off every night. Also because I sleep right there and it's quieter with it off. Not only do I turn it off, I also flip the power switch off. I completely power it down. The other thing for me is it's like a mental health practicality thing. This computer is my job, right? So when the computer's on, it's very hard to not work. When computer's off, it's much easier to not work. So if I turn the computer off, then I'm not jumping back on the computer constantly and like wasting my off time. So it's a personal health thing. Saw another bug in the fort? To realize that you mean literal giant bugs. Oh, wow, you're not wrong. Well, it's not this may actually have been the original one. Man, Buddy's just sitting there. Well, I mean, turning my computer off at night when I'm done work for the day actually cuts the amount of time it's running in about half. What? Oh, it moved over there. Time for the dwarves to go chasing a giant bug. That dwarf runs away in fear. Okay, you got this, Wolfist Wolf. The dogs have got this. You get a little tired, but you get to go off on your day. Looks like you got it. Well done there, dwarf. Well done. See if anybody's butchering it. Probably not. They're probably just tossing it. I don't know. I've gone through eras where I haven't turned my computer off for months at a time, and I genuinely find that, like, it's better for me more than anything to turn the computer off. And because I can see the power usage, I do feel better about turning it off. So I prefer to turn my computer off. If I had a server, it would probably run 24/7 though. You have a necromancer in your fort. You made him dungeon master. So far, he seems to be a pretty chill guy. Is that a bad idea? The only thing that I would say is like actually like a bad idea for necromancers is putting them in your military and training them and then setting them into a fight. The only reason that's a bad idea is because more than half of the things that they resurrect won't be friendly to you. And if they're resurrecting something that isn't friendly to you, then your dwarves will get into an infinite loops of like repeatedly killing and then resurrecting things, which can be bad for frame rate. But it can also be very funny, and you're not necessarily going to lose the fight, and we'll probably end up with a bunch of friendly zombies by the end of it. It's also exceptionally good training for your soldiers. It's also terrible for moods. That's about the only thing that I would say is maybe a bad idea. Because what makes the necromancer resurrect things is it feeling... I shouldn't have a notification there. Hold on. I didn't have a notification yesterday. Why do I have one now? Or last time I played. Why do I have one now? Oh, hello, evil turnip. Yeah, the no clip dock was cool to finally see. Fuck it, I'm just gonna turn all this stuff off too. I thought that I had that disabled last stream though, because like there was combat that happened and I didn't get any combat logs for it, so I don't know what's changed. Oh well, there's not too much I can really do. We got a smoky quartz scepter? When did that happen? Well, that's cool to see. That is cool to see. Don't need that many more, but we'll get there. Gremlin's getting into the settings file and pulling random switches. Don't give them ideas. Come on. Don't give them ideas. They don't need those. They have plenty already. Just kind of waiting until this stops getting filled up with stuff. Because when this stops getting filled up with stuff, that means that this side is full. So ads are about to pop. When the ads are actually playing, I will pause the game and then unpause the game when the ads are done. Also need to get the stockpile back here moved. I'm thinking to underneath here. You only changed to an SSD this year? I moved to an SSD when City Skylines came out. So 2016, I think? So I remember that was also when I... Yeah, because I had to do a full OS reinstall, or I did a full OS reinstall for that. Vividly remember that. Those are going to be crafting rooms. I'm going to move most of the stuff going on in here, Jive, down into one of these rooms, or those two rooms. Probably just going to have a row of them going along here in a very similar design. But we're in an ad break now, so we'll pause and just wait. Actually, since there's an ad break running, I'm gonna go... My water bottle's on the floor over there, but it's empty. I'm gonna go fill my water bottle up. I will be right back. Water bottle acquired. Oh shit, save the game streamer. Noted. What's up, Nights Are Slow? How are you? I will say, it's been really cool to see people pop into the rediscovering or discovering Dwarf Fortress through NoClip. Although there's been a lot of the comments that I was kind of expecting more of on those docs, which is, I've never played this game and will never play this game, but this is fascinating. It's like, yay! One of us. Long distance Dwarf Fort enjoyers. How are we today? I'm all right. How are you? Sun's out. It's beautiful. My tomatoes are growing. I apparently am getting a lemon tree on the weekend. So, and a table. I have a table. It's just like a folding card table. So whenever I need a table, I just set up the folding card table. But I'm actually getting this black oak table that my parents have had for the last as long as I've been alive, since before I was alive. And it's one of those tables where it's like, this is either like 250 years old or was made in a time when people still made good quality stuff in mass market capacity. It's like this folding table. Blind IRL tomatoes begin. No, totally. In fact, I have too many of them. So if you live locally to me and would like a tomato seedling, you can have one of mine. I have 5 and my mom's giving me 2. So might go ask the coffee shop up the street if they want a tomato plant. Counting down the minutes to play the Oblivion remake. Honestly, I didn't play much of Oblivion when Oblivion was new. And I have almost no nostalgia for it. I'm tempted to play the Oblivion remake. Just like it's very rare that like FOMO works on me, but maybe that's what this feeling is that I'm feeling right now. Although I will tell you, I can't throw a plant that far. Bonesaw. I can't, unfortunately. I will tell you, there is a game that came out today that I'm a little bit more interested in than Oblivion. And I kind of feel bad for the dev of it because imagine releasing at the same time as Oblivion. But this. Should probably be paying attention to the game. But this is something I'm interested in. If I pause the game again. Oh, is that just a cinematic thing? It's this thing. Like, it's got, like, real-time pause mechanics. It's a run-based dungeon crawler with, like, some meta progression. Basically, it's like a run-based CRPG about just crawling in dungeons. And honestly, I kind of want to play. Looks cool. The Last Kid. Oh, I didn't tab over the right thing. I'm good at this. This thing. Shadow Drop was kind of dirty. I mean, they were saying they were going to do it for the past, like, several weeks. So, yeah, I feel kind of bad for this game releasing today. I don't know how this is similar to Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld in any way, because it's got nothing to do with either of those, but yeah, this thing. I kind of want to play this. Pixel art, and it's great, though. Actually, hold on, I need to make sure it doesn't have AI in. Okay. I don't trust anything now, so I always check. Besides, I've got enough in my Steam wallet that I can almost afford it. I sold a Steam trading card for $7, and I feel like I ripped somebody off. You want The Last Kid. So this guy? This lady? Madame Einod? Or would you like, sorry, Oblivion is already named, so Einod then? Getting bears, training them for hunting or war, and then assigning them to your nobles is like the best noble offense you can have. They just follow your nobles around and murk anybody who tries to hurt them. It's kind of great. So Steam cards have a chance of being foil, which means that they're rare. And the Steam card that I had in particular was for a game that not a lot of people played. And the last one of that quality that sold for 67 cents. So I went to go type in 67 cents, and then mistyped and said $7. And I'd already listed it when I realized how much I listed it for and just said, bah, whatever. And somebody bought it. So yay. Yours is saying it's similar to Noid. I'd say that's actually closer in a way. But Googs, does this work for you? Thumbs up if yes. Will you eventually get another one? Not if they are a baron. If the heir to the barony is in the fortress, then yes. But otherwise, it's very unlikely. Googs has an overinflated sense of self-worth that tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, is prone to strong feelings of lust, and only rarely tries to assert herself in conversations. Strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. Is a friendly individual and isn't particularly ambitious, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally sees that those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior is vain and offensive, and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and values family. Likes brass, milk quarts, and the color burnt umber, crossbows, backpacks, and barrels, and goblets, and dark gnomes for their ability to hold liquor with both hands. And likes the words of the mint star and the sound of the flaxen lilac and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible prefers to consume giant sperm whale, foxtail millet beer, and giant kangaroo's milk. They just kept showing up. That was true. They did. But that was also a very low population faction. Your dad is dead and your older sister is oblivion. So, welcome to the fort. A single 30-hour Dwarf Fort run since the Steam release, and you kind of bounced off of it 2 times. You tried to get it into it before. You have a few hundred hours and no more experience. You really loved the DF run, and you're eager to play more. Dwarf Fortress is a game that I think a lot of people just play and then burn out on, or play until they hit a wall and then burn out. And because it's like entirely self-driven, it's very much a game that you kind of just need to put time into, and not everybody wants to do that in the first go. I mean, I think just about everybody I've ever talked to who's gotten into Dwarf Fortress over time has some variation of the I played and then stopped playing and then played again later and liked it more the second time. I don't think that's uncommon at all. I think that's very, very common. Yeah, I think we'll just leave everybody on engraving. Not necessarily, Dadrick. It depends on what the merchants say when they arrive the next time. If they say, you continue to impress, we've elevated this land in the eyes of our realm, then yes. Otherwise, no. They don't always. But if you continue to impress, maybe. Because you are technically still the capital. But if your king or queen dies, you're basically SOL if you don't get another one. Yeah, which makes it easy to return to once you've kind of gotten past that hump. Fuckruck. Screwed that up. It's too many tasks for all these poor dwarves. Let's just go around and forbid all things that aren't entirely necessary. Just let them build stuff and detail stuff. And put stuff away. The other question is, do I have any... Aha, I do, in fact, have some encrusted statues. The problem is these don't differentiate between encrusted and not encrusted, so let's just be specific here. Can you depress your dwarf civ? Yes, kill everybody. That'll depress everybody equally. You always try to make safe forts. I think like giving into the fact that part of the enjoyment of dwarfs is playing it a little bit like lemmings, is a big deal for myself. Maybe not for everybody, because like, you know, if you feel bad for your dwarves when you're just fucking around with them, I could see why somebody would get like a little bit down on the idea, but at least for me, it's just a large part of the entertainment is just kind of fucking around with stuff and just letting things die. So let's check what's on the map. It's just giant thrips right now. Okay, so something else may appear. Actually, I'm going to do this periodically because I've noticed it unstucking stuff, but nothing was stuck, so trying to retrieve units that are stuck off map if there are any, because underwater stuff that can happen sometimes. You feel terrible when dwarves get hurt? Well, there you go. You are too nice of a person, Laya. This is your problem. Be a less nice person and you'll have more fun. I think this is why people are assholes. How to deal with cave elements. So okay, two things. One, they should be disabled now by default. I don't know if that includes pre-existing fortresses, but the last patch literally disabled dudes attacking you from the caverns because they are unfair, unbalanced, and broken. If you go to your difficulty settings and go to custom settings and scroll down, there it is. Cavern Dweller Scale and Cavern Dweller Maximum Attacker. Set those two numbers to 0 and then they go away. You will need to kill the ones that are on the map. You could use a command like Exterminate in DF Hack if you're using that. Or you'd need to manually fight them off slowly, which is probably the more rewarding way to do it. But just disable them. Just disable them because they need a rework. It's one of the things in Dwarf Fortress that most sorely it needs a rethink of how that mechanic works kind of entirely. Well, is it a crime if you make the rules? Would be how I respond to that. Knights are slow. Because I'm pretty sure in your fortress you make the rules. I mean, so the patch notes specifically stated, we've disabled these until they can get reworked in the siege update. So I would imagine that they have something in mind for them. Because that's specifically what the patch notes said yesterday. So I don't think I'm just parroting what the patch notes said. Yeah, here, let me double check. Turned off underground humanoid invasions until they are fixed. And then up at the top, there's an additional note. We will fix them with the siege update. Turned off broken underground invasions until we fix them with the siege update. So I think that's pretty all-encompassing, personally. And pretty clear. Siege update is next. Yeah, there was a, when was it? Dwarf Fortress actually patches so often now I have to scroll down a little bit to get to the major notes. For the patch notes for version 51.06, I should pause the game. If you scroll down a little bit, okay, never mind. Not quite that far back. Maybe further back? Coffin's now unusable. They patched this game too much, goddammit. Ah, this was it. One further back. In the next few updates, this is what's coming next. So, yeah. It's not that far back that you have to go to see that. So, I would recommend either watching my video on it, plug, or just simply going a little... Oh, no, not those. Let's just use boulders, that's fine. Either watching my video on it or going a little bit back in time and giving it a read, because the features that like they're planning for the Siege reworks are actually pretty nifty. So I'm looking forward to that. I think down here is probably going to be bars and blocks. We're going to move these guys down there, I think. Yeah, goblins being able to dig is something I'm excited for, don't get me wrong, but I'm also terrified. I really hope they do a good job implementing that. I quite like the way this kitchen up here is looking. What do you think, chat? I think we could also put another dining hall up there, too. You know, I don't support the unnecessary harassment of Todd Howard. And also I have a habit of making garbage zones and then unmaking garbage zones. So I'm going to say no, mostly because I don't have a garbage zone that I need to make right now. I have a refuse stockpile that's probably going to get deleted in the next couple hours. So I feel like that would be a bit of a waste of your points. I'm going to respectfully decline that. But if you want to name Todd Howard after a piece of livestock or something, that would be funny. I'm fine with that. But a garbage dump zone, I delete those often enough. If I had an automated trash disposal unit set up, you could name the track stop that. But the zone, I mean, I could name a lever, it just works. That I'd be okay with. I don't have horses, no. I would say keep an eye on what we have in the fort. And if you spot something, you know, this is what we have for livestock. I don't have anything that grazes, except for that fucking rabbit that somebody brought. Looking at you, Ozanthium. You did this to me. That wasn't Todd Howard, though. That wasn't Todd Howard suited. Do you not have phones? Is somebody completely different? Yes, that was Blizzard. I mean, same company, right? It's all Microsoft. Bah. Not at that point, though. But yes, that was in fact Blizzard. Is that a wasting zombie monster slayer showed up in your fort? I cannot wait until they fix visitors. Because they're supposed to either hide that they're zombies or, like, not visit as zombies. Visitors are one of my bigger pet peeves in Dwarf Fortress currently. I think craft shops are probably on this side, but let's do a bowyer shop and 2 carpenter shops, I'm thinking. There's a bird like directly outside of my apartment chirping really loudly and it's throwing me off. I'm just hearing like chirp, 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 chirp. Yeah, buddy, I get it. I have to issue a noise complaint to my neighbor. They don't have a pet bird, okay? It's just referring to the bird itself. So, Tropic Kami has a study. But because it doesn't have a table and chair in it, he's just, like, counting all of our records outside, just standing there, and is kind of upset about it, so I'm gonna give him a table and a chair so that he can go somewhere and enjoy himself a little bit more. I mean, I got assaulted by an army of ravens the other day whilst on a mountain and trying to eat lunch. But I didn't see any, what's it called? Canada Jays or Whiskey Jacks because it's not their time of the year to be out and about. Sunshine got a chirp? No. Well, I mean, not me, maybe the birds. Okay. This over here is going to be mechanics area. Why does this setting keep disabling itself? I don't get it. It has to be DF hack because I turned the DF hack overlay back on briefly to show something and now it's gone again. DF hack must be turning off my in-game settings. This is so fucking annoying. Stop doing that, you stupid piece of software. The fuck, man? I have to go figure out how to disable that. DF hack, you don't have the right to change my game settings. Why do you think the FIA would flag my Twitch if nobody tells them? Is there any cops in my chat that work for the FIA? Because if so, you're... Donkey! Word. What he said. Couldn't have said it better myself. There's nothing helpful about DF hack when it changes my settings without asking. No, you, Geordil. The thing that I really like about spring is when all of the fir trees and anything with pine needles or cones of any sort start cracking. There's one next to my house, this fir tree, and it's just been, I just hear pop, 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 pop whenever I walk past it. Oh, were you looking for a particular emote? Okay, I don't know what emote you were looking for, but I don't think you found it. Anyway, hello, welcome to the stream. And Zach planned for tree seeds in DF because you think it'd be cool to build an oasis in the desert. I wonder if dwarves will ever have the ability to plant trees. That feels like an inherently non-dwarfish thing, but who knows? I also feel like it would be... Enemies would need, like, because enemies are getting the ability to dig, right? Enemies would also need the ability to chop down trees. If we could grow trees, because not many people here have played Odd Realm, I don't think, but there was a period of time where the best strat for playing Odd Realm was simply plant a circle of trees around your base and then nothing could get through it. Because in that game, they can climb stuff and also they're way better at climbing stuff than in Dwarf. And also they can like go around stuff in super sneaky ways, but they couldn't climb into tree overbrush, and trees grew almost instantly for a while in that game. So the strat for playing Odd Realm for a while was just plant a circle of trees around your fort and then just wait 6 months. And then you'd have a base. It was just kind of funny. Wait, who has Windows pane? I don't have Windows pane. The Windows pane left me like 9 months ago now. Actually, I know because before I started working on the worst map video was like a week after I installed Linux. I installed Linux and then started working on that video with editing software I'd never used before. And then that was my learning period, was making that video. More, what, planting trees? You know, honestly, I agree with that. More people should be planting trees because in real life, trees are a great stat. Or strat, sorry. Briskies are getting a little low skis. Nobody's died yet. Rain will get in. True, yeah. How have you been, by the way, Potato? Enjoying life? You have a feeling there's something going to be happening where enemies come in and cut down trees and the elves are going to warn you? That would be very funny. Like, goblins just starting massive world wars and making alliances with the elves impossible because they just show up and clear-cut the map and leave. Or it's just like dwarven sieging strats. The enemy dwarves just, like, if you're at war with another dwarven faction, they just show up with a bunch of woodcutters and just clear-cut the thing and be like, I'll be dead in a fortnight. That would actually be really funny. Or just, like, start digging. Wait, hold on. Will the enemies digging trigger, like, agitated wildlife? I hadn't thought about that. Because building and digging can trigger agitated wildlife in fort mode for Untamed Wilds. So I don't I don't know how I feel about that, actually. Now that I give that more than 3 seconds of thought. That's concerning. I don't know, Chad. How do you feel? How would you feel if you were just like chilling and plucking away at your fort, and then goblins showed up and started channeling the thing, and then suddenly giant rhinos started attacking them, but then also you? Is that good or bad? Wait, what about it? They haven't changed anything with the agitated wildlife. What are you talking about? Curse metal? So what's there to be sad about reading about the agitated wildlife? Because they literally haven't changed them in the slightest. They disabled the cavern invaders, but that's not agitated wildlife. At some point that didn't exist? I mean, it was a feature that was added in version 50, so what's there to make you sad? I don't understand. So it's a mechanic that you like, and you're sad because older versions of the game didn't have that mechanic? That's an odd thing to be sad about, I guess, but anyway, we're in an ad break. You're growing trees to send out to friends. You wish that they were as fast as you have trees. I'm slowly making a bonsai Japanese maple on my patio, so. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm confused by the whole statement, I suppose. It's almost like new things are added to the game with time. I think my issue with agitation is it feels a bit too mechanical. And they're not random attacks. I think if they were random attacks, I would like them a bit more. But because they are connected to how much construction you do on the surface, it just kind of leads me to not constructing much on the surface at all when I'm playing in an Untamed Wilds biome. It's kind of the result that I end up taking. Also, I'm thinking about, speaking of Untamed Wilds, thinking about digging out a skylight up here. But Yeah, I mean, it only happens if you spend a lot of time constructing stuff below ground. So. Banori, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Holy shit. And Cajun Bard, thanks for the 58 months. Appreciate you too. That's very, very kind of you. Oops, wrong one. Trying to figure out how I can do... Actually, you know what? This is going to look awful, but I'm going to do it this way. I mean, I don't... Actually, I should clarify. I don't want anything in Dwarf Fortress to just arbitrarily happen, because that is my problem with the Cavern Invaders, is that they just arbitrarily happen. I don't like that. I want things that make sense within the world, and my issue with the Cavern Invaders is that... Invaders? What? Invaders is that they don't make sense. If they made sense within the world, I would like them a lot more. But they don't, so I'm not a fan. Don't use closest material. I mean, they are completely disabled now, right? So, here's hoping they remain disabled until, well, here's hoping they remain disabled and then get re-enabled in a way that makes sense. That suits the game better. Here's hoping. Okay, so I'm going to go to here and make a sand collection zone. I want to bother making clear glass. You want to parlay with a troglodyte? That would be kind of neat, wouldn't it? Oh no, trust me, I agree. Like, I think if they were actually factions unto themselves, then they would make sense, right? And if they make sense, then that's a good thing. The thing that I'm looking forward to is, for Future of the Fortress this month, Tarn stated that he's going to start working on the Siege update and would have some sort of idea about how big of a lift it's going to be sooner than later. Essentially, he'll have some inkling of how long it's going to take him to make this update. That is something that I really am curious to see. I want to know how long this update is going to take. Like, that is the thing that I am the most eagerly anticipating right now when it comes to Dwarf Fortress related things, is just how long is the next update going to take? But we don't have that information just yet. We'll probably get it at some point this month, but... I feel like it would be more likely that... You know what I would prefer over just like, they're here to trade like a normal trader? I would prefer they make demands. Like, you're settling in our land, give us 3 of these items per season, and we will not go to war with you or whatever. I think that would be neat, like taking advantage of the parlay system and doing different things with it. I think if it's just more of the same, that's less exciting. But that's also just, you know, My opinion, not everybody's opinion. Dwarves are carving up downstairs. Lots of engraving demonstrations happening. Like, I don't want more of the same, because I kind of would be surprised if they become... I would kind of be surprised if they would become proper factions, so to speak. Yes, you can. It's right here. Use the classic ASCII glyphs. So that's what this fortress looks like in ASCII. And this is the fortress itself. Yeah. And then on the free version, that's just the only option you're given. Tribal flame motif? What tribal flame motif are you speaking? The minor pattern? That looks like a tribal flame to you? That looks like a dinosaur. But, I mean... one looks like a machine gun? What? Oh, you mean like this? You know, actually, this does kind of... Now that I'm looking at it, this does kind of look like a turret from Caves of Cud. It does kinda, actually. You were thinking guitar? We also had, like, battle axe earlier. Like, some people were saying that this looks like a hammerhead, which I kind of see that, too. Heavy's machine gun from TF2. This is beautiful. Everybody sees something different in art. I think... So I have the traders here right now. Should I move them over here? Yes or no, chat? What do you think? It's either like over here or just down here somewhere. Or like maybe underneath it. Because it needs to be somewhere obvious that I can see it, but I don't want them there specifically. This is going to take them a while to carve all these staircases. Okay, so I've got that sand collection zone. Let's just go up to... I need pearl ash to make clear glass. And I need ash to make pearl ash. I don't want to make ash because that requires trees, but I'll make glass. So we'll just do green glass. Jack Nurek, are there any metalsmithing dwarves that haven't made an artifact? I don't think I've gotten an artifact yet, and thanks for reminding me to like keep an eye out for them. We don't have an artifact yet. We have Ficod, and that's it. Do you want Ficod? Although I will say it's pretty unlikely that we'll get metalsmithing artifacts because I am focusing on stone crafting and engraving. Jack Nurek doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, doesn't often feel envious of others, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and has an active imagination. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She is quite hopeful about the future and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. And she isn't particularly curious about the world. She is assertive, and she inhales sharply when she's angry, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still, and her hands move frantically when she's trying to remember something. And she winks when she's nervous. She personally finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't see cooperation as valuable and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes galena and bismuth as well as bone opal, red panda leather, and sheep's wool, gems and crowns and goblets for their goblets and barn owls for their coloration and tomato plants for their fruit, and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume sea nettle jellyfish and pineapple wine, pig's milk, and can't stand rats. She's a member of the Hammers of Dance, this faction, and only has 2 passing acquaintances, and I'm not familiar with your god. Welcome to the fort. But yeah, I would say it is quite unlikely that it is quite unlikely that we'll get too many metal-based artifacts, but that kind of is by design, so. Especially because I started off with, oh yeah, also this dwarf's named Haggard because they showed up and immediately became the most stressed out dwarf in the fort. I've managed to recover them a little bit. They were uneasy dwelling upon being attacked right when they arrived. But from what I can tell, they weren't attacked by anything, and they are a legendary blacksmith who hasn't made an artifact. They just migrated here, which is weird. Like, new migrants arrive and they're immediately, like, freaked out about something. It's odd, so. Someone on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit a while ago immediately put something into my brain that I think is going to stick there forever, which is baby goblins should be called a goblet. And I agree. I completely agree. I was going to make one of these. But yeah, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on these 2 meeting zones and going, well, if a strange mood pops up, chat, you'd tell me, right? Oh, you're thirsty, but you're actually constructing a building. Okay, well, that seems kind of dumb, dwarf. You should go get a drink, but I mean, don't if you don't want to. So that'll get constructed, and then need to move this stockpile. I'm thinking just make a curved room along here and put all of the furniture and stuff down here, basically. Although this is going to also need to be 2 layers tall for the most part, so I can see what's going on. At least from here south. And then the other thing I need to do is I need to go in here and type in bag. Okay, I don't have enough bag. How are we doing on cloth? Got kind of a lot of pigtail cloth. How about thread? Process plants. Start processing plants again. Same with you. And let's make cloth bag. 40 of them. And you are going to, well, you'll just collect a sand because you don't really have much more in the way of sand. And I'm going to need to make a clother shop over here somewhere. So we can make that cloth bag. Could be called Gobli. The Gobli is how that looks to me. Also, hey, we got some new dwarfs. The population went up to 20. 21, actually. Oh shit, you're a novice axe dwarf. Personally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Well, that's good. Who's raising a family? Are you brave? Hates loyalty. To form negative views about things. Is quite polite and is assertive and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is quite ambitious and tries to do things correctly each time it doesn't focus on material goods and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm going to throw you into the military. Labash the Butcher. Let's do that. High willpower. Ungrateful and strong. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, believes that it is important to conceal emotions. Josh the... Whom we naming what? Freely shares details of his life and struggles against this tendency because he can handle stress and finds open expression offensive. Okay, well you can... It's like practically in your job description. Mine's a pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. We'll get into the fort then. Ew, a horse. I'm gonna have to eat that. Same with the buffalo. Oopsies. Josh, though, you gotta give me more information here, dude. It's one of the new bearded migrants. No task in particular. Two horses. Well, that's horrible. Novice swords dwarf. Not anxious. He's mastering a skill. Sure, you'll do fine. Another axe dwarf? Jesus. He's mastering a skill. Crippling shyness, depression, prone, bashful, disdains, peace. Okay. Uneasily fall there. But also be a metal crafter. Okay, well you can be Kosoth that if you want. Generally acts with an air focus on the character activity, enjoys the company of others. I like that everybody wants to be the crafting jobs that I'm not focusing on, or the military. It's like metal crafter or military. It's like, well, I'm focusing on stone crafting in this fort. But I can give you the military though. Personally has a great deal of respect for family in the natural world. You're a friggin' adequate hammer dwarf. I'm gonna attack with it. We'll throw you in too. Can you be a beekeeper? I don't have any bees to keep. I have zero plans on doing beekeeping industry in this fort, but I mean, I guess if you really, really want. Speaking of, this one's an adequate beekeeper. Well, we've got two goose criminals. A pretty big migrant wave, this one. You hate skill. Uh-huh. Also, there's a metal crafter. Unless you want this one, Josh, though. Do you want this one? Dreams of mastering a skill. I can put you in the military. You could have both. You could have your cake and eat it too. Chat's blazing and likes glory, so I guess that checks out, honestly, Laya. Watching your VODs for a long time, but you finally got me live. Hello! I'm alright. Yourself? I mean, I think chat asks for Gelder out of the Lamaus, Celesty, and I think they ask for Beekeepers also because of Lamaus. Because most people who've played this game for long enough generally know that, Did I not name something after you earlier today, or am I just having, like... No? What did I name it for you earlier today? I named something. Oh, I know why I remember typing your name in earlier today, because you upped your subscription tier. Duh. Doesn't often experience... I'm like, why do I remember typing your name in already? He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Thinks that he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tries to do things correctly each time. He is slow to anger and does not often feel lustful. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and lives a fast-paced life. Always stutters when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He'll be saying charge. He personally believes that he personally values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and doesn't particularly respect commerce and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of mastering a skill. Hello, Ice Blue. How is you? It's been a minute. I hope you've been well. Also, apparently, the Dwarf Fortress patch is now out on itch as well, or so says the email I just received. The other thing about you is you like Gabbro and Platinum as well as Green Zircon and Giant Coyote Tooth and crowns and donkeys for their stubbornness and one-humped camels for their hump and the words of the strategy of sparkles and the sound of the glittery sparkles when possible prefers to consume thornback ray and carrot wine and pig's milk and absolutely hates lizards. He hates lizards. We can't be friends. You're a High Master Metalcrafter. You worship Etur, whatever that is. And you are the last member of the military now, which means I should probably let you guys train a little bit. Big head scary? Why big head scary? Competent Mace Dwarf. There's a mastering a skill. There are so many, like, oddly competent military dwarves in this world. It's interesting. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm actually, like, kind of enthusiastic about this, but... I've now got the dominant cudgels and the violent end of surprises. And you're a Marks Dwarf. With a pet chick. Well, actually, hold on. This one needs a no squad. Or no, nope. No, you. Yes. This one needs nothing assigned right now. No uniform. Oh, my head got very large? You mean when I do this? Yeah. Can I search by grazer? I cannot search by grazer. I feel like llamas should be listed as required as pasture, no? Like, some animals are not listed as grazers in this new grazers thing, which is odd. So the system needs work, I guess. Poor empathy, good with language. Incredibly skinny. In terms of raising a family. Rough and tumble, brawling to the point of starting fights for no reason. Well, good news is I'm gonna have a lot more hands to get tasks completed now. Okay, somebody's making rock blocks. And now we're gonna find out how good people are at dodging. It begins. The skills of the dwarves that you get in your migrant waves is entirely dependent on the skills that your dwarves, the skills that the faction that your dwarves are a part of specialize in. Actually, you know what? I don't need to do that for these edges. I could just do this. Yeah, so let's just build up blocks for a little bit. Why such a large stair? Because I'm going to channel it out. It's easier to do it this way. But yeah, so Midnight X, the biome that you embark on has absolutely nothing to do with the migrants that you get. It's like a while ago, I started a fort, and almost all of the fort's migrants were strand extractors, which was pretty funny because I went and I looked into the world's history and found out that a whole bunch of dwarven forts in that faction had fallen because they dug too deeply. And it's like, well, that's really funny, just kind of on a mechanical level, but also thematic because, like, yeah, they would have a lot of unhoused, talented strand extractors because they'd been extracting strands for a good long time before the fortress fell, right? So I like it when Dwarf Fortress fits that kind of stuff in. It's satisfying. But yeah, no, that stair is directly above this, and it's just, it's going to be as a skylight when it's done. But we're not quite there yet. So let's... Well, we just need to wait for them to do that. Turns out there's just a lot of things that my dwarves need to do right now. I guess your fortress must have a really active and successful bee industry. Would be the only logical response to that. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna do this. I need more blocks. Let's just get these blocks made. Although it does look like this is fully done, so I can queue up the next one. Oopsies. Now let's check this. Yep, cool. So now I need one just up here. This is going to go here. And it's going to be for metal bars. And that's it. Then one right here, which is also going to be for metal bars. And then I will make a minecart route while the ads play. Although I do need to go here and remove all these bins. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to be like metal bars. Maybe also glass bars, probably just metal bars. Done. I'm using it right now. That should answer your question, Midnight. What opinion is there to have? It's a mechanic in the game that has been not referred to as a bug for longer than I've played it. Played the game, that is. What opinion is there to have? Use it if you want, don't if you don't. I also made a tutorial teaching people how to use it. So, what opinion are you looking for? Got the flu, so staying home from work today. But you love watching some Dwarf Fortress? Well, that sucks. But at the very least, you get to get some benefits out of having the flu. And props to you for staying home. Nobody likes getting sick because coworker decided to show up to work sick. You probably have to watch a beekeeping guide and figure out what to farm for cloth. Pigtails or hemp or cotton for... Actually, can dwarves grow cotton? Are cotton plants or is cotton trees? Now I feel dumb. Hemp or like jute or one of the other things that can be made into fabric. Rope reed as well. And pigtails for underground stuff. I'm growing pigtails over here, which is just a summer crop. So 2 seasons per year we make pigtails, and then Make tons of pigtail cloth. Maybe not shit tons, but bunches of pigtail cloth. And I'm just going to go just south here, and I'm just going to make a clothes workshop because I just want this to get work done. And I don't know where the minecart went. Oh, I see. They just haven't put it there yet. Ah, there we go. You're in fact placing a track vehicle. Cotton is plant? Okay. I'm too used to cottonwoods. So... hemp is great, it gives everything. I tend to agree, yeah. And in real life, you can also make it into paper. You can make hemp sheet, can't you? I haven't messed around with hemp specifically much in the way of, like, making things that aren't clothing in Dwarfort. Let's just make sure that you are connected to the right hot stockpile. Load from there. Cool. Done. And done. Let's just increase the size of this a little bit and just get this one done. Because these dwarves should just move all these bars pretty damn quick. And then you down here are making bags. You're just going to go collect sand. Once I've got a couple sand bags in here, then I will make some glass. We'll have a skylight right here. It'll be lovely. I think. Hopefully. Conglomerate, limestone, claystone. Okay. So far, so Dwarf. Don't have enough of anything to do 2 levels. So we do actually have enough dwarves that I could get a strange... I wonder if the sound plays regardless of if there's a notification for the strange mood. No, I'm gonna channel these out. I just wanted to do stairs first so that I could build the edges in. So it's not gonna stay stairs. Laya, it's not going to stay stairs. What makes you say that, Tibby? So the other thing I need to do... Could make this into specifically wood furniture. I don't know if I want to be that specific, though. Or handrails in the game. I mean, like, there's bars like this, but no, there's no handrails in the game. Well, I mean, gates are in Dwarven culture, so... I wouldn't mind there being, like, half-height walls, but that would be exceptionally confusing, I think, for a lot of people. Like, this is a video game that, like, one of the most popular videos ever made for it is literally explaining how the Z levels work. I feel like making them more complicated might not be a positive thing. But I mean, what do I know? What do I know? I mean, this fort was starting off as far too organized for a fort like mine and a bit too symmetrical, so I decided to just go a little nuts with this to make some chaos up here, and I think it works. I think it looks nice, personally. I think it looks nice. Why are you not collecting sand? Excuse me. That an architect had theorized see all of the prisoners and only a few guards. Oh, you mean the circular one? You know, to me, the perfect prison is the one that makes people improve as people and then get let out. And that perfect prison design that you were referring to, I think would just make people go clinically insane. And it's really funny, kind of like, just realizing how different that architect's ideals are to mine, I guess. But someone, I've seen several screenshots of people who built that exact prison in Dwarf Fortress, so it's not a bad thing to like be like, oh, that reminds me of this, because I've straight up seen people, you know, build it in this game before. I'm just lowering the priority on all this so they do the other stuff first. I'll knock out these walls, and that's okay. Then they'll go here. Oh, that's interesting. They were able to do that from beneath. I was kind of surprised, actually. Getting some conglomerate blocks in here. Don't know how many we have. Not that many extras. But now we can start building this up, and then once this is all fully surrounded all the way up to the top, then I can just channel it down from the top, and it'll go pretty quick. And be safer than if I were to just, you know, do it in a more normal way. One layer at a time. And then I will channel out the roof, and then fill up the roof, and as I'm channeling out the roof, I will build glass on top. I want to test this because I've spent the last several years saying that once light is exposed to an area, then it will fix the Dwarves Cave adaptation, but I need to test this because I haven't done it in a really long time, and I've seen a bunch of people stating that that doesn't work anymore. So if that's true, I need to find out so that I stop saying it. So that's what I'm building, if anybody's wondering. Building a skylight over top of the main entrance so that the dwarves all see it every time they enter or exit the fort. To hopefully prevent or minimize cave adaptation. Well, usually if someone tells you that a thing is perfect, it's perfect for a certain task, and that task may not have the outcome that you want, right? You know, at one point, Australia was considered the perfect prison, and now it's a beautiful country. I would say that worked out for the best. Do I play Kenshi? Not really, no. I have this weird beef with Kenshi where I bought it a trillion years ago when before early access existed as a concept on a platform that no longer exists, and then never got a key for the main game when it came out. Which is a little silly, but I kind of, it drove me to be like, well, I'm not going to buy this until they finish it, and then I'll try it because I'm salty. And then I never did. And then they released it, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll try this. And then didn't really, because I just got distracted with other things. And then they announced that they were working on a sequel. I'm like, I'll wait on the sequel. I've already waited for 10 years to try the first one, so I'll just wait another 10 for the sequel. I don't know. I don't really have that much interest in Kenshi. You got your Factorio. I owned Factorio before it was on Steam, and I did get a key for that. No, I owned it on Desura. Desura! Does anybody here remember Desura? Aside from me? Or is it just me? I wouldn't be even remotely surprised if it was just me who remembers Desura at this point. It's just like I reminded myself yesterday while I was writing my blog post that Discord sold games for a bit. Never heard of that service? It's fine. Most people didn't hear of it when it existed. It was kind of like itch.io before itch.io. It was like the service for weird, underdeveloped projects that couldn't get onto Steam. And this was back when Steam was still super... Gatekeeping is not the right word. Picky about games that they would put onto their service. Like, you just had to, like, submit it to Valve and cross your fingers. And if they were like, nah, then you never got onto the service. Space Pirates and Zombies was one that didn't get onto Steam for a very long time. This was all pre-Greenlight. Yeah, no, the Project Zomboid was another one that was on Desura. Yeah. You would get games on unnamed CDs. I mean, I had a similar friend like that. I gotta admit. Okay, let's get these two squads training, and they're gonna go train right here. Actually, let's get all three of these squads training. They're gonna go train right here. I need to make some more weapons, and also you're a miner as well. Which means I can assign somebody else as a miner. How about this glazer and this shearer? Go do the mining of things. And I still need a bunch more bedrooms. You missed the old internet? The beauty of the old internet is that you kind of can just go back if you want. And, like, I know that sounds like I'm just making it sound super easy, but the reality is, if you miss the old internet, it's still there. I'm actually going to get rid of all this stuff in the center here. It's still there, like, very much so. You can absolutely just go back, because there are people still posting on Usenet. And if you're old enough to know what a Usenet is, then, like, these old protocols just stick around. Like, it's just a matter of going there, logging in. Yeah, Mooncat, I agree. Written in Sharpie on it from 2014. That's not even that old. 2014 is not old at all. I learned recently while I was over at my parents' house that my dad has taken up the mantle of my favorite kind of music piracy, which is just either grabbing YouTube music or YouTube video or Spotify and then just recording the thing you want on a cassette off of it. Except my dad went a silly step and grabbed the literal microphone and held it up to his computer speakers, so I gave him a cable so that he could connect the computer directly to his tape deck. Although then I told him that he could get a dongle for his iPhone so that he could plug the, like, tiny little audio jack directly into the phone and then just record shit off of his phone. And he's like his eyes lit up. Like, he got super fucking excited. So I think my dad might be recording YouTube videos on today. I can't wait to see the ads of cassettes will kill the music industry again. Not that I ever actually saw those, but... A website that you made 25 hours ago, except it has ads injected all over it from whomever is hosting it. It's just... I have a question. Was this like a thing that you made on like free webs or something, or? I mean, I have hundreds of cassettes, so. And trust me, I'm not cool. I think there are some weird people who like cassettes, and there's not many of us. Okay, we got plenty of puppies. I'm gonna geld all of these adults. War train them and war train them. Oh my god, I haven't heard anybody say the words angel fire in a minute. Did they all just grow up? What the fuck? Oh, I see. There's actually more. Let's actually eat 2 of these. Geodrill! The second. Version 2. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. I appreciate you greatly. Thank you very much. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that brand new sub? A Gelder. I don't think I have a Gelder. I do not have a Gelder. Second choice. Angel Fire may also be one of the most, like, of its time names for a software. And for clarity, I'm just naming it after you, Clockwork. I do remember GeoCities, although... Chad, is it GeoCities or Geocities? Because everybody that I knew called it Geocities, but now I've heard people say both. And it hurts my brain a little bit. Cities? Okay. That's... is what it is. Although back in the day, people used to call memes memes, so you know. Speaking of things, I was in the grocery store yesterday buying food because I was literally out of food. And for some reason, Easter eggnog is a thing now. There's Easter eggnog all over the grocery store. And this lady just like looked at her partner, a guy she was with, and was just like, Easter eggnog? And he goes, they have Easter eggnog? And she goes, yeah, nothing is sacred anymore. I'm like, little do they know, I know how to make eggnog, and I've definitely made it in the summer before. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary and almost never feels discouraged. He has an overbearing personality and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. I'm also a little bit scared because, like, were creatures can show up now. So, he doesn't handle stress well and does not go out of his way to help others. He's particularly ambitious and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is slow to trust others and stares intently when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and is personally made deeply and has a deep dislike of the natural world, values honesty and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. He likes dacite and copper and aquamarine, as well as little penguin tooth, sheep's wool in the color lemon and cabochons, as well as doors, bracelets, and flasks in the words of the mauve music and the sound of the glittery sparkles and the sight of the indigo aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume tomatillo and wine and dwarven sugar, and hates bats. You remember the faction, you worship a god I'm not familiar with, and you have no kills, and no friends? You want to be with family and with friends. Well, you have no family, so you better make some friends. Welcome to the fort. Yes, but only through the dwarves clicky thing and up here. But I don't get any real-time alerts popping up here that stuff is happening. And I'm trying to resist clicking this as the game saves. But yes, just not the small one in the top left. Although it did pop up earlier, now I'm worried that it like got re-enabled somehow, but apparently 150,000 people are currently playing Oblivion. Also, they're patching the game like crazy. They've patched it twice since they released it. What's the Oblivion hype? They remastered it and released it today without announcing it, but it was the worst kept secret in like video game history. Like it's been leaked for weeks, months even. Like I first heard rumblings about it shadow dropping like months ago. And it's $66.99 Canadian. Which is funny. Yeah, I mean, like, there was somebody in chat earlier who, I'm not knocking them, was just like, I'm surprised people are like, don't know about this. It was everywhere. It's like, well, I mean, if you're not plugged into like every bit of video game news and rumor, it's not too surprising that people are missing it. It's really not. They ran out of versions of Skyrim to re-release. Well, I mean, it's probably you're probably onto something with that. Oblivion is so wacky and fun. I wish that I had nostalgia for Oblivion because, like, I'm not gonna lie, this thing coming out is, well, I don't have any real nostalgia for Oblivion. I guess is just what I should say. I played it at a friend's house once, and it kind of doesn't do anything for me because it just wasn't a game I played a lot or much of, really. And so it's kind of fascinating to see this release and see a lot of people very excited for it because it is a game that a lot of people have nostalgia for. It's just not one that I personally have nostalgia for. And it's kind of making me want to play Oblivion for some reason. Like, it's the first time in a long time I've gotten a little bit of FOMO about a video game release. Especially because it doesn't seem to be, like, directly pissing people off. Which means they must have done something right. What's up, Arch? How's thing? Thanks for the 40th month. Welcome back. Did I lose a dwarf? Or has it been at 36 for a while? Also, dwarves, why aren't you training? You're supposed to train. Uh-oh. We have a artifact that's happening. Legendary blacksmith. Sorry, I'm just gonna be a little cheesy here. Just gonna remove the less exciting materials from the pool. Did you redeem a dwarf radbug? If you did and I missed it, please point it out, but I don't see one here that you redeemed. Radbug. Yeah, I'm not seeing one here. So I don't know what you're on about. Oh, okay. I read that in a like frustrated audience member tone in my head and was mildly concerned for a second there. Completely missed that. Mobby. You had me worried that I'd fucked up somewhere, somehow. The mild concerned screaming, yes. This dwarf's hauling an anvil. Also, I have a sandwich which I pre-made for today, but it has beets on it. So in the next like hour when I go to eat lunch, I'm not actually going to eat lunch at the computer. I'm going to eat lunch in the kitchen because I don't love this carpet, but I don't want it to look like I murdered somebody in here. So please understand when I say that I will be eating in the other room today. You're a legendary blacksmith. Shouldn't you be Oh, I made a magma forge. I'm a dumb. Oops. My bad. Fresh boiled beets. I salted them last night though. So I've like had to change my grocery buying habits because the world is fucked. And so I've been buying a lot less broccoli and green beans because apparently they don't grow that here or that much in Mexico at this time of year. So I've been buying a lot of beets because they're grown here. And I'm trying to be creative on things that you can do with beets. And I've had beets on sandwiches before, like just not pickled, just plain beets with a little bit of salt and pepper on them the night before. And it's pretty good. I've been eating a lot of like beet salads with various other things. Beet salads and blue cheese because I'm fancy. Metalsmith, that's what I was looking for. We're in an ad break, so pause. That and also my patio greens are growing pretty quick, so I'm going to have homegrown spinach and lettuce pretty soon. Like another week and a half, and I'm going to have more lettuce than I'm going to know what to do with, so. You can eat them like an apple. I can also eat beets like an apple. How you doing, Disco? It's good to see you. I pickled a shit ton of beets last winter, and I'll probably do that again, but I need a surplus of beets that are cheap. I don't quite have a surplus right now, because like, it's like, I need like 8 pounds of beets, really, for it to be worth making pickled beets. I'm like, because my book's all in pounds, I'm sorry. But, so I don't really have too many. Beets are too sweet to have that earthy undernote. You would like golden beets then. Golden beets are much more potato-like. I always tell people it's like if you don't like the sweetness of beets, go for golden beets. Good to hear, Disco. I mean, we're doing it okay. job at the very least identifying where produce comes from here. It's amazing how quickly all these grown in Canada stickers appeared. Okay, let's get this artifact started. That roast up on the coals of a fire that is so good? Oh, I believe it. Okay, so here you come. It'd be ironic if Haggard died due to lack of me noticing. Yeah, they're like golden beets are the same color as a sweet potato. Yeah. Dog leather and bismuth. Okay, that's gonna be cool, whatever it ends up being. Any bets on what Haggard makes, chat? This is a legendary blacksmith who's possessed, so we're getting our first artifact of the fortress. And also, I'm not gonna get the artifact is completed notification, I don't think, unless we'd agreed to leave that one on. I can't remember. Also, Arch, since you're in the chat, how's the game going? The release of the video game. I've seen a lot of people streaming it, so hopefully well. Politics makes things happen. B comes after the letter A. Let's go up to here. Get some more conglomerate in. Ah, I guess we ran out of blocks that we're making. Rock block. Let's just make conglomerate blocks and make 250. What's the plan for all those stairs? Oh, they're just stairs right now because I'm filling the edges up with walls. It's going to be a skylight. Also, I need to see how big this needs to be. 6 by 6, which is 30. Cool. So we'll have enough green glass for that easily. But yeah, it's literally, I'm just, I'm making a skylight. It's all going to be cleared out. But right now it's just like this so that I can very easily build the edges in. And stairs, I don't think, make new boulders appear, which also means it'll be safer to channel it down because I'll know where the boulders are already, instead of having more boulders appear. Honestly, I haven't planned that far ahead. I mean, I accidentally flooded the fortress once with it. I could totally use it for defense. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to use it for defense. I kind of, oh shit, humans are here to trade. I kind of want to do something with it for defense, but I'm just not positive what just yet.
Hey folks, how are your caverns looking?
How are your caverns looking? I don't have any access to the caverns yet in this particular fortress because I will be completely honest with you, I'm fucking terrified of them and I'm going to avoid it for a while. It's a problem I'll get to when I get to it. But for right now, I'm hiding from them. How are you, Clino? I got a news video out in a timely manner this... We did agree to leave that on. The broker has created a Gestuthmik Alnis Nomas, a bismuth statue of dwarves. They did and I did as well. I had it off before they did, so I assume that's the thing that you're referring to. I'm just going to construct this. That's pretty dope. Oh, no. I should put it down in here. That's what I should do. I should make it a part of this guild. Because I want this guild to hit that value number. Cave adaptation. Mostly, I want to see if you can still use floored skylights to deal with cave adaptation. Because I've had a bunch of people saying recently that it doesn't work. So I haven't built one in a while, so I'm building one to test it so that I can confirm it. Instead of, like, guessing, I guess. I don't like guessing when it comes to mechanics in this game. Brass, bronze, and zinc. Also brought a book that I can afford, which I'm gonna buy. Oh shit! Let's buy some fruits. Let's try and do this trade. Ah. They're a little bit pickier than us. The military didn't seem to have cave adaptation at all. Yeah, I think the problem is if you... They may have changed it so that floors don't let light pass through. So that's my suspicion, but I need... It's when someone tells me this doesn't work, then I go, okay, well, now I need to test it. So I'm building this as a way to test that, basically. If it's the case, then maybe glass floors. I don't think it matters the type of floor. I'm just going to use glass because they look nice. But if I recall correctly, there was a bug in the game for a while where light would pass through a floor, like one layer thick floor, regardless of if it was constructed or not. So people were just digging like 40 Z levels worth of like floors and then light would go through. I think that's been changed. So I'm going to try and confirm. Like the visual opacity, I guess, of glass is purely an aesthetic thing. There's no mechanical benefit to it whatsoever. For peer review, sure. I am checking Dwarven science papers for errors is what I'm doing. You know, I can just do this here. You like building up is fun? It certainly can be fun. Trash Mac, thanks for the raid. What's up? How was the fort on this fine day? If you don't know who Trash Mac is, Trash Mac streams a variety of dwarfy things. Plays the dwarfs. So if you would like to see them play the dwarfs, I recommend you give them a follow. Space Potatoes Unite, it's good to see you. Mods, is there anybody lurking? Could I get a shout out for Trash Mac? Unless I need to tab out and do it, in which case I'll do it in a sec. I'm playing a fort with no alerts on, so I don't know what the fuck's going on. If jobs are getting canceled, I'm oblivious. It's kind of euphorically silent. But this is Untamed Wilds, so ideally it's going to cause some things to go down, you know what I'm saying? Ideally. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm banking on it, even. Well, I mean, it's because I don't know when artifacts start. I know when an artifact finishes. That's one that we agreed to leave on. Because I don't know when artifacts start, I literally just have to stare at these rooms and try and spot artifacts. Like this one. So this bismuth statue. This is a bismuth statue. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in bismuth by Haggard. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Surprisetown, which is what we named the fortress because everything's a surprise, by the salty shock in the hammers of dance in the early spring of 1050. On the item is an image of Glost Shake, the War of Diversion. The the bismuth statue of dwarves. So it's an image of itself. Got it. On the item is an image of Kinset, Hopeful Arch, the Watchful Lies, the Human, and a Banshee of Fire in dog leather. The Banshee of Fire is striking down the human. The artwork relates to the killing of the human by the Banshee of Fire in the winter of day, in the water of day, in the early spring of 1050 during Koketosp, the assaulted siege. You have to type in /shoutout. That's like the depreciated version. How dare I still leave you moderator if you don't know how to moderate? It's okay, I should just go back to presuming there's never any mods in my chat. There we go, done. Just let them ban people occasionally. Anyway, go click that heart button, chat. That's like mildly concerning. Fire banshees are scary. Or would be scary, rather. Anything with fire is scary. That's my informational tip for the day, is fire is scary, fear it. I can't wait until I've dug this out so that I can stop telling people why there's stairs here. Probably some sort of underworld monster if I were to bet. Liam? So I would presume it's a banshee that is made of fire. Also, hello, Ratmost. That fire is scary. Water is scarier than lava. That's my other important tip for you. Because it's easier to unexpectedly pressurize water than it is to than it is to pressurize lava. Watch where you store its scripts. That's also true, yeah. Well, this is neat. They can do this from the layer below. I didn't even know they could do that. Well, that's nifty. Just making sure that nobody's going to get injured. This might be a much safer way to actually do multiple layers at once. Noted for future. You've killed nearly 200 dwarves by moving forgotten beast corpses? Damn, dude. That seems excessive. That's all I really got. That seems excessive. Yeah, I don't know. I usually store bodies like nearby, like just on stone, because it's usually nearby like a source of lava. But yeah, no. I mean, I remember Forgotten Beast and Titan bodies just smoking for all eternity because they're getting rained on, and so they'll just be expelling smoke forever, basically. I think so. Because nothing's gonna cave in because the stairs below it, like if this was just a dugout layer, right? The layer below it would cave in to the layer below it if I did it like this would cave in well, okay, no, not that, but like any that was left alone would cave in. But this is stopping them from caving in, which was kind of the initial thought. But it also seems like they're not at risk of getting hit by these boulders from beneath, which is also very good. So it does seem like it's safer. Although I'm going to have to be cautious with this lower layer in a moment. Actually, that one could have fallen, but it didn't, so that's good. No, actually, see, like, this is getting supported by layers around it, although now I've kind of screwed up. Because there's this empty one right here. Although, actually, now that's going to screw it up even more. I guess the way to do this would just be this. Just build a wall right there, and then they can just climb up and get it. Yeah, because these stairs are all supporting this, so it's stopping it from falling, which doesn't really make much sense, but don't worry about it. It's fine. You had a bin of coal burning for ages? Coal burns for approximately a year in game. Same with diamonds. Do named books still burn forever? Oh shit, we've got new dwarves. We're up to 45. Okay, I need to actually like double up the offenses. Defenses, not offenses. All right, well, anyway, we're up to 45 dwarves now. Got a whole bunch of recent arrivals. What bars do I have right now? Not much really of anything. I need to start smelting again. So I'm gonna go up to here. See what we have. Yeah, here they all come. Let's also go down here. Plunk down beds. Let's get a few more beds in here. And also apparently some doors. Yeah, we'll never know if they know it might be their tomb. We will never know. Because it'll just be despite the dangers. Oh, I already traded with these guys, didn't I? I'm also going to go up to here and see. What did my... They want sheet and blocks. Why do they want blocks? What the hell? Okay, now we can get this carved out. And then we do this. And this. And this. And that. And then we have not quite a skylight, but we're getting there. Then the last thing I gotta do is I gotta fill this in. Gonna throw 2 claystone tiles in there, make a neat pattern. And go up to here, and then we gotta channel this out. Good luck with not knowing what's happening. Well, thank you. Nothing particularly sudden, surprising, vexing, or confusing has happened yet, but the day is still young. The day is still young. So we do have a bunch of dwarves that are cave adapted, as you can see by the very convenient piles of vomit everywhere. So I'm going to remove this flooring here and then replace it with glass. And we're going to see if this, if they start vomiting underground. Because if they start vomiting underground, then this works. If they don't, then then it doesn't work. So we'll find out. We will find out. And the military is training, like, right there, so. If anything horrible happens, we'll find out pretty quick. Yep, they're vomiting down there. This dwarf is feeling sick. I need one more green glass block. But now we wait. Well, I mean, so far it works. I mean, this dwarf being dizzy is good. But now what we need is we need all this stuff to get constructed. And then we need for it to make them keep vomiting down here when they're running past. Because they'll have to walk under here and then walk out this way, which will force them to see some sunlight. Fingers crossed. We want them to vomit, so. Sorry, dwarves, but we want you to vomit. Chat, we were at 45 dwarves, were we not? Did I get one late straggler or did somebody die? Nope, just a... Okay. No, nobody's died. Laya, what kind of dwarf do you want? Do you have any preference? I guess we've just been at 45. I thought it was 46. But... Morning, Arthur. How are you? Any beardless? Happy beardless. Got it. You're getting this engraver. Who's an expert engraver. Laya is Glover Razor. Glover Razor. Sounds like something they would say really fast and it would be in the intro of like a cartoon, like Glover Razor or whatever. That is not the type to fall in love, and he rarely develops positive feelings. She preferring to keep her own counsel. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and isn't particularly curious about the world. She doesn't seek out excitement and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific... Words, I completely lost it. Undertaking specific ventures. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Often is cheerful and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. She tends to think before acting, and her hands are animated when she speaks, and she is distracted from conversations easily when she's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, grumbles only mildly at bad weather. You want to be extravagant, make merry, and whatnot. You do have a whole bunch of friends? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's really funny. So I reclaimed a fortress right at the very beginning of this fortress and then retired it to try and make sure that the queen was in the faction. Who was part of the faction would be in a playable area. You were one of those 7 that reclaimed it. That's why you have 7 friends. So that's kind of neat. I disagree with your hatred of jumping spiders, though. She likes kimberlite and bismuth bronze, as well as wood opal and pear wood and clear glass, gems, picks, and flasks, and alpacas for their long necks, and gigantic pandas for their enormous size. In the words of the mint, star, and when possible prefers to consume nurse shark and giant one-humped camel cheese, and whip wine and fonio flour, and hates jumping spiders. You woke up and had to immediately go down for a nap. I envy anybody who can nap. It's a superpower that I do not possess. I envy you. I start making cabinets? No, I didn't. No, I started making doors, right. Oh, geez. I'm actually going to eat a bunch of my adult pigs. So I got a bunch of piglets right now, and I don't want them to get out of hand. Don't know why that's forbidden, but it was. Okay. Bacon, pork belly, all of the above. Then over here, let's just go smelter. Make them out of claystone and smelter. Let's let that job finish. When it's finished, we will suspend it. So I'm not really seeing any puking. Little bit worried about whether or not this is going to work. Because they also kind of, well, okay, never mind. They should straight up still just have access to the surface. They should be able to see directly up right now. But there is puke here, though. So somebody's puking. Somebody's got cave adaptation. So I'll have to watch them and see. How was Dwarfs today? Dwarfs is okay today. How was Zemo Deer today? An ad just started. I think I'm going to go grab my lunch, chat, because I'm kind of hungry. So don't go anywhere. I will be back quickly.
Cheese for everyone!
All right. Sandwich has been consumed. The sound commands are tier 2 sub only. They're not just sub only.
Sandwich!
How are you, B of the Lugs? Unless you're B-Lug, because B-Lug's special. All right. I think this should be a tavern. You know, originally, I was thinking this will be kitchens and brewing. I think this should be a tavern in the middle here. This looks very tavern-like to me. Tired of the day? I too am tired of the day. So tired of the day, in fact, I'm winning a Tired of the Day award. True, it is a tier for the higher tier blog subscribers. But only if they tell me their Twitch name. Because the secret there is it's actually very, very hard for me to discern who the heck said what and where. Especially because there's a few people that are subscribed to the blog that don't watch the streams and aren't on the Discord from what I can tell. So, I ate quickly. Yeah. I think in regards to cave adaptation here, I think I just didn't have much cave adaptation to begin with, so it's kind of looking like it's not really doing anything, but yeah, so this does work. You just have to remove the ground. You just have to remove the flooring. Just building glass floors on top of it won't do it. You do actually have to remove a layer for it to work. Definitely not. It's probably like a real holiday, like Valentine's Day. Let's harvest some strawberries. Some strawberries up there. I mean, I don't know. I'm testing this with floors. Grates would probably work too. Because grates are, like, not floors. They're a construction. Before you ask, I don't know if it would let, if trapdoors would work. I don't know. I don't really want to test both, because then I'd have to dig a secondary skylight. Although, no, I'd have to replace this skylight. Yuck. Well, then, why are you asking me? You already know the answer, then. If you're able to grow grass, then you already know the answer. Like, why are you asking me to answer a question you already have the answer to? Unless this is just a what about Lordborg kind of situation. I'll be honest with you, this happens a lot. People ask me a question about something and then answer it themselves in the same sentence. I'm like, well, you just asked and answered your own question. It happens a lot. No, it's fine. Sometimes the most powerful thing a teacher can do is make you think about the problem in a slightly different way so that you solve it yourself. At least that's what my uncle, who was an elementary school teacher for like his entire life, says. So I'm taking his word for it. Not that I'm any kind of skilled teacher. I'm just an idiot who explained how some mechanics work in a video game. And people now watch me. And so I get to sit here on the internet and make jokes about temporary Pope Kevin because that's still way too funny to me. And will maintain itself as way too funny forever. Because that is still way too funny. Okay, but can we have, like, sweet and sour duck debugging, though? Because I would rather talk to my lunch as I'm consuming it. Or like a honey garlic duck debugging. Only orange duck Only lamb sauce duck debugging. What's its deal? The snake man was a snake man that we caught in a in a cage trap, and we felt bad for it, so I released it and used the DF hack make own command to make it one of us, and so it's one of us. That is the extent of what's with the Snake Man. There really isn't more to it than that. Hey chat, if you guys want to help, periodically remind me to check if there's a strange mood dwarf. I'm kind of thinking about digging a little moat around this, just because I think it would look kind of cool. But then it would flow into there, which would be bad, so maybe I don't want that, actually. Maybe I don't want that, actually. Let's do this instead. Because I need engraving practice. That's literally it, Zimodir. It's literally that simple as I need engraving practice. We're making steel over here. Up to 9 steel bars. Let's just make steel battle axes. Let's make 10 of them. So we're about to have more steel bars. Looking for strange moods. I'm not really seeing any. Doing a whole bunch of slaughtering. I think that down here I'm just going to chuck in a kitchen. And I think I'm going to get these squads to all take a break. Going to leave them all on ready, but I'm going to cancel the training task. So basically give them something else to do for a little bit. At the very least, until we have more weapons ready. These are all acorn flies. Man, this fortress is full of flies. This may be the most flies I've ever seen just, like, scattered around a fort randomly. And we have a petition. What might that be? Curious. Oh. Well, they want a stoneworkers guild. Currently I have this, which is an engraver guild. Well, I was going to put it there. Well, I was going to put my engravers there. Or my stoneworkers there. I could put it up here, maybe? Or over here? Could also actually just put it up there. I kind of don't want to. You have lots of smoothing. And is the answer to all of them because you have them? Is the... It's anything like mine? I want things to be visible. What do you think, chat? Where would you put a stoneworkers guild in here? I mean, this is an engravers guild, which is going to get expanded into here at some point. So I don't really want to put it back here. I mean, I could put it up here, because this is going to get dug out anyway. I think I'll put this on priority 3 and we'll just start clearing this out and see. Bottom left, like down here. What's north of the Engravers Guild? Currently a temple. I mean, I could move the temple. I could move the temple, and then this needs to go away, but... Yeah, let's just move the temple, actually. I'll just move it up here for right now. Yeah, we'll do it that way. What's the usage area of the up engravers? Up here, a walkway. Traffic is what that's for. But I want to put glass in here eventually so that I can just see what's going on in these. Because I'm building this entire fort around, or more or less this entire fort, around the idea that I can see everything that's happening on the map at any given time. Let's also make steel shields 10. Yes, Oblivion was announced the day the Pope died. Correct. And I'm going to state this again because I think it's really funny. The guy that's currently temporarily doing the Pope's job until they elect a new Pope is named Kevin. And you can do what you will with that information. I think that's really funny, personally. I'm going to throw my trading depot down here. I'm going to move it. And deconstruct it from up here. Sick isn't the word isn't a word I've seen people use in that context before, but and then let's go up to here. Ooh, let's do these guys. Claystone around the edge of this. I can't remember if that was supposed to be green glass or not. Okay, not. Then the other thing I need to do is just make blocks that are limestone, and let's just forbid these two. So you're messing with work quarters for the first time. Long story short, my 17 dwarves has 1,000 food items now. Oh, nice. Do note that, like, while it can be tempting to just, like, use work orders for literally everything, overproducing dwarves is, like, overworking dwarves, actually, is one of the fastest ways to, like, driving dwarves into, like, permanent depression and insanity, is by just forcing them to overwork all the time forever. So do keep that in mind. But outside of that, go with Armok, you know? They fixed a lot of that stuff. It's not got nothing to do with the UI. A lot of the duplication exploits were fixed, boy, better part of a year ago, I would say. I can't remember exactly what patch it was, but it was within the last year. They changed a lot of amounts of materials that melting stuff down outputs to less than it did before, which is good. If you want to duplicate stuff, just clone it in dfhack. Like, you should never need to duplicate items in Dwarf Fortress, because you should never be in a position where you need to do that, because materials are so freaking plentiful in this game. Yeah, exactly. You know, especially if you're using the default settings. I never fully understood people who insisted on duping metals. It's like, we're playing a different game, I guess. Which also why, for a while there, I was pretty much on the camp of like, well, why even bother fixing it? Because who cares? But I guess they bothered fixing it. I mean, alchemy was removed from the game a while ago, which is good because it did nothing. Alchemy used to be a skill that people would use for modding, but it got completely removed from the game, which is good because, like I said, it did nothing. I don't know. Like, if you wanna just exist materials out of thin air, I've seen a bunch of mods for that as well. Like, there's one where I don't know why you would ever be in a position to need this, but somebody made a mod that if you get down to the lava sea and you get one layer above semi-molten rock and you build this specific workshop on it, it will just make random materials appear, which is kind of neat. In like, maybe you're doing a enemies turned off peaceful fort with no threats, and you've mined everything and you're kind of playing the game as a sandbox and you want infinite materials and you're not importing much stuff. Okay, I guess I could kind of see that, but at the same time, you're playing a different game than I am if you need that. Oh, you're talking about Oblivion. Ah. Right. My bad. Sorry. And here I am rambling about Dwarf Fortress duplication exploits. And you're talking about Oblivion. Sorry. In my defense, there was a lot of duplication exploits in Dwarf Fortress for a while, and they did fix them. I'm sorry. A lot of metal would give you more bars back than you would, than it would cost to make them. So you could, like, get 2 bars back if you smelted a, like, gigantic metal spike or something. That kind of... That was... They were pretty straightforward, oddly enough. I mean, if the console commands still work in Oblivion, then yeah, that would be the way to duplicate items. Because that's the way I did it in Skyrim, which was all pretty straightforward. I'm actually really curious about the moddability of this Oblivion. That's something that I'm really curious about researching afterwards, just for out of academic curiosity. Because like because it's not in the same engine, right? So curious if that's gonna impact anything. Breaking the game is more fun. Oh, I mean, I guess it depends on the person, but I could see where why you would feel that way? You feel like you're doing something fairly within the game's rules instead of just like doing something outside of the game's rules. Excuse me. Oh shit. Strange mood. Working secretly, we've got conglomerate and rough onyxes. Okay. Didn't see that one. Yeah, the new Oblivion is Unreal Engine 5. Etor has created Otanzagtush, a conglomerate door, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Zulban Silverguild. Oh, well, now that's useful. Don't know what I'm going to use it for, but it is useful. I should just make it a door into here or something. I also love artifact doors. Big fan. Okay, so I should, at some point... Okay, fuck it. I'll just do this. Jeweler or medic? Jeweler or medic? I have a gem setter. Celestine. Yeah, it seems to be like a weird Frankenstein's monster of things. Who's waiting? You know, it's kind of funny. Sony over here remastering games that are 4 years old. So how long until Skyrim Remastered comes out? Wait, have they already made a Skyrim Remastered? But like, I give it 3 years. How do you spell your dwarf persona, Celestine? I'm like blanking completely. Could kind of count. That was more of like a Game of the Year edition, like an everything edition. I guess they did up-res and fix some bugs, but... She is naturally trustful of everybody and does not reveal personal information. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance and often acts with compassion, generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and often lowers her eyes when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting, and values a harmonious existence, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. To the Fallout 4 engine. So just a more modern version of the creation engine, because that's just the creation engine, isn't it? She likes Selfrite and Trifle Pewter, as well as brown jasper, giant cheetah leather, the color orange, maces and earrings, and the sound of the flutes of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume giant emu, leeks, and potato wine. And Dimple Cup Spawn. Can't stand blood gnats. You're married to Ullin, who's an engraver, and you worship the Emet the Bucket Duck. That. Yes. And you're interested after learning about engraving. And I'm going to make you a gem cutter shop right here. Although I need to cancel that because I'm gonna use straight limestone, which I don't want you to use. And let's just do that. But done. Welcome to the fort. What's up, Alamire? I don't know. I mean, it is cool to see Oblivion getting a remaster. I mean, that is a game that people remember fondly, so I'm happy for people who are a fan of that franchise. Actually, I don't know if we have any polished stones left. We may not. Yeah, because nothing terrible has happened in a minute. Well, that's why everybody's happy. All right, so we've queued up this other guild hall. And then this is going to be a guild hall. There it is. So the aquamarine boulders, which I can do better than. How about the bright boulders? They're the bright boulders. The brightest of boulders. Ryder, and it's good to see you. Hello. Copper walls do look fancy. I agree, YouTube chat. Let's do all that. Let's go into the middle here and do this. And that. And then we'll engrave some of these floors. Because everybody's been doing these engraving classes, I guess, down here. Might as well flex what we've learned a little bit. And then we gotta wait for this to hit 6,000 value. Yeah, marble's a good color. Although chat gets upset with me when I use it too much for things that chat doesn't approve of. By that, I mean anything that isn't making it into steel. But, you know, such is life. I think that'll probably be enough value, but we'll see. Okay, let's just grab you down here and then update your gear. Let's get this squad training again. Which means they, after doing the drinking and the making of drinksings and things, they're going to go grab their new gear, and then they're going to go stand where they need to stand and do the thing that they need to do. For only encrusted furniture. God, I wish. I think you would have to make it a give stockpile, and then don't set it so that dwarves put stuff there, and then make it be a give stockpile from an encrusting shop. And then set it up as furniture. That would probably be the only way to do it. At least the only way to do it that I would know how to do. 4,000 of 6,000, and we're not quite there yet. You're forbidden for some reason. You're forbidden for some reason. I may knock down these walls here and install more walls. Could just engrave these walls too. So I'm not going to cut these down. I don't know. How is it doing? It's up to you to spot it. It's still there. Yep, still there. Hasn't been moved yet. The dwarves appear to have arrived to trade because the outpost liaison is here. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. And I'm going to ask them to bring me wood. They want quivers and ammo. Okay. Can probably do something there.
This is madness!
Madness?
Yeet.
Hobo, I just wanted to inform you that I've been informed that this is madness. So, you know. Something, this is madness. That's all. I mean, you went and played MTG. I also haven't been paying attention to your dwarf. You could be dead for all I know. I may never see you again. So as far as I'm aware, you're not dead. That's about all I'm aware of with your dwarf right now. Chat, has anything cool happened in the fort today? I'm not trying to just directly reiterate this point, but it's been quiet. We had an artifact door, I think maybe is the most interesting thing. And I made a skylight. That's about all that's really happened. Yeah, we don't in fact have a... Have I checked for moods? Not in the last 10 seconds. Nope, not currently. And my broker is watching a graving demonstration. Well, that's going to be useful. You know, you're just over here watching an engraving demonstration instead of, you know, trading. I am also staring at, like, the 3 meeting zones in the fort, so it's likely one of them, they'll show up in one of these if there is a strange mood at some point. Oh, I screwed this up. You need to implement that? I mean, it's working and seems to be stopping them from getting ill, which is good, which was the hope. I also need to see if I can make a tavern that's public and if I'll get visitors. I don't know if they fixed that bug or not. Because if they haven't fixed it, then I should probably abuse it. You're looking for engraver is smoothing. An engraver's guild works on smoothing and engravings, which is what this is. Okay, so hopefully my broker comes over here after you're done eating. There you go. I'm gonna go trade at Depot. Just precisely what I need you to do. We have 1,500 value here. I'm gonna grab all these bars except for the gold ones because those are pricey, unless I can actually afford them. Buy all of the wood because I told them to bring wood, and so there's a bunch of wood here. What boulders do they have? Clay. Just clay. Let's also buy these instruments because those are fun. Well, that one's expensive, actually. That's also expensive, but pretty valuable, actually. Beer, ale, milk, yeah, sure. Buy the barrels. Buy the fruit. For some booze variety. They want bolts for next year. Also going to buy a couple of the cave spider silk, just the cheaper ones. I'll buy that. Nah, I won't buy that. That's an expensive kumquat splint. 666 dwarf bucks.
A lot of anxious cheered. X100. So I'm coming back to DF after a few months hiatus. Modding and all that. I've tried to distance myself from selling meals and trying out several industries. Had a surprising amount of luck selling elk birds and elk bird
products, and elves did not like me. No, I mean, they won't like you if you're selling elk. Well, they won't like you if you're selling them in wood cages or metal cages. I guess you'd need to use grown wood logs, eh? To be able to do that with elves. I'll say this. You don't need to worry about meals anymore, because those, well, you still kind of do, but you have to kind of go out of your way to make them worth exceptional values, because meals have been nerfed pretty considerably. So just maybe note that down in your old notebook, that you don't need to worry so much about meals anymore. Let's just trade that. Give them a good lump of value. Give them a good lump of value. But chat, can I get a round of beers for the $1 thrown into the chat? Thank you very much for helping keep the channel funded and helping keep us ad-free, because we are a crowd-funded channel, which means super chats on YouTube, subs and bits on Twitch are largely what keep these videos and this channel funded, because I don't accept bribes from companies. So thank you. I'll say, Zombie, what's up, dude? And I am planning for this to be a week where we stream all the way through till Friday, so. Yeah, why don't we just carve into a little bit more of that. Let's do a bunch of rock throne, rock table, rock cabinet, and rock coffer. Let's do 50, maybe 50 of everything. And I'm gonna make all of these out of conglomerate. Prue, thanks for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that 10th month of Prime? And I appreciate you. Thank you much. Let's just get rid of that stockpile. For it shouldn't have bins. And then up here, let's make cheese. So I've got milk to make into cheese. I'm also curious as to where this bin ends up.
Cheese for everyone!
For the first trade caravan? I mean, it depends on, like, what's close to the surface, right? I mean, any of the not basic rock, basic, like, shell, or, like, any of the one step to completion tasks are going to be, like, less profitable. So, like, basic stone crafting is going to be less profitable than something like metal crafting or cloth crafting. So it depends on what you have access to. I mean, if there's phantom spiders everywhere because it's a haunted biome, then silk is actually a really good craft to start off with, as an example. So it highly depends on you, the player, and what is available, I guess. Trying to catch back up with bedrooms. Trying to catch back up with bedrooms. Amethyst ends up living very close to where she works. Look at that. You'll love to see it. And because we're all making furniture now, you'll start encrusting furniture with cut gems. What's the value of this? 4,500. Speaking of... let's just throw in some more of these. Rose quartz. I don't think I have any statues. Oh, no, I do. A conglomerate statue I can throw in there. A lot of silver and lead. Let's make 3 lead statues. 3 of them. And I'm also going to go up to here. And throw a bunch of these conglomerate blocks in. And then we're going to start rebuilding that stockpile up there.
A lot of anxious cheered. X100. Sorry to spam these. I'm just excited to finally announce that I'm working on a Monster Hunter mod for Dwarf Fortress. I'm not sure if anyone would care, but I'm just excited to jump back into this community and see the creativity.
2 things. 1, my stream isn't an ad placement for your mod. 2, there's a mod section in my Discord if you wish to discuss your mod without permission. That's about it. But congratulations, I hope work goes smoothly. But do consider that this is not a platform for you to post without permission. The army is ready. I don't think we're under attack. No, population's going up. We're getting a migrant wave, actually. We are, in fact, getting a migrant wave. Well, it's all good. You learn one thing at a time, mate. We are going to get a mayor soon, though. But no, this is just the barracks, if that's what you're asking about for the Horde. This is just the barracks. Save this game? Okay. If you insist. Should check for strange moods, actually. What's up, Shutter? It's good to see you. Is the stream down for anyone else? I don't think so. YouTube chat, is the stream down for anyone else? Someone on YouTube is claiming stream is down. It's not down for me, so... If it's down for anyone else, then that would be weird that you could hear me, actually. Nope, just fine. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. Not YouTube or Twitch? Well, there you go. Thank you for the quick feedback. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's just my barracks. I've just placed it somewhere so that if, like, you know, agitated wildlife show up, we can just quickly dispatch of them without me having to really interfere much. That's literally it. Yeah, because it includes all of the previous DLC for Oblivion, right? Because there was some story DLC for Oblivion, but one of the DLCs was horse armor. It's kind of quaint by today's standards, I guess. Also, I need some more beds. And then put down flooring. Flooring is significantly more valuable regardless of the type than smoothed floors. Higher value room equal happier dwarf. Also, gray is boring. So, that's all. Mostly that gray is boring. That's the primary reason, is I just don't like looking at plain gray floors. But why dig it out first? How am I going to place the flooring if I don't dig it out first? I don't understand the question. Like, how am I going to put a bedroom here without digging it out? You can engrave constructed flooring, yes. Which also was a new thing in version 50. I don't understand, I guess, Ace. Are you asking why I'm making them 2 Z levels tall so I can see what's happening on the layer below from the layer above? Because I'm channeling up. I don't get. Okay, so we're at 52 dwarves. I need to remember that. Oh, manager's asleep. I was like, why are we not getting any of these jobs set up? I guess that explains it. The manager is asleep. The 2 Z levels? It's literally because I don't have any combat alerts. So I want to be able to see what's happening on the layer above from the layer below. So I have a better idea of what's happening. In case like there's combat happening somewhere or something, I want to know. That's why. That's why this fortress is super vertical. I mean, the best way to learn something is by doing it. So if you have a hard time, like, eyeballing multiple Z levels, then play with multiple Z levels. A superior quality table. You'll love to see it. I shall place this superior quality table here in this place for the dwarves to learn the skills of stone craft. So they can become the finest crafts dwarves of stone crafts, amongst other things. You're glad to be rid of it? I don't mind doing it because it does train engraving. But yeah, I personally feel that like the two biggest changes that nobody ever mentions between the older versions and this version, at least for me, is the ability to smooth constructed stuff. Sorry, the ability to fortify constructed stuff. Not fortify, engrave constructed buildings and build on floors. Those are the two biggest deals for me, and the reason I find it really hard to go back to older versions. We're also about to get a mayor, so I should keep an eye out for that. Yeah, and also the ability to just jump to what a lever is connected to. You used to just have to write the name of the letter and then remember. It was like the number of levers that I've destroyed and reconstructed because I couldn't remember why, like, what it was connected to. Goes up the dwarf workflow. It's creating a huge task backlog. I mean, like, I'm going to do this right here. And the reason I'm going to do this is because it'll satisfy all of these needs to craft. Like, I think it's a good thing when there's nothing else going on, but I think a lot of people prioritize it as, like, a primary task for dwarves to go carry out, and that's a bit of a time sink. It's one of those things where I think it's very useful in fits and starts, I guess. But when it's everything, it gets a bit much. What else do I want in here? Kind of nothing. Maybe just coins if I end up with any. Yeah, I mean, it's considered being satisfied at work and can satisfy the need to craft an object. I feel like a lot of the quality of life stuff was inputted at the first version of this game, so as great as changes that they are or were and still are, I think a lot of people will never appreciate them because they didn't realize that they're there to begin with, which isn't the fault of anybody playing the game now. It just means that there was a shit ton of quality of life stuff when Premium released, but now that it's out, like, they have to keep on reiterating on that and continuing with the quality of life, because you can't just be like, well, it's out now and it's way better than it was, so don't complain. Like, they can't really do that. Like, they have to keep adding and iterating and improving, so... And I think that quality of life is one of those just endless battles where you just, forever, you're going to be working on stuff. How's the value of this? Not quite high enough value. What's my favorite part of this game? The world it generates and the characters that it's capable of creating. There is no such thing as mid-game, late-game, and end-game in Dwarf for me, really. Because the way I think of, like, early game is, oh, I just generated this world and I'm doing my first fortress in it. Late game is, I'm on the 12th fortress and I've seen all I want to see. Or I've done 15 adventurers and 3/4. That's endgame. But if you're talking specifically fortress progression time, I love playing this game until chat stops being interested in the fort that I'm playing, and then I'm mildly frustrated because I want to keep playing the fort, and chat has all stopped watching. Which is what I ran into with the other fort that I was building, where I genuinely want to keep working on it, but I stopped because a lot of people have stopped watching. I do, sparingly, yeah. All of it? Never all of it. Have you ever read all of the world's history? Because, like, that would take a very long time. I've gone digging and found cool little stories before. I have about 100 gigabytes of worlds on this computer right now, and I don't know how many gigs worth on Google Drive. So, I think that answers that question. Although the question of, do you have to go into Legends to read the world's history? I misread that. I don't know if you're in an ad right now, Zesh, so I will wait until the ads are done before reiterating on that. You don't have to. But ads just finished? Okay. You don't have to go into Legends. If you go into Legends when you generate the world and then hit the export button, you can then load it up in Legends Viewer. And I have, like, this is Legends Viewer. The maps don't load properly on my computer. I don't know why. This seems to be a weirdly unique thing to me. I probably just have some dependency missing somewhere. But anyway, you can go, obviously this doesn't continue after you export it. So it's good to maybe export it again after the, first export is done. But I can go look up anything up until the year 1050, which is the year that this world started, region 38. Yeah, I mean, like, my faction, which would be underneath society, factions and groups, the hammer of, no, there's something of dance, hammers of dance. There it is. This is my faction. This is where they tended to, like, grow and occupy. They were very active for a while, and then they kind of died out. They had a elven queen, but not anymore, and yeah, so. Can I show real quick? No, I cannot. And I can't show you real quick because it would require me retiring this fortress. You go into Legends and you click the Export Legends button. Export XML button in the top left. I think it's top left. But no, I cannot show you because it would require me retiring this fort. Do I usually generate into the... Okay, so if your question is, do you usually? Don't ask the question. Because the response is always going to be sometimes, or maybe. I don't usually do anything more than once in a row. Generally, the way I operate is I will do something, and then I will do something different. Because I like this game to remain interesting, And if you just do the same thing time and time again and ad nauseum, that gets repetitive and boring, and I don't like that. I like things to maintain some level of interest, and if they don't maintain some level of interest, then I lose all interest. Yeah. If you can't find it, go to the wiki and type in export legends and it'll show you. Zesh. But it's a pretty obvious button. It says export XML and then it exports it into your games install folder as the name of the world.xml. The XML for this world, which is 1,000 years old, is like 3 gigs though. So they're not small files. So do be aware of that, but that should satisfy that over there. And let's check bars, see where we're at. Kind of just out of iron. I mean, that's right at the edge of the map, though, so I can't exactly mine more of that. Oh, that's also lemonite. All of this stuff slowly getting put away. I feel like goblets shouldn't be put in here. Let's just go to finished goods and say all, and then none, and then goblets. And then let's say 2 bins up there. No bins down here. Jump over to here and make a bin. I feel like I should just go around and start putting bedrooms in like little nooks and crannies everywhere over here. So I feel like that would look really cool. But I don't know, we'll see. When Galadriel was hung out in Khazad-dûm. I mean, you know, before all the wars started, right? On Prophet Peter, hello. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of really annoying when it comes to certain questions about how I play this game because a lot of them literally come down to I don't always do things the same way. And at least for me, it's pretty... The one thing I have that I'm truly consistent about is that it's very rare that I will do the same thing twice. When it comes to the way I play Dwarf Fortress, I change it up a lot. And I think that's how I keep this game interesting for myself and how I've kept this game interesting for myself for so long. Chat, do you guys have a preferred thing that you do? For me, I think like I'll definitely get into ruts and trends and do similar things repeatedly for a while. As an example, like I definitely go in and out of favor as to whether or not I want to generate older worlds with longer histories or younger worlds with shorter histories. I certainly flip-flop on that. And then that changes depending on like just what I feel like playing, because it does change the flavor of the world pretty consistently. My Elven Queen is like dead, so, but I mean she lived for like 200 something years and then got murdered in an invasion kind of recently, I guess. I mean, she was living here, which now has 4,000 goblins in it. So she may still be alive, but I see that as kind of doubtful, actually. I mean, now my faction leader has missed him. Who's the queen? Are LARPs of the first age? I will say that I don't understand why people like playing in year 1. Or like really, 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 really young worlds. I think it's because people expect more to happen, but the reality is that nothing happens. Like, if you play in a world that like just started, quote unquote, you're gonna have a very uninteresting time. Which kind of sucks, but is just how it works. You've never done early year worlds? In theory, they can be cool because there's going to be more mega beasts around. In reality, in my experience, I find them less interesting because there isn't as much history. Like, the world needs to generate some history for the game worlds to get exciting to me. And if you don't give them time to generate that history, then they're just not that exciting. Now let's go up here. Just do all of these with the exception of that and that. Maybe limestone as well. I should put limestone on the other side. I think I'll just leave limestone out of this stockpile for right now. Fuck it. Actually, no, we'll put it in this stockpile. It's okay. And then right here, everything but metal ores. You go vertical. Rocks. You go there. You load from here. You load all rocks. We'll just say all rocks, even metal ores. And we'll get rid of these. And then you... Oh, yeah, sweet. Cool. I do have one more. I thought I made one more. $100 to $250. I think this is because I'm old, but for me, I always run $250 minimum because the minimum used to always be $250. I don't know why they set it to $100. To me, $100 is too short. Like, there isn't enough going on at year $100 for the world to really be that interesting for me. So in order for me to be interested in the world, it needs to be older than 100 years. It needs to be at least 200. Oh. Well, shit. Well, shit. You didn't bite anybody, did you? I also just realized that this is kind of fucked up. Oh shit, there's a honey badger. You have a lot to learn. Yeah, I mean, to me, Dwarf Fortress has like a 20-hour learn the basics learning curve, but actually mastering this game takes a very long time. Like, if you can make it 20 hours into a fort, you're pretty competent. Oh, did you redeem something? Oh, shit. I didn't see it. My bad. You didn't misunderstand something. I just didn't see it. So, I lived up to my username, Greg, and then some. What do you want, a war dog or a non-war dog? Actually, it has to be a war dog. Do you want a gelded male war dog or a female war dog? Then do you want to name it Greg and then some, or do you want to name it something else? Okay, well, let me jump to you. Why don't we actually give you to the manager? Work animals. I can type. Greg and then some, the war dog, the pet of Tropic Communist, does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He poops in the corner and feels good about it. And then he's very slow to anger and doesn't. He's very slow to anger and is he's very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He is a perfectionist and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He is curious and eager to learn and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Generally, he is quite confident in his own abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. And he's a dog. He's 8 years old, and he hasn't killed anything yet. So, but he has experienced trauma, so I'm sure he's doing just fine. Welcome to the fort. This rocks? I think you mean this box. Wait, no, that would be a chicken. I'll work on that one. This new name something idea is fantastic. Well, I'm glad you like it. Or, I mean, I'm legally blind, the Winter 2204. Do you have eyes that function, or are you listening to me in audio only? So what kind of question is that? Or has it been so long since you last went outside that you forgot what a human looks like? Jesus Christ, man. Sorry, I mean, I feel that. Friend of mine has a patch on his backpack that says, "Don't follow me, I'm also high." Must be good stuff, yeah. If I look like a VTuber to you, you've been smoking some real strong stuff. That much is true. No, I'm, me, myself, human being, Gregory is my name. And, I have no trouble with just showing my real face and sharing who I am, because that to me gives personality and genuine feeling to streams. Calm down, Dad. Calm down. Well, I mean, that is still something I'm not ever going to be okay with people saying to me, so I will just simply smile and nod when you say that. All right, who's getting banned for saying flesh tuber? Which one of you? Which one of you? All right, how about see you in 10 minutes. Love you, man. All right, I'll unban you now because you are modded. So. I fucking hate that term. I genuinely, like, I despise it. It's fucking dehumanizing and degrading. Fucking hate it. Why would I name a dwarf after his infernal majesty? I don't think these dwarves are quite depressed enough to run around screaming, "Baby, join me in death." All right, you killed a rabbit? Oh. It did actually kill a rabbit. That's funny. Someone had a pet bunny out here and it died. It's very amusing to me. Is this a new world? Yep. Generated it for this fortress. I don't like having to time people out because they think it's funny. There's no doohickey above the E in my name, Ace. So genuinely, I'm just going to remind you all of the rules of this chat, which is basically just be an adult or be treated like a child. And if you're a child, then you're not allowed to be in this stream because I curse. So according to Twitch's terms of service, this requires you to be a legal adult where you live to watch this stream. If you're here purely to degrade me, dehumanize me, and refer to me as a flesh tuber, you can literally just eat a fucking cock and get the fuck out of here. I don't want you here. That's it. Now that I'm done being genuine, let's treat each other with respect, yeah? Also, I love that that goblin's a were-raccoon. There's something kind of funny about that. I'm going to make a green glass terrarium. And I'm going to put that goblin in it. Because that's fun. Yeah, a terrarium is a glass cage. That'd be a green glass one, specifically. It's going to be invisible. It's going to be perfectly camouflaged. I'm sure. I mean, it's just like a green screened situation, right? Thanks for the $1, Ace. I always forget that those are a thing, and then sometimes people use them, and then I'm reminded that they're a thing. I was literally about to check before the saving thing popped up, so doing all right, Linku. It's a little warm in here. Should probably open the window, but I'm still kind of waiting because sometime in the next 5 days or so, I should be getting an email from a company that is installing screens on all my windows. So I'm just waiting for them to, you know, do that. And once they do that, thanks for the additional $1, Ace. But then once they do that, I'll have the window open a lot more. I don't like having bugs fly into my apartment. It's just kind of annoying. It's like, there's a fly in here. Well, shit. So I'm just trying to suffer it out right now. The Sandry entrance is such a vibe. I need to rock it up. Fill it up with stuff. And also to bounce off of what Ransomebot in YouTube chat said, in regards to shaping worlds that are young, I think I would agree with that more if other factions expanded more. Like if new mountain homes could be built or if necromancer towers appeared, then yeah, I'd maybe do more young worlds, but. And therefore some heat, now you know. I mean, I believe that. The house I grew up in was south facing and got a lot of sun, and the screens in the windows definitely helped with that quite a bit. Definitely helped with that quite a bit. Yes, that one has in fact hit the targeted value. I thought I dug front doors on this. I guess I didn't. They're old and getting ratty. The apartment that I bought, Navy, had a screen or a sliding glass window screen already. And it wasn't working great, so I was like, well, I'll put this on my list of things that I need to fix in this apartment now that I live here. And so I kind of braced and prepared to, have to do that. And turns out, trying to decide where to put this goblin. And it turns out that, well, yes, it had in fact been busted. Not only was it broken and like non-functional, this screen that was there, but it was also installed upside down because the owner took it out, installed a cat door in it, and then put it back. But when he put it back, he, I guess, realized that he'd installed the cat door on the top instead of the bottom. So instead of like fixing his mistake, he just jury-rigged it back together upside down and like jammed it in and bent the whole thing. So instead of getting a new screen, I'm getting them to refurbish the old one, which has saved me quite a bit of money. But also a little bit annoyed that he did it in the first place, but you know, at least I'm going to have a screen door without a cat door built in, so that's nice. I just can't quite get over the stupidity of it. It actually, like, honestly, the more I learn about this apartment, the more I'm concerned, because I know that the guy who used to live here, oh, look at the werewolf-coon! Look at him! Daw. You're adorable. He's so mad. I don't think I've ever seen the were-raccoon, or at least I don't remember seeing it. Can we keep him? Yeah, we're gonna keep him in a cage. Well, I'm gonna put him in a... Damn, this is a long-ass full moon. This is multiple days. The fuck? Thought this is just being a long day. Okay, well, now that you're that... You have a good night, Ace. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you. It's a good thing that there's only one of them. Yeah, I mean... The interesting thing is that there's a notification saying that they transformed. But, I don't get the notification of them arriving, right? Just the notification that they've transformed. They also haven't elected a mayor yet, so we're going to have to deal with that. You just lost a fortress to where slots? Well, that can't have ended quickly. Glad I'm not the only person jumping to the... Slowly lost a fortress to where slots. Naturally. There's so many random war dogs up here. Also apparently have a... Is it because you're on a chain? Oh, we just caught a bunch of goblin thieves. Can I not assign you to a cage after you've been assigned to a chain? The hell? No, I'm not joking. Here's the thing, right? And the thing that you need to realize. There's a lot of people out here just making things in a creative industry. And then there's a lot of people out here that are trying to start weird cliques where you don't get included because you don't do things exactly the same way we do. And that's just perpetuating that problem. And it kind of sucks behind the scenes. I've been doing this long enough to know one thing. At the end of the day, we're all just streamers. We're all just out here making content. And I really dislike the forced differentiation of that by saying that you're less of a thing than somebody else. So, if you're here to perpetuate that, go away. If you're not, but that joke's not funny. Yeah, I don't fully get why I can't toss that goblin on here now that you're outside of that. Got a plump helmet man snatcher. Oh, that's cool. I'm a little bummed by this. I guess what I could do is just build a wall around him. just build a little wall around this goblin and just be like, deal with it, I guess. Well, I mean, it would be a goblin aligned plump helmet man. That's all that would be. But that's, I don't know. I think that's kind of cool, actually. I'm gonna see if I can release this goblin. Oh, I know why. It's because this goblin is listed as friendly. That would be why I can't move him. Add more goblins, you catch them, and then when building destroyers arrives, if they stay open for you, I mean, the first siege will just kill them if it's still open. Where did that goblin go? What? I didn't even see it. Huh. Didn't even see it. This goblin is crying. Well, think about what you've done, goblin. Goblin, I need you to move south, please. South. Well, cheers, Winter. How'd you make him friendly? He's not. I didn't make him friendly. He's technically a neutral entity because he's not currently hostile to me. Where creatures are not willingly hostile to you, meaning they're only actually hostile when they're in were creature form. So there's nothing actually hostile to the dwarves about were creatures. They just become hostile entities while it's were creatures. But the rest of the time, they're technically neutral to you. And so thus he's listed as friendly. Otherwise, my dwarves would just be beating him to death right now. Because currently, he's not a threat. I mean, I'm just going to put a door in front of him. It'll be fine. Or actually, even better, I'll just wall him in. You can just live up here. It's fine. We'll figure something out in the future. That would be a very, 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 very bad idea, Nodokasa. I don't feel like I need to explain why that's a bad idea, so I will just leave it up to your imagination for you to decide why that's a bad idea. But simply put, that would be a very bad idea. Where creatures, I don't think have ever been trap avoid. At least not to my knowledge. And, like, honestly, it's most of the reason why I put the cage traps there to begin with. Was to catch were creatures. It's also the reason I have all that livestock right there. I'm kind of amazed how happy these dwarves are. Kind of amazed. Okay, so now that I've done this, that is in fact stacking up. And let's go here and remove this wheelbarrow so that they just start putting whatever boulders in from everywhere. Ignorance is bliss, after all. True. I won't know when somebody dies unless somebody dies in front of me. I guess same goes for the dwarves. I'm still waiting for them to elect a mayor. Which feels like it should have happened by now, but it hasn't. You had a werebeast breakout, not knowing and finding out is part of the fun. Yeah, I mean, the first werebeast breakout I ever lost to was werecougars, which was kind of funny. Led to a lot of, you know, various jokes that you could probably guess if you think about it for more than a second. Okay, let's go up here. That bedroom for the goose? No. No, that's Tropic Communist's pet. Your pet, specifically. So, you live there with the goose. Should also check for strange moods. No strange moods. Got some more things. Kind of got a lot of iron. Pig iron. Steel bars. 25 and 25. Because we got quite a bit of iron. I keep on thinking I'm seeing the strange mood thought bubble, but I'm not. Like, I'm mostly certain I'm not. We're also smelting all this limonite, because apparently there was a whole bunch of it. Not entirely positive where I got it from, but I had a bunch of it at one point. Also, dwarves' bedrooms are getting way nicer, which means they'll be able to put their clothing away, which is good. Now we just need all of these rocks to get brought. Placed down here and then stuck in here, which will then just increase all this. Let's just unforbid all these tasks. I'm actually going to forbid a bunch of tasks as well. I'm just going to scroll down here and just forbid all this. And then when I want to start it all back up again, I'm just going to go down the list and unforbid it all en masse. The reason I'm doing all of this and forbidding it all is so that there's less dwarves doing unrelated work, and we can just focus on things like getting all these boulders out of here. And I can chill for a little bit. While I'm chilling for a little bit, I'm going to go open the door. Get some fresh air. So if you randomly hear car horn honking, it's because I am close to a road, and it is rush hour. Was Weregoose? No, is Pet Goose, not is Weregoose. Weregoose makes it sound more exciting than it actually is. And thus pushes this highly American anti-goose propaganda. Which, the geese did nothing wrong, and the geese are lovely creatures. Be nice to the geese. This is the platform that I will die on, which is why I will never get elected into any sort of office. We need to befriend the geese. Or we shall fall. You over here are gonna get some more bedrooms assigned. I do these manually just so I have an idea of how many more I still need to make. Morning, Horrid. Okay, so a layer above you. I'm gonna dig you stairs down into here. Well, maybe not dig you. I'm gonna build you stairs down into here. And hopefully you don't be a silly goblin and stand on them. Because that would be annoying. I'm also going to place some wall pieces up here, and then I'm gonna just put a trap door right there, and maybe set it up so that I could release him and go lol. We'll see. I caught myself a were-raccoon, not just a gobbo. A were-raccoon. And it also dealt with the pesky grass-eating bunny rabbit that was hanging out in front of my fort for a while. So thankfully, we'll be able to get rid of that. thankfully. So we're just bringing all these boulders over here. Most of these dwarves are moving very slowly in favor of bringing these boulders over here. Unrelated, I'm going to get this squad training, which is a squad of 1. Oh, we've got a strange mood. But you're a competent furnace operator. Oh no, don't tell me you... What the heck workshop would you want? So I have a clother's shop. I have a glass forge. Any ideas, chat? It's like furnace operator would... I mean, kiln maybe, but like... I don't think a kiln is considered a furnace operator, is it? I guess it is because it's under furnaces, but... I mean, I've got multiple, like, jewelry shops, so gem cutter would be weird. If it is actually a kiln that they want, this dwarf's probably going to die because... Nope. No, that's not what you want. I have a mechanic shop. I've got multiple stonecutter shops. Oh, maybe I don't have a craft store shop right now. Yeah, maybe it's just that. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Yeah, that's certainly possible, actually. Just as a reminder, Clockwork Dragon, that doesn't exist. You are confusing things in your old age, and that workshop doesn't exist. It is in fact referred to as a farmer's shop. That is where such tasks are carried out. The thing that you are making up in your own delusional fantasies in your old age are farmer's shops. Also, gelding isn't a mutable skill. Come on. It literally is that simple. They just want a craft store shop. Thank Armok, it's not a kiln. You need a nap? You know, me too, actually. You know, it's forever gonna perplex me that how fascinated chat is with just like cutting balls off. It's like this will forever be something like, I mean, I get it, it's funny for a bit, but what? It's like you guys aged up to point of the BME Pain Olympics and never aged past that. Yep, that's certainly a word to use. Flaccid Yam. Also, Flaccid Yam, I've been wondering about your name. I found myself wondering about it whilst off stream this weekend. Is a Flaccid Yam just a boiled yam? As one yourself, I would feel like you'd have the ability to clarify this. And it's genuinely been bugging me. Like, I'm not even trying to, like, make jokes out of this. Like, wouldn't that just be a boiled yam? So Cog here grabs 2 limestone boulders, and that's it. Aside from that, the dwarves are mostly just putting stuff away, 1 rock at a time. Flaccid. Is that why your name is Dav Id Ul Fox, right? Silicon Valley reference went whoosh. I've never really been much of a TV watcher, to be honest with you. I mean, it's just like GIF and GIF, right? This is perplexing to me. You'd think that this would be like a stoneworker's workshop, strange mood, instead of a craft store shop. It's a little bit perplexing. Just a little bit. Cog, the furnace operator, has created Sure. A limestone crown, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, tourist Grasp Painted. I'm assuming that's a reference to something, because that is a wild thing to say when I don't have or a wild thing to read without context. I can say else just like look at the country called the United States of America. It sounds insufferable. Sash. I guess you would need to find text-to-speech funny for that to hit in any kind of meaningful way. You know, I also like jazz lighting and jazz hands. Although games as a service lighting, I don't know, they all just run on my monitor, so. What, the music in you mean the band playing in Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope? The genre of music that they are playing? Yes. I am well aware that the genre of music that they are playing is called jizz, and I still genuinely want to know if George Lucas knew what he was doing. Because they've renamed it to Jax since Disney took over. So Disney knew what he was doing. Now the question is, did he know what he was doing? That's it. Did he know? Or was he just that much of a boomer that he didn't know what he was doing? Because I would like to know if he knew what he was doing. God damn it. Apparently I have a goddamn farmer's guild. A gosh darn farmer's guild. How about up here? Now I don't know what to put in here because that goblin ran away, but... Or that goblin decided to be like, I'm friendly, and we were like, okay, we believe you for some dumb reason. We shall continue with the chaos layouts. Oops. Let's try and pull him out of the Disney vault and check. He's not in the Disney vault. He's just on his ranch doing rich people things. Mostly. You're a competent mace dwarf. Let's make 5 silver maces. Oh, pfft. Of course, I paused both of those jobs. I will say a lot of this stuff's getting put away.
Ace_V_Tura cheered.
Didn't you
X200.
go somewhere else and do something else? I thought you were tuning out. Ace Ventura. Because this isn't going to be a cavern fort, and I had a lot of fun with that last cavern fort, I think I'm just going to try and make this fort look like a cavern. I think is actually the goal here. Claims that his one song people actually knows about. Ryan claims that his one song that people actually know is about doing sex and not about an eventful summer of '69. If people think that that song is just a fun song, then they're not very good at listening to lyrics. But it's maybe the beauty of that song, I guess. I mean, my favorite song like that is A Semi-Charmed Life by Third Eye Blind, which some people think is just a song about somebody having a good life, but in reality is about, like, getting high on blow while getting a blowjob from a hooker. And her complaining that her life isn't good enough. So, like, you know, I find that very amusing because I'll just walk around in the grocery store hearing that song playing and just being like, uh-huh. Right. You worked in a middle school when Pumped Up Kicks was a big hit? Yeah, that's also a kind of fucked up one when you listen to what it's actually about. Not a bad example, actually, of that. I need to figure out if I can disable the... Well, Can I disable that? Hmm. Oh, okay, there it is. Transformation. Let's get rid of that. I shouldn't know when those are transforming. Let's approve the Farmers Guild. You want to name the Farmers Guild. Okay, what do you want to name the Farmers Guild? Because it has to be a dwarf available word, right? These ones are complicated. I don't think geld is a word. At least not in the Dwarven like language. Let me see. And I could call it the Ball Oblivion, or the Oblivion of Balls. Because balls is a word. Actually, hold on. Oh man, it's not an adjective. Man. If only gone was a word. How's that? You satisfied? That is fantastic. Actually, here's the other thing I could say. There you go. I hate this. Thanks. Thanks for participating. Yep. Happy to provide, Clockwork Dragon. But I'm just waiting for some ads to be done because there is a 56-second wait on the thingy. I think something kind of crazy would have to happen tomorrow in order for Oblivion to surpass Starfield, but I mean, it is at 167,795 players currently, which is a lot. I mean, I hate most things, so I guess that makes two of us. Bastet. Chat, be honest. How many of you haven't said anything excited about 67 in a minute? It's good to be back, Stone. How many of you are playing Oblivion right now? Actually, you wish more streamers did that? Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. I do too. You're about to buy it, Lamel. Because, like, it's kind of funny. Today was pretty busy at the start of the stream, and it dropped off really quickly, and I think it's because everybody keeps finding out that Oblivion's out, and then just going and playing it. Like, it's pretty noticeable in my stats today, actually. Sorry, boss, working on Factorial? Ah. Something must grow. Gotcha. It does look like we're getting real close to cleaning up the last of these boulders, though, which is good. Getting close to the end, which is what you want to see. You bought DF this month and it wasn't cheap, so, I mean, fair. I mean, it highly depends on where you are, but... You're in Lost Skies. I've seen some footage of that game. It looks neat, but I don't think I'd ever want to play it. That's kind of petty. I respect it. Beelug. It's so nostalgic. It's the same as the original, but better graphics. And I'm just like, so I can just play the original, whose looks I don't care about. And have the same nostalgic experience. Some people like, I think I do, polished, shiny toy. I don't blame them. Let people be excited. I'm not going to go poo-pooing people's excitement on this one. You can't polish a turd and you can't make Oblivion look good. I'm not going to lie. This Oblivion remake looks pretty. It really, really does. Like, OG Oblivion had kind of like this weird anti-aliasing sheen on it, at least as I remember it. And this, I mean, just, it looks like a modern video game, so it does look pretty. I'll give it that. Like, we could talk about, like, writing and quest design if you want, but I think that Virtuous did a good job making it look like a modern product. The faces look kind of worse. That's just normal Bethesda game, man. What the fuck? Like, that's just modern video games for you. It's funny, like, faces have gone through, like, eras in video games where they've just looked worse than they really should. Never been a fan of Morrowind and Oblivion? I've never been a fan of a Bethesda game, so I've played Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, and kind of didn't like any of them. They were just games that I had, so I played them. I had more fun with Mountain Blade than I did with any of those games. I mean, they're beautifully constructed modding sandboxes, right? And that's what they're good for, is... Well, maybe Morrowind not so much. Morrowind was a bit more of an RPG, but... Especially those later games, they're just beautifully constructed modding sandboxes, and that's really all that they need to be, right? Like, they do what they're supposed to do, and I think they do a pretty good job of it. But on their own as video games, yeah, whatever. They're kind of just whatever. At least in my humble opinion. I'll tell you this, I do feel a little bit weird about feeling nostalgic over, like, old Minecraft footage. Modern Minecraft doesn't do it at all, but when I go look at footage of Minecraft from, like, 11, 12 years ago, that makes me feel nostalgic for some reason. Yeah, I mean, I play Dwarf Fortress, which is all about role-playing, right? So, like, I don't know, I can see the enjoyment in that. Although, I do think it's a little bit funny in this context of you saying that you need to add your own role-playing to get through an Elder Scrolls game, which is classified as a role-playing game. So it's like, wait, hold on. Working as intended? Or are you just, like, really side-eyedly saying that the writing is bad? Like, isn't that the point of a role-playing game? Your new fan has been watching all week in the wait for payday tomorrow, which is tomorrow to get the game. Well, cheers, Mighty McPhee. I'm glad that you like the videos in YouTube chat. Just poking around and looking for dwarves who are... Okay, well, this one... Maybe just this one. Citizens only and citizens only, and this one can just be members of the guild only. Holy fucking lead bars. Got a lot of lead bars. I mean, I had some fun as a vampire in Skyrim, but I don't know. I like, the thing is, I don't have bad memories of any Bethesda games. Like, they're all fine. Like, I've never really had what I would describe as a bad time with any of them. I've just always found them to be very whelming, if that makes any sense. Like, I would go so far as to say that I enjoyed parts of Skyrim, but would I look back on Skyrim and be like, oh, that was an all-time classic that I need to replay? Not really. Like, it's not like Stalker where I would go back and play Pripyat or Shadow of Chernobyl or probably even Stalker 2 almost whenever. It's not like Mountain Blade where I have these weird dreamy thoughts of like losing a summer to one of the greatest games I've ever played. It's just this game that like, oh yeah, no, I played that. And it wasn't offensive to me at any point. It wasn't bad. It was just not something that I feel super strongly about, really. And let's update your gear again, and then do steel helms. Steel helm, and steel breastplate. Then get this squad training again, get them back into here. And Desocon, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back, dude. It's good to have you. Also, the 6-month streak. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For that resub. Appreciate you, dude. Those mods from Skyrim? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, the modding scene for, like, modern Elder Scrolls games, so basically, like, Skyrim and Fallout, are genuinely incredible. And the modding scene for Oblivion was similarly incredible, right? And, you know, it's one of the most active modding communities out there, period. Like, bar none, right? There is really nothing out there that compares. So, like, in that context, yeah, of course. I mean, it's an all-time classic. If what you're looking to do is install Smooth Faces mods, grab the Boobies mod, and then the Build Your House mod, and then the Tower Defense mod, and then the mod that gets rid of the pesky intro sequence, and then the mod that, like, you know, adds 100 magical effects and the ability to shoot nukes out of your hands. And then also turn the dragons into Thomas the Tank Engine because Lamau. And I'm 12 and think this is funny. I mean, Minecraft's the same thing, right? Minecraft is one of the few things that actually stands up to Skyrim and is now also underneath the Microsoft umbrella. Well, not now, but has been for some time. Speaking of, they should make Elder Scrolls Kids and just make, like, Minecraft expansions that are Elder Scrolls themed. They should do that. That or they should make Elder Scrolls Lego games. It's a bad idea. They shouldn't listen to me. Minecraft is Microsoft, yes. I'm just saying it's not a recent thing. It's been that way for a while. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like when people put a $ in Microsoft. I realize they're trying to diss Microsoft, and I'm all for that, but it does make it harder to read. I wish people wouldn't do that. It, like, fucks with my eyes and, like, my ability to read a thing. It's like, I glaze over it as a word, and I have to focus on it harder to process it as a word. I mean, I may have said it wrong, but it's not what I meant. Homeward bound. Enjoy the trip home. I don't know if we'll see you again today, but if we do, we'll see you later. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow. used the wrong tool. So all these jobs will just get re-upped. Lego had a sandbox games like that a little while ago, but it fizzled out. I mean, that game, like, finished development, didn't it? Like, I know somebody who plays that game and quite likes it, so, like, plays it frequently. Lego Worlds, wasn't it called? You know, people stopping playing a game doesn't necessarily mean it fizzled out. But honestly, the way people think about games these days, I think it's a little sad. No, not Minecraft Worlds. I mean, Minecraft Legends did fizzle out. What was the name of that thing? Lego Star Wars is genuinely some of the most fun I had with video games as a kid. Like, in a co-op sense? I cannot remember the name of that game. Cool. Where's Lego? What was it called? Lego Worlds? Unless they removed it from the storefront, in which case, yeah, then I guess it did fizzle out. Which sucks if that's the case. But I'm just like not seeing it now. Lego Worlds. No, it still exists. Yeah, it looks like it has 2 DLC packs. It's not in early access. So yeah, no, it's just a game that you can buy. Yeah, I don't know. I have a friend who put quite a bit of time into this game, so. But yeah, Lego Racers was a thing. I just recall enjoying the idea of smashing your car into your friend's car, and then like stealing your friend's car, or unbuilding your friend's car while they weren't in their car because they got knocked out of their car, and then building your car out of the pieces that came off of their car. There's something about like cars falling apart the further they go that is just very entertaining, and will just always make for kind of funny gameplay. Lego Racers was a neat time for video games. Let's also do some lead here. That's not what I wanted. We'll just engrave that in the middle there. It definitely wasn't great, Mesa Music. It was a great kids game. And what I mean when I say great kids game is it didn't hold your hand too much. It was challenging for a kid, and it had enough creativity to make you do something different each time through. I think that Lego Racers was a good kids game. I don't think Lego Racers was a particularly good game. If that makes any sense. And I think that there's a pretty logical distinction there. Yeah, the use last material is a fantastic little tool. Genuinely. Because, like, I think the biggest, like, crime that kids games commit these days is making games that don't respect creativity of kids. Which is why Minecraft is, like, evergreen, right? Is because it's a game built entirely on creativity. And I think building your entire game on creativity really allows kids to experiment and enjoy a game properly. It's also why, you know, I think things like, you know, just all those vehicle building games that are pretty popular in early access. I think that's why those often end up being family games for people. Because it's, you know, it's a game that is more about just coming up with creative solutions to a problem that's maybe not that difficult to solve. And I think that that's pretty powerful if you're a kid. I do honestly think that's pretty powerful if you're a kid. Terratech? Yeah, I mean, I've never played Terratech, but I've seen screenshots of it, and I've seen gameplay of it in the past, and I'm sure it would fall into that category. I don't know if you guys can hear those sirens, but if you can, I'm sorry. They're very loud. My neighbor's dog is now howling at the sirens. I'm just hearing, like, sirens go by, and then dog going, bow. Ugh. That's why I don't have pets, chat. I would not have the tolerance for that. It's okay, dog already shut up. Of a guy compiling a Lego island. You know, if you want to find a weird rabbit hole, Tropic Kami, you should go look up the open source remake of Lego Rock Raiders. Like the underground RTS for Lego. Using their Rock Raiders license, because Lego Rock Raiders is not good, but like there's a community that's keeping that thing alive, and that's kind of cool in its own weird way. You know, and to all the people who complain that I leave boulders everywhere, now you can't complain. What boulders? That was the biggest, I guess, achievement so far of this fort, is that we've managed to get rid of all of the boulders. Dogs howling at more sirens. You know, to give this dog some credit, it's actually pretty good at howling like a siren. How did I do that? Well, they're all right here. Made some music. I used a quantum stockpile. And then I embiggened the stockpile until every dwarf had hauled every boulder and then shrunk it now that they're all there. I think everything above standard quality. And then gonna need a clother's industry. Let's also get these dwarves to go equip some armor. Because they're finally getting the opportunity to go get some armor. I have a mayor now. Who's Haggard? Oh, look, Haggard got elected mayor. Well, ain't that nifty? What does Haggard want? Amulets? Okay. Let's just queue up rock amulets. And we'll do rock amulets seasonally, and we'll do 3 of them. And I guess I need to make another Craftsdorf shop, so. But it's time to make ourselves a manager's office. An office for the manager, or a mayor, rather. The problem, wait, what did that say? Giant chameleon. Look at that duder. Oh man, he's so cute. Kind of wish he would go in here. Come on, you big lizard. How goes the fort? The fort goes pretty good. Chat, how goes the fort for you? Have you been entertained by said fort? What do you think, chat? Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of... do some of this stuff. And then this will be where I will make clothing. You're bridging an ocean in your own fort. I get you. Appreciate you. You are not entertained? Well, then how might I entertain you better? Person in chat named Josh. Oh, I see. Are we not entertained? Are we not entertained? Father of a murdered blah blah blah, husband of a murdered whatever. something, this life or the next. Blobbity blah vengeance. That'll be my cloth stockpile. Guess nothing else has been made yet, because we're waiting on more steel bars. So we're taking that pig iron and making steel. Taking that pig iron and making steel. Kind of amazed I've managed to not run out of coke yet, but then again, we do have a lot of coke, so I think I'm actually going to get rid of this for a bit and just make coke in between other tasks. Oh shit, more iron! That's a win. You're very entertained. Sorry to scare you. I mean, I'm not scared. I was more just concerned. Let's go here and go... I think we'll just do cloth. So maybe nothing metal. So eventually all this cloth is going to work its way down here. This thing's also high enough value now, which is good. Actually, you know what? Let's not put any thread in here. And then just around you, I'm just gonna make a thread stockpile. Except for the metal thread. Sure, but it would require some creative solidifying of the water or draining of the ocean. Because you'd have to get down there somehow, yeah? But yeah, you could do it. We're in an ad break, so I'm not going to unpause the game until the ads are done, but... But I haven't done any bottom of ocean constructing on an ocean that doesn't freeze in a really long time. Oh, shit, we caught a giant thrips. Let's eat a giant thrips, then. Also... sorry. For a second there, like, didn't SpongeBob live in a giant pineapple? Not a glass bubble, but yeah, I guess the squirrel did. It's like, I don't know much about SpongeBob, but I remember that. That's like the one thing that I did somehow retain from my lack of SpongeBob knowledge. SpongeBob illiteracy aside, I was able to retain that. Don't like the way all these look, but I do like this top corner being this way. How did this get greenlit for a show? Is that a line that he says? Does he say that at some point? Problem is then it blocks all this off, so I don't know. I guess like I could make this like an open shut thing. To raise and lower blast doors, but nah. You know, I never clocked that it was shaped like a crab trap, but that now that I think about it, that is really funny. Like genuinely, like that never would have registered for me. That like it never would have occurred to me that the Krusty Krab is shaped like a crab trap. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with that new found SpongeBob lore that I didn't know that I needed, but now I have it, and thank you, I guess. I think. Okay, so mayor's office. Thinking this will be the mayor's office. Because the mayor is also my broker. But it looks like you already have a study assigned. Ah. So this is the current mayor's office, which kind of sucks. We can give you a better office. Just in general? I feel like that's shade because this isn't an above ground fortress. But yeah, no, I mean, above ground builds are cool looking. Underground builds just never quite end up looking the same, you know? His intention is that Bikini Bottom is below in a total radioactive fallout. You know, I did know that. I don't know why I knew that, but I did know that. I know, you know, SpongeBob is one of those things that's like immensely popular amongst people my age, and I think I can count on one hand the number of episodes I've seen. It's like 2. I've never really had any interest in watching more or actually learning anything about SpongeBob. It's always just been kind of a, well, that exists, I think. And that's about where my interest in it kind of ends. It's like, well, that's a thing that exists. But that's about it. For whatever that's worth. What if it secretly doesn't exist? Then I'm going insane, and that's perfectly normal, I think. Well, I mean, I do play Dwarf Fortress for a living, so yes, I would say that's probably expected. Sorry if you explained this 1,000 times, but is it maintain no alerts or turn off the alerts? I've turned off the alerts. That's the first time I've explained it. If you have alerts turned on, I don't know how I would remove all alerts. I mean, like, I have them all turned off and there's still alerts up there. So, yeah, I don't know. No, it's definitely just, I've turned them all off. And that's the first time I've had to explain that one. So, thank you for coming up with an original idea I hadn't contemplated. That's an impressive feat. You find this really amusing? That happens a lot in, like, the voice acting world. Is famous person A will be the same voice as 15 things. That just means somebody's good at their job and getting work. Nothing crazy there as far as I'm concerned. Also, chat, name something is up. You could redeem it if you like. A weapon rack and an armor stand. Shy Pandemonium. And a cat named Catten. What if the cat's already named Catten? What if I have no cats? I mean, I do, but... This is gonna bother me forever. I can't just specifically search for cats for some reason. So, I'm not gonna be mean to you. I can't give these a nickname. I would have to give them a custom species, and I don't want to do that. because neither of them have been adopted. So because the cats don't have any pets, I can't actually name them Catten. I would simply be giving them a custom species. Can we please limit this to things that actually have names that can be named? Otherwise, like, I'm just gonna slaughter it. So let's limit it to other things. I could give you a cat statue named Catten, or a statue of a honey badger named It's a Catten. A dwarf then? Sure. Well, the only Catten is Tropic Kami, so. Can you tell me what you want with any kind of specificity? Please? You'll take a statue named definitely a Catten. Okay. Okay. Nah. I don't care what you ask for, but just be specific. That's my only request. It's an image of cats, many cats being cats. No, you're still a militia captain. You're right there. Pretty geared up in steel gear, too. What made you think that you weren't a militia captain anymore? Also, we're getting another migrant wave, which means we're up to 73 dwarves, in fact. 70-something dwarves. Gotta pause the game for a second here. The Baron or Mayor is in fact named. It's Haggard. Haggard showed up already upset. You really are. I've not watched this channel much in the last several years, have you? Cursed. It's been a while. You've forgotten who you are around right now. Holy shit, Iluna. Thank you very much for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. Check, can I get a big round of beers? Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Means a lot, friend. The tunes? What tunes? Fraxa. I mean, just the Dwarf Fortress music ambiently playing in the background? I didn't provide that for you. That's the game. You should thank the game for that. Alright, YouTube has been a big part of the video experience for the last couple months. Well, happy to provide. It's really, really difficult to, like, quantify, like, numbers on YouTube because none of it feels real. Like, genuinely, it's one of the biggest... Not the worst thing, but, like, one of the things that makes doing YouTube stuff hard for me is, like, it never has done a good job convincing me that those are actual human beings watching my videos. And, like, the numbers just kind of feel like they mean nothing. It's kind of tricky. It's a weird feeling. I'll put it that way. So, I'm glad that the YouTube videos have a positive effect on you. And what the heck? Just randomly got jump scared by Drinking Industry and then it ended? And then it throws on the other one? I mean, they did definitely all start singing a song for a second there. Now they're going again. Okay. Sure. All right, chat, it's party time. Post your favorite party emote. Or don't. It's up to you. But now's the time for dancing. I think I owe these dwarves a tavern. I think they've been in this fort long enough without a tavern. Thank you, ZD Reg. What's up? And Thanatos, it's good to see you, mate. Okay, well, that one got suspended somehow. Could just smooth this whole thing, but I kind of don't want to. Just, you know, doing some stuff with lead. Does the singing is in Dwarfish? Yes. They are speaking the Dwarf Fortress language. Which isn't really speakable, but they did a lot with a little. Then down here, let's go military. Military. Once again, in military. And military. And that should mostly satisfy my mayor for the most part. I don't know what other material types to use. Let me get some more limestone in here. I'm thinking more limestone. The short victory is Grimgor Ironhide. I'm presuming that's a Warhammer thing because that sounds vaguely Warhammer-ish. So, best of luck, I suppose. What's up, Asori? How's things? True, the band was just warming up. Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm hoping you're enjoying the change of pace for Dwarf. New star rising in YouTube chat. Taxes are finally sent. Damn, you left that to the last minute, mate. Like I got all my paperwork done for taxes and then filed them the same day. Quite some time ago now. It's kind of a... Oh, I've got the game paused. It's kind of a, I need to get this done now thing. You miss watching me stream, DF? I haven't really gone anywhere. Does the schedule not quite line up these days, or have your circumstances changed or something? Well, here come all the rocks. That seems like a problem. That, like, seems very much like a problem, Wolfest Wolf. Bit, but glad to be back. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Wait for some more of these to be encrusted with things. Tried some crypto things in recent years, and the government changed how to process that. And there was a lot of bugs in the federal software because of that, you technically had up to the 7th of June to fix your taxes. Oh, yeah, every now and again they fuck stuff up and then they give you more time. They did that during the pandemic years, wasn't there? Like, you had, like... I'm pretty sure it was all the way up until June. You know what? Let's just throw furniture into here, too. Can always move stuff out later if I need to. Let's also move leather down there. Due to the hurricane that hit you. That seems like a fair compromise. It's like hurricane blasts most of you guys into oblivion? Well, okay, here, have an extra couple months to get this shit done. Like that. Seems fair, I guess. All things considered. Okay, let's do that. They did not inform anyone they gave you extra time. Well, okay, that's a little bit silly. That is a little bit silly. Are you encrusting... Okay, no. You're, for a second there, I thought this dwarf was encrusting a gem with a rock. I was like, what? I didn't know you could do that, but they're not doing that. I just read the thing wrong. Well, at least you figured out that you had extra time. Hopefully not after your extra time was done. Oh shit, we got an artifact happening. This one is Kubok. They've claimed a metalsmith's forge, and they've grabbed silver bars. Now they're grabbing lemonite. And they're now working secretly. Any bets on what they make? This is a dabbling blacksmith. And it is a particularly secretive, strange mood. Imagine going from dabbling to legendary. Nothing wrong with that, I say. Mace, a table. A table would be pretty nice. So this will be Cat 10's statue of a cat. Actually, hold on. I feel like I can do better. That will be Cat 10's statue of a cat. Yeah, it is a blacksmith, not a weaponsmith, so they probably won't make a mace. Which will be the Caton statue of a Catyu. Now we just need to wait for the dwarf to deliver it. And this will be, Kubok, the trapper, has created Razanyum something. A silver table. Whoever said table, nights are slow. Do you want to name something? For free? Cat in the Catyu is right there. But, silver table in the place of honor. I should make a silver throne for it. Can you have a miner? I only have one named Edtour. Or at least one who's specifically a miner. She is legendary, though. Scaly Guilds, she goes by the name of. She's married to Zulban, who's a clother. Nights are slow. Exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum, as if life itself depended on it. She has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger and can be very single-minded. She tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to do things correctly each time, and she tries to avoid crowds. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she has a calm demeanor, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She starts to drone when she's exasperated, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't really see the point of working hard. She likes Bismuth's Night, as well as Gold and Morganite, and doors, figurines, and donkeys for their stubbornness when possible prefers to consume lungfish and dwarven rum, and can't stand bark scorpions. Like I said earlier, her husband's name's Zulban. She's a member of the faction, and she's been here since 1052. Welcome to the fort. New friend. These dwarves aren't traumatized yet. I mean, hopefully. Yeah, honestly, like it's, I mean, I don't want to put the cart before the dwarf here, but I do have to say things have been kind of calm. Oddly enough. Although, you know, we did have a were-raccoon almost make it into the fort. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will pause until the ads are done. But we did have a were-raccoon almost make it into the fort, and that was kind of crazy and kind of terrifying. What civs do I have nearby? Well, we're right here. So we're at war with humans, we're at war with goblins. I think we're at war with a dwarven faction too. And there's just all kinds of random nonsense everywhere. I mean, this world is pretty old, so there's all sorts of chaos, but nothing has really attacked me yet. I mean, there's necromancers pretty close too, amongst other things. There's necromancers like right there. So that's kind of terrifying. What do you mean the word quiet is a curse? Well, I mean, like, a quiet, I presume, would mean that, like, someone's dead in the medical care world. Or at least that's how I would interpret that. To be used in that context. Why would it be used that way in Dwarf Fortress? The day is quiet. The way is shut. It was made by those who are dead. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go over here. Get these dwarves working on some more armor skills. This is like in the expensive hobby worlds. The N-word. Need. Don't say it. Just don't ever say it. Because obviously you don't need it. The important word's the W word. Do you want it? You don't need anything. Which is why it's a dirty word. Except for maybe like food and basics. Yeah, you know, here's the thing though. Those kobolds could be stealing shit from me constantly and I will never notice. I haven't seen any dead kobolds yet, so I presume they haven't been. But like I had some goblins try and kidnap my dwarves, and I just suddenly found a goblin on the map in a cage. So, you know. I mean, ideally my dogs would find them, like the kobolds. I really would like to know how many copies Elder Scrolls Oblivion sells. I'm very curious to see the stats on that after it's been out for a little bit. Oh, now I see why you were asking if you weren't the leader anymore. Wolf is Wolf. It's just your sprite's missing for some reason. I don't know what causes that bug, but it bothers me. The squad's looking pretty pretty thick, honestly. I think I made you a weapon, didn't I? Still waiting for Sasquatch? That's a pretty good mace. Superior quality mace. Dwarf is distracted. I think this squad needs a break. Leave them as no orders for a little bit. Take them off training. And take them off training. Go do literally anything else, Wolfist Wolf. You need the break. Save the game, okay? We just saved, but I guess I'll save again if you insist, Sergeant Donut. I mean, Chad, have you guys seen anything terrible happening that you're not letting on about? Like, is there something awful happening in the background that I haven't seen? Because I'm kind of waiting for that. I feel like that would be like a comedy sketch. Do it again? I mean, if you make me just save repeatedly, I will just pause the redemption, because that is one that is completely irrelevant in this mode. A bit more relevant in adventure mode, but... You can't redeem a dwarf because it's on cooldown. Duh. It'll be up in 2 minutes, though, so don't complain. If I could just, like, make it impossible for some people to redeem dwarves, though, I would. The people that always complain that it's on cooldown and then never stick around for it to come off cooldown, it's like... I mean, if I had the ability to, I'd just blacklist you from being able to redeem it. You just see it as redeemed all the time. But they don't actually give me variety or tools to be able to mess with people. Android Twitch, yeah. Android Twitch, if only it were better. You know, not how I would spend my vacation, Wolfist Wolf, but I respect it. Wolfist Wolf is just like, I get a day off from training. I'm gonna go geld a dog with my axe. I mean, hey, everyone needs a hobby, right? I'm really liking the entrance look of this fort. I mean, the one thing that's truly gone horribly wrong in this fort so far, it was me flooding a chunk of it, and that was 100% my own fault. It had nothing to do with, like, any other outside factors. I just fucked up, basically. Which I guess is a sign of the times. I'm getting rusty. I'm getting old. My dwarfing skills aren't what they once were, ever since I became lazy and complacent. We're almost there. The dog fought back. No. I don't think so. Unless the dog just grabbed the mace, which is possible. Oh, I caught another goblin. Yeah, no, that was unrelated. Not always. Kage. I mean, I love to tell the story of the of the dwarf that I had who lost an eye because a cat got him. I did once have a dwarf lose an eye gelding a cat. They were not a very good gelder. Is that a camel? Oh, shit. I caught a giant raven and a bunch of camels. It's time to eat a bunch of camels. You want to be the goblin? I mean, okay. What do you want to name the goblin? Zoe Beetroot or something unrelated? I mean, sorry, I spelled burger, or I said the word burger very funny, cursed. Zoe Beetroot seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is now going to live in a cage for her entire life. I don't know why I'm saying her. What are you? Yeah, she. Okay, so I did read it right. She is very coupled around others that live different from herself. She is sometimes cruel. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. She is very quick to anger. I hope this job gets canceled and this dwarf immediately gets ripped to shreds by the war dwarves, by the war dogs. Anyway, she likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her and is somewhat quarrelsome, and it tends to be swayed by by emotional appeals. Rarely is happy or enthusiastic. Winks during conversations winks when she's nervous, and she scratches her head when she's nervous, and she likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. She dreams of bathing the world in chaos. Maybe her own world in chaos. Sergeant Donut would like you to post Beer's Twitch chat. She personally believes that war is preferable to peace in general, finds blind honesty foolish, values tradition, and doesn't particularly respect sacrifice as a virtue, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Likes diorite and bismuth, as well as yellow glossier and elkcliff and cardinal bone and pikes, grates, and the sound of the sweetness of glimmering, and when possible prefers to consume gigantic panda and cheese probably, and pear cider, and absolutely hates roaches. Is a citizen of the Poisons of Winter, and a member of the religion the Bourne Sect. And you've been here once. Welcome to the fort, forever. I didn't expect it to just immediately tame them all, but I guess, like, we already are pretty expert when it comes to training those. And then this can just become a tavern. This will be an inn/tavern. I'm gonna set it to visitors welcome and just keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out. Because it would be nice if people that need to stay here for an extended period could actually use this. Living dangerously? It is an ocean fort. I'm more just curious if that bug ever got fixed. But yeah, so it's a risk, that's for sure. No visitors would visit if you settled on the ocean. Was the bug that was pretty consistent for a while. Also, it looks like the humans are here to trade. speaking of. Oh, shit. Don't think I can actually sell those. Actually, what's the trade value of... You know, fuck it. I'm gonna sell them these camels. I may have to buy a lot from them, but... Why is it telling me that they're ready for slaughter when I don't see those tasks in here anywhere? Oh, there it is. Oh well, whatever. I'll just sell them. I'll sell what I can from them. No, because you are the manager, and I don't really want a tavern keeper. I don't need dwarves brawling under the influence for no reason. Sorry to disappoint, but that's something I would like to avoid if possible. At least for the time being. Let's get you up to date, if there's anything that you can equip. Like, you should go chuck that pick, and then go pick up equipment. Which means I can make 2 other dwarves miners. It says pear cider. It used to say Perry. I'm pretty sure pear cider's been a thing for at least my recent memory. Is that what Perry is pear cider? Speaking of, I need the mayor to get down here and do brokery things. Perry's the British term for it? Huh. I thought the Perry was closer to schnapps, but I could be mistaken. Because I thought that Perry was like pear schnapps. Maybe I'm just confusing it with things from Anno. I do really like Anno. I wish I liked Anno more, though. Dwarf is an expert gem cutter and a grandmaster gem setter. So we'll let you also cut some gems while we're at it. Perry is also made from Perry pears, according to YouTube chat. So Perry isn't just like a term, it's also a specific thing because it's a specific type of pear, apparently. I know nothing about any of this, so I'm just parroting what you guys are saying, so maybe it's more than just a British term for it? At least it seems to be more than just a British term for it. Okay, let's also do the trading. Aw, man. I totally ate all of the camels. which is kind of a shame. Oh well. Oh well. They must be hauling that from one place to another. Eventually that thing will get here. It says Perry. Now I'm wondering, like, okay, what does it, but if you're, since you have the wiki open, what does it say in the current version of the wiki? This may also be like just a change the name to confuse people less thing. Although it's funny though, if it is specifically a Britishism or a British term, then Tarn, I guess, is like going against his new culture. Not calling it Perry. Because Tarn lives in the UK with his wife now, which that's gonna take some getting used to. Did you know that Tarn's a stepdad? Like, jeez. that is definitely going to take some getting used to. Not trying to say that he can't be a stepdad or isn't going to be a good stepdad. It's just, wow. Times have changed a lot in the last year. A lot of limestone blocks. Yeah, no visitors from the looks of things. Dwarf has cool looking hair. I like it. Okay, the other thing I need is I do need more doors. So I'm just gonna go throw in some doors. Although I'm gonna be particular because I want the ones that are decorated and looking fancy. Can I place doors next to a statue? No, I can't. That's a shame. What, unexpected? I mean, he did not need to announce it, period. Is the ASCII version of Dwarf Fortress still being developed? Yep, it's free on the website. It looks and plays exactly the same as this version, except sans graphics. That is the only difference. But it has the modern UI, mouse control, and everything. Also, we just got another migrant wave from looks of things. So I'm now up to 81 dwarves. Bringing that camel down in here. Let's trade for all that wood. And maybe that silver whip. Hey, they took it. Thank you, humans. And get those built. Then let's go on this side. And throw some beds in. And then let's throw a last door on there. Go from one end to the other. Hopefully some of these dwarves are married so we get this done quicker. Oopsies, I missed a bed. Slow progression. Yeah, it's. I guess like there's. I'm starting to like become more on the side of I think there's probably. I'm. The more I think about it, the game Dwarf Fortress probably is just differentiating between parry and cider. Like, that's my current take. Please don't cook that. Drinks. Please don't brew my drinks into foodstuffs. You can cook the alfalfa. You can cook the strawberry seeds. You can cook the prickleberry seeds. You can cook the whipvine seeds. Let's just get that rolling. Sand pear cider. Oh. So there would be perry and then also sand pear cider. Two separate individual things. I'm glad that we've solved that mystery. It was gonna bother me for the next 90 seconds, friend. But congratulations on a mystery successfully solved. I don't know what we're all gonna do with our newfound information, but we should do something with it probably. Because you're a sand perry Emperor Imran. That's why. I was gonna say, it would be very strange if Dwarf Fortress didn't differentiate between the two, because that would be very un-Dwarf Fortress of it. It's a very important mission. A giant slug! I've got lots of those in my old garden. Look at that thing. Look at that absolute unit. Sure, Coach Fudge Bars. I really like the way this fortress is coming along. It's got kind of like this rustic detail to it that I really like. Like, I do really like the way it's looking. Anyone know if giant ticks lay eggs? I would need to look on the wiki. I don't actually know. Let's just do 100 of each. Any more? Implying that you ever did? I mean, I know there's that story of that kid who was egged into eating a slug and then died of a horrible parasite, so I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't the slug. No part of me that would want to the slug. Oh, pear cider. Yes. No, the pear cider definitely, as somebody who's had pear and peach ciders, can confirm is tasty. Very sugary, very sweet. Much dessert. Delicious. I should just widen this hallway up, shouldn't I? 81 dwarf Swedes. Also, I gotta pause the game. No bugs lay eggs, only crocodiles and that. Well, I mean, aren't a lot of those reptiles and or lizards? You're making coke. You're still making steel bars. Pig iron. Got 7 steel bars, so at least doing something here. Someone is making a lead statue. Which are heavy, it turns out. I want to thank you for all the tutorials. You have been helping a ton. Fine to finally understand this game very much. You enjoy the game very much. Well, cheers, dude. Thanks, Void. Void Strider Soul. Happy to help. I maintain that snails are not in and of themselves delicious. They're just a garlic butter delivery mechanism, and garlic butter is delicious. So snails are not particularly delicious or appetizing, but garlic butter is delicious, and they happen to put garlic butter on snails, so thus snails are delicious. I will die on this hill. And this down here is going to be a pen pasture, where I'm going to plop a bunch of animals. Notably, you, and you. Yeah, it's fair. But you like the texture of a cooked snail? I think they taste like dry chewing gum, or they feel like chewing on dry chewing gum, but I mean, hey. I'm not going to deny that they're tasty because garlic butter is tasty. And in and of themselves, they're nothing particularly noteworthy, but what do I know? Everyone seems pretty happy. Yeah, because nothing terrible's really happened. I haven't been poking too many bears either. So it's been kind of a chill fort so far. Although if something bad happens, I won't really know because I'm still in the no real alerts world. You think it's pretty hard? I mean, I learned Dwarf Fortress before it had mouse support with the old UI in Classic Dwarf Fortress in ASCII, mostly. So, yes, because you can learn anything. Is the barrier to entry going to be harder? Certainly, but it's 100% possible. You can do it. But it is going to be more difficult than learning to play with graphics. Mainly due to the fact that there's going to be a whole level of difficulty just pre-sorted out if you immediately recognize what you're looking at. But that being said, like, at this point, you'll probably have a more enjoyable time learning the game with graphics enabled. Like playing either with some sort of tile set up or with the premium one. Just because, you know, that's what most people are used to playing. Yeah, I mean, that's why this game was so impenetrable for so many people for so long, Copsy. It's just the... How do I word this? Like, the amount that people had to jump through to be able to get to base levels of competence in this game was significantly higher than it ever really needed to be. But, you know, kind of past that at this point. Which is nice. Honestly. Let's get 2 more beds in here. I mean, that's the reason I never played, what's it called? Or didn't enjoy playing, game what you have mop bucket and you have to clean up alien space stations. Viscera cleanup detail. Fucking hated playing that game. I never found the need to fight with the controls with old school Dwarf for it, though. Mostly because I just always joked to myself that it's Mavis Beacon teaches typing in hard mode. So... that was always amusing enough to me that, I don't know, just kind of dealt with it and got past it. And, like, the argument I used to always have with people back when I streamed the ASCII versions back in the day is that, oh, you already have all the skills you need to actually play this game. You clearly can read because you're in my chat. You can type because you're in my chat, and you have a functional computer, I think, because you're in my chat, which means it's pretty likely that if you're capable of talking to Twitch chat, you're capable of learning this game in ASCII. It's just a matter of putting the time into it, and if you don't want to put the time into it, then don't. I'm not a big fan of Space Station 13 because it has other humans in it. If it didn't have other humans in it, I would be more interested in it, but it has other humans in it, and I don't like people, so... or rather, I don't like people getting up and in my video games because that ruins video games for me. So if it didn't have other people in it, I'd be more interested in playing Space Station 13. I don't know why we're talking about Space Station 13, but we are, so... you know, such is life. You as a Vim user? As somebody who played a bunch of Angband at one point in my life, I found it to be fine, but... I think what made it impenetrable was just the Z levels, like... sure, it was an ASCII game, and it was an ASCII game made with, like, obtuse controls, but it was also an ASCII game that was intimidating for people who'd played a lot of ASCII games. Which is something to be said. Although, like, if you were colorblind or dyslexic, then you were just kind of SOL with older versions. What about Zoidberg? I don't know what CDDA has to do with that. I don't play nor enjoy CDDA, if that's what you're asking. I don't like open world survival crafting games. This is... I know that a lot of people have a hard time, like, wrapping their head around that concept, but I know a lot of people really enjoy them, but I do not. I find them to be slow, monotonous, uninteresting, dull, and not the kind of game I ever really want to play. And CDDA is firmly in that realm. No. Kage Jetty. I have some nostalgia for Minecraft, but I don't enjoy playing Minecraft. Yeah, see, I don't think that that's a bad thing necessarily, Copsy. It's just a matter of, are those mechanics interesting enough to be worth learning? I've never enjoyed playing Terraria. I played Terraria for about 6 hours one afternoon and then asked my friends if we could go play something else, and they all kind of went, yeah, and we went and played something else. I can't even remember what it was. I don't understand why this is a conversation I have to have with my chat every other week. I don't like open world survival crafting games. There's a reason I don't stream them. Yeah, but Gary Gitsby's War in the Pacific or War in the East or War in the West, those games are military simulation software. They're not games. Like, if you're playing one of those games, okay, cool. Good for you. I hope you enjoy your time with it. But those aren't really video games first. They are, like, military simulation software. So if you're saying military simulation software has to be fun, understandable game, you're missing the plot. Like, that's not what they're for. Like, that thing is literally software. Okay, well, you're complaining about something you enjoy. I don't get. I don't understand. Bearded preferred, but not required. How's this look to you? Oh, I think I missed an N. Red Manifesto. Accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life and struggles against this tendency as he finds such open expression offensive. He can handle stress and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and enjoys the company of others. He's slow to anger and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. I mean, that's kind of like, I mean, I gave up on Aurora 4X pretty quick for similar reasons, probably to you as with War in the Pacific, but anyway. He personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. Likes Cobaltite and Electrum and Smoky Quartz and Bull Shark Leather, as well as Decahedra, Warhammers and Shields and Barrels and Earrings and Iguana Men for their dewlaps, in the words of the Mauve music and the sight of the Pantomime of Flutes, and when possible prefers to consume hagfish and pear cider, sand pear cider, and 2-grain wheat seeds, and absolutely hates hamsters. Has incredible muscles over a small build. He has no friends and is a member of the violent end of surprises. I will say, we had this discussion last week, but I don't know what I like anymore. And that might sound weird, but genuinely, I've spent years of my life slowly realizing that I don't enjoy a lot of video games. And I've found a few video games that I really like, this being one of them. And I'm now in this weird predicament where, like, people constantly ask me what I like. Or I'll say that I don't like a thing. And then they'll ask me about 15 other things that are identical to that fucking thing. I'll be like, well, I don't like that fucking thing, so why would I like these 15 other things? And it's put me in this weird spot where I don't know what I like anymore. Especially because, like, a lot of mainstream game stuff that it just kind of makes me mad. And, like, I don't really have any interest in seeing if I like it because I could care less about, like, you know, getting into a lot of AAA games these days, especially the free-to-play stuff. It's this, so I'm in kind of a weird spot with my taste in games. And, like, the reason I don't like open-world survival crafting games is because I played one once, and I've played all of them because they're all fucking identical. I don't ever need to walk out into a forest and hack down a tree. It's one of the reasons why I kind of don't care about building in adventure mode is because I'm like, oh god, if it becomes like that. Thankfully, I could do other things. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of the same reason I don't like MMOs, is because I played an MMO once and I know I don't like MMOs, so I don't want to play 15 other MMOs that are mostly the same as the other MMOs that I've played. No, but I think it's kind of funny that it exists. Kage. I like how many people in my chat thought it was an April Fool's Day joke, that game. That I do find kind of funny, actually. Do I like F1 games? No. I like arcadey racing games. I don't care at all about racing sims. I also don't want to give EA games money, so even if I did, I probably wouldn't play them. All right, let's see if I can cave this in without killing anybody. It's bad timing to run past this, dwarves. Yep, there we go. Poof. I don't think anybody died. I don't even think anybody got injured. You didn't even choke on smoke underground. Good timing on that, dwarves. You know, I don't... Of all of the games to do something like that, I don't blame RuneScape for trying to do something new. Because if you were to point at a franchise that highly depends on a pre-existing aging player base, RuneScape might be the most that. So I don't really blame them for trying to do something new with their IP, but I haven't looked at that game for more than 3 seconds, so I don't actually know if it's doing anything interesting or new. Aside from that, I have some weird nostalgia for RuneScape because there was a point in my life where I played quite a bit of RuneScape. When you play with friends, you get a handicap. You're cursed when you play multiple players. Cursed when I play multiple players. What? You're called the killer of servers. It's not a good thing, I would think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like games with other people in them. That's kind of something I've just come to accept about me. I just don't like games that have other people in them. And hop out for 4 years. I mean, RuneScape is closer to MUDs than most MMOs. I mean, I read the description. So yeah, I picked up as much, Kage. It's fun by some of your friends' standards, but you have zero interest as an old school RuneScape player. I don't think they care about the old school RuneScape players. If Jagex has more than a brain cell, they will know that old school RuneScape players will literally never play anything else ever. And they probably know that. Because old school RuneScape players are... please don't take personal offense to this. I don't mean this in a personally offensive way. Sick fucks who will continue playing that game until they goddamn die. And you know what? More power to them. That's all I got. It's still called Jagex, though. So it might not be the original Jagex, but they still call the company Jagex, unless I've missed something. aren't there anymore. Who cares? The company's still called Jagex. That's like saying that, like, BioWare doesn't exist anymore because the founders of BioWare are no longer at BioWare. Well, yeah, that's a given, but still BioWare. Still called BioWare. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called BioWare. It's Galena. It's Lamanites. Okay. Well, then they should be smart and play something else. Shrug? It has more players now than the original game had in 2007? No, I mean, it's certainly a game that has stood the test of time. That's mostly due to its leagues, though, as far as I know. But at the same time, they know that they need to spin the franchise into other things. I'm waiting for RuneScape Cart. They want to sell me something? Just make RuneScape Cart. I would buy RuneScape Cart. Just let me be that old school dragon model, but in a Mario Kart cart. I would spend $12 on that. And play that for an afternoon and get really stoned. And there has to be a track that's just on the island with all the bananas where everybody fishes. And there has to be just like random players running across the road that you can hit and get points. Like, and except like one of the carts just has to be like a wagon with a horse pulling it, you know? So like, you know, just be silly. Make spin-offs. Why not? Like I'm the last RuneScape thing that I actually enjoyed a little bit was that card game that they made. I played that a little bit off stream and quite enjoyed it, actually. It was neat. It had little single-player adventures. I quite enjoyed it. And then I had to actually play the card game part where I had to make decks and things, and then I stopped. Which is usually about how long I last in a card game. But it seemed like they were actually doing something kind of neat with it. Man, that dwarf looks like Bob Ross. Look at you there. Go grab a pickaxe there. It's like, you know, the one... It's like I was asked earlier if I like Formula 1 games. I wish they would make another Formula 1 All-Stars. Formula 1 All-Stars was the super cartoony, over-the-top, like, kart racer based on actual Formula 1 drivers. And there's something genuinely hysterical about that game to me. Still decking around, nothing wrong with that. All right. Chat, do you guys like the way this fort's looking? I guess tomorrow when we work on it, we're going to need to force something exciting to happen. We're going to need to go attack something because things have been very calm. Like, uncharacteristically calm. But I think that we are getting that front entryway built out nicely. We've got bedrooms. We need some more bedrooms. If anything, I'm not the biggest fan of how my bedrooms look. Whoa, there was an artifact happening. And we've made a limestone grate, which Asmel offers to my fortress. It is a grate. If I can find it, there it is. You look like a giant dick and balls. Jetty. Just wanted you to know that. It's grotesque. put that thing away. And also, if this looks like a giant dick and balls to you, you should try seeing a couple more pairs because they don't generally look like that. I quite like the equivalent of this looks like the Heavy's machine gun, because that actually I kind of see. All right, so aside from the obligatory fucking grow up Twitch chat, I think this fortress looks quite cool. Honestly, I'm really liking the visuals of it. Even though chat tries to ruin it every opportunity they get, but that's just because chat doesn't like fun. I think you might be alone on this one, Kage. Like, I think you might be alone on this one. Anyways, chat, before you make me hate the fortress I'm building, I'm gonna go make dinner. I can't zoom out any more than that. That's as much as I can zoom out. You zoom out. Zoom out these nuts. And grow up. I'm gonna go make dinner. That's what I'm gonna go do. You guys don't get to come with me. You get to stay right where you are. Yeah, and also if yours look like that, please go see Doctor. Doctor Good. That or you like got it stuck in like one of those hydraulic presses that they use to flatten things. Because like the ball sack to shaft ratio is a bit high. Anyways, I'm gonna call it now. What's for dinner? Don't fucking know. I'm gonna go figure that out. I don't know. It'll probably involve beets because I've got a lot of beets. That's about all I really got.